The beach. Only better, because you don't have to pack a big cooler, you can't get stung by a jellyfish, and there's no sand to get in your shoes or anywhere else. Plus, the beach usually doesn't have JP, Cal, or Julio.
Fair ball, base hit. Julio hits third base. He's racing home. He's saved. Cal Raleigh delivers.
Pass me that sunscreen. Let's go. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Summer is in full swing at T-Mobile Park. Don't miss the action this weekend as the Mariners welcome the Mets for a 3-game series. The fun begins with family favorites fireworks night tonight at 7:10, presented by T-Mobile. Then it's Tridents Up T-shirt night tomorrow at 6:40 with the first 15,000 fans scoring a sweet new tee thanks to Zato. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Blitz, Kicks for Kids Good for Your Soul tour is back. Join Seahawks mascot Blitz and his team of superstars and content creators as they hit the road on electric scooters throughout the state, raising money for kids in need of new shoes. In just 3 years, they've provided over 10,000 pairs of shoes for kids in need. Support Kicks for Kids by shopping at Safeway stores August 9th through the 11th and donate at checkout. For all the info, visit Seahawks.com/kicksforkids.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
She cannot get it. It's a home run for Big Lou. Luke Bradley with the home run gets the Mariners on the board. It's his 14th home run.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the New England Patriots making a roster move today as they release veteran wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster. He signed a 3-year, $25 million deal with the team in the 2023 offseason as one of the primary free agent targets of former head coach Bill Belichick. The deal included $16 million in guaranteed money, so the team will have to account for $9.6 million of salary cap space for Smith-Schuster this year, despite the fact that they are releasing him. Meanwhile, Jim Harbaugh will be back at Michigan Stadium for the Wolverines season opener. The former head coach has accepted an invitation to be the team's honorary captain for the Wolverines August 31st when they face off against Fresno State. He did get suspended by the NCAA earlier this week, a 4-year show cause penalty for Harbaugh for impermissible contact with recruits and players while access was restricted during the pandemic, effectively banning him from coaching college football again until 2028.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We are live at T-Mobile Park, where the Mariners will play host to the surging New York Mets. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Wyman is out. Casey Sadler back in the seat with us. How are you, man?
I'm great. It's fun to be back. It's nice to be in the stadium this time.
Yeah, you're in your former office, which is weird. We were talking before the show that Casey is a guy that people used to pay to come watch him do his thing along with his teammates, obviously, and now he's having to get a day pass to come into the building.
And they use your old team photo that makes it even a little worse. But hey,
picture of you in a Mariners jersey.
Yeah. It's like, hey, this is what you used to be, and now you get to have fun on this side.
Yeah, now you're one of the evil media people.
Nah.
So it's good to have Casey with us. A lot to discuss coming off that game last night. We're going to catch up with Anthony DiComo. He's the Mets beat writer writer for MLB.com. He'll join us at 3:30, give us some insight on this Mets team who is in town. Our Mariners insider, Shannon Dreher, will join us at 5 o'clock. We will catch up with a Mariner player at some point. We're working on Justin Turner. Hopefully that'll be what happens. Former teammate of yours, so sure he'd love to come out here and chat with you. That'll be cool if we can get him out here on set. If you're coming out to the game, we're out here at Edgar's Cantina, so swing by, say hello to Casey and everybody else out here on a beautiful Friday, a beautiful night for baseball, and it's even more beautiful after a win. For Casey, sure. Because this series was wildly disappointing. Talking about a Tigers team who had lost 7 of 9 coming in. They are below 500, and if not for the White Sox, they'd be in last in their division. This offense got shut down by a rookie who was 1-5 with a 6.18 ERA coming into the game, and in his previous 4 starts hadn't given up fewer than 4 earned runs. It was like 5-5-5-4. He was getting touched up. Came in and locked this team down. They lose that one. They lose to Skubal, who's a great pitcher. Okay, that was big last night to pull that win out.
Huge.
That was what is it? I mean, we say it as fans and media. That's big. You needed that. What are they saying in that clubhouse? Are they like, we needed that, or is there relief, or how do you think they approach that?
Yeah, I think if that game would have went the other way, there'd be obviously a whole different atmosphere today. You can't even put into words how important it was for them to not get swept by Detroit. Like just from a confidence perspective, having lost the previous 2 nights and then, going in and having to do it in kind of a crazy fashion. But, that being said, Mitch comes through again and they're on the happy side of things.
It was good. And, one of the notes I saw after the game that I was stunned to see, that's his 8th career walk-off, the most in Mariners history.
Yeah, that's pretty
Mitch
cool.
Haniger.
Yeah, that's
has
awesome.
the most walk-offs. He's had 2 in this homestand because he had the walk, which was a walk-off. So, yeah, very cool. But this is what it sounded like last night.
The 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive into right field, coming in, diving, and missing the ball, delayed. Here comes Rayleigh. Here comes Rosarena. Here comes Bliss. The throw, no relay to the plate. The Mariners win it. A line drive into right field. Delayed came in, dove. The ball got on by. 3 runs are in, and the Mariners walk it off. They win it 4-3 over the Tigers. Mitch Haniger getting mobbed at second base by his teammates. Holy smokes, what a finish.
I love the play-by-play. Here comes Fillet. He's diving. He misses the ball. It's like, and you feel bad for that kid who just got called up recently. I was talking to you before the show, like, not a great play by him. I'll take it. I will take it. I'm not making excuses, but most, I think, veteran outfielders probably get in front of that ball, let it bounce off their chest at the worst. One run scores.
For sure.
He was trying to make the play.
Yeah, kudos to him for trying to, pick up Vesti. But, yes, typically you would think that you'd want to try to keep that ball in front of you, give him a chance to go get another out. But, good for the Mariners, good for Hanny. What a guy to have up in that situation. Always puts together good at-bats. That's awesome. It
was huge. And then he was asked after the game just what it means to be the guy that's got the most walk-offs in Mariners history.
I don't remember the first one. I remember a lot of them, but it's pretty cool. I mean, anytime you're on an all-time list is awesome. Really blessed and grateful to play this game and to be on the list. And honestly, in these situations, just trying to keep it simple and stay in the moment. For me, it's like just breathing, relaxing, and trying to take it as any other at-bat. I like to think that the pressure's on the pitcher, and I've also been up in that situation and not come through. So you just kind of have to surrender and be in the moment and stay within yourself.
I root for this guy so hard, man. I love Haniger. I think he's just, first of all, a quality dude. I think he's a very good player. This has been a rough year. But we last time talked about the work that Logan Gilbert puts in. Just a ridiculous amount of work. Haniger is that guy.
Yep.
Haniger is that guy who is, if he fails, it's not because he's not working. He's not trying to. He's doing everything, and maybe sometimes too much. Who knows? But I have respect for anybody at this level that is working that hard to improve their craft and be better. And
yeah,
he
for
does.
sure. For sure. And I like what he said there. And, being from the pitcher's side of it, he's talking about, his mindset is like, hey, this guy has to get me out. And so just really waiting for a pitch that he can do. And the way that he just stayed inside of it and took it where it was pitched, that's classic Mitch. Having seen him do things like that back in 21, come running out of the pen, all that kind of stuff. It was really cool and a big moment for him. Like you said, he has had a down year. So to have a couple moments in this, little stretch here where he's kind of been the hero type thing, I think will be good, and hopefully it'll boost him and, get him back to where he knows he can be.
This from Scott Service. Just he was asked how he feels when Haniger is up in clutch moments.
I feel good about it, and I know he's been here a while, had a lot of at-bats in those moments. He doesn't try to do too much in those moments. I think he's learned that over the course of his career. He's got to find a way to put the bat on the ball, and he's going to get his best swing off. You know what I mean? He often barrels balls up in those spots. There's been homers, there's been walks, there's been soft liners. Tonight's ball was hit right on the screws. So, again, doesn't try to do too much. He's been in those situations often and understands that just got to try to get a pitch and get it in play, and hopefully good things happen, and it certainly did tonight.
Yeah, that was huge. I'm happy for him. I hope it, relaxes him at the plate. Maybe there's more to come. I mean, we're looking at the other Mitch Haniger, 2 games in a row with a base hit. He gets brought in as a pinch hitter, comes up with a hit. I mean, baby steps, man. I know you're paying him a lot of money, and people, get on him about that. That guy's trying too. Yeah. He's having
but
a
if you look at it,
year.
he's earned it. You look at these salaries and stuff, like he's earned that right to make that. It's just one of those years where it's like, it's just down year.
Yeah, really down though. He's like 100 points below what he hit last year.
But like I said, for a guy that is going to continue to grind, like he'll be fine.
Yeah. So 2 games in a row where he's had a hit, which again, it's not huge, but it's a baby step, and it's trending in the right direction. Just pointing out the positives here. Luke Raley goes 2 for 3, 2 runs, home runs in consecutive games. Brian Wu it was an interesting night because through 4 innings he's perfect. His stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah.
When he's on, and then the 5th inning, all of a sudden it's just dink, 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 dink. They get him, they touch him up there. But I like that he was able to sustain that, or that attack, if you will, and come back and give him 6 2/3. So he gives you a quality start. Each innings gives you a chance to win, take some of the heat off the bullpen.
Yeah, I think watching him pitch and throw, I'll even go back to spring training. Like, this kid has probably the smoothest mechanics you can see. Like the ball just explodes out of his hand.
Yeah.
And so, like, yes, the stuff is there. I like that. He ran into a little bit of, chaos there, but you can have a tendency to go one of 2 ways. You either buckle down and you get through it, or you kind of snowball the other way. And I think, forcing them to continue to put the ball in play and no walks, I think that's huge. So it was really cool to see him grind through that, especially dealing with some injuries that he's dealt with throughout the year, to be able to kind of get over that hump, get in, past the 6th inning into the 7th. Like, it was really cool. I'm hoping he builds off that, because that's more of what the Mariners need, and that's more of what he's capable of.
Yeah, pitched into the 7th for the 2nd time in his career. First time was his last start against the Phillies, where he was outstanding. 7 innings, no runs, 6 strikeouts, 5 hits. He was amazing. And Scott, after the game, talking about what he thought Wu did well.
I think it's elite stuff. And, when he's out there and he's healthy and he's throwing strikes like the way he is, with the development of his secondary pitches, we've got really good starting pitching. They all do it a little bit different, but he might be right near the top of the other guys. He hasn't done it as long, but on any given night, he can shut any team down in this league. He's shown it.
I was saying this to somebody last night. What's interesting about Scott is if one of the starters has maybe an uneven night or rough night, they'll talk to him in the postgame, and he'll be like, I thought so-and-so was throwing the ball really well. I mean, that was a good pitch that guy hit, and I thought his stuff was sharp, and he'll kind of prop him up like it wasn't that bad. And then if somebody goes out there and just deals, somebody goes out there and shoves, he'll be like, I mean, he was great. He didn't really have his best stuff. And he'll kind of throw in that disclaimer like, yeah, I thought his secondary pitches weren't really biting or whatever. He'll just kind of have that criticism on a night where you're going, Logan or Kirby or, Castillo were great. That seems to be his way of evening things out.
And I think you do that as a player too. You evaluate each outing, a little differently, because you always you go, okay, I can say I did all these things right, but what could I have done better? What are things that I need to fine tune for next time? And then it goes the other way. I was like, oh man, this really could have snowballed here, but I really buckled down and, got through it or grinded. So I think that's what he's kind of trying to do from a managerial perspective too. And it's good for the guys to hear that. It's like, okay, yeah, you don't want to get too high. You don't want to get too low. There's always something to work on, but enjoy your successes as well.
Would you hear what he would say? Like, would somebody hey, did you hear what Skip said about you, or were you even aware if he was praising you or bashing you or whatever?
Not at all. You know, because after the game, you're just ready to kind of get out of there. It's been a long day. You're ready to see your family.
You see us media people hanging out. You're like, oh, jeez.
Hurry up.
Here we go.
No, you know, and you're so focused on what you know you need to do, and, you know, he has a job to do, and we have a job to do. So, and guys don't really seek that out. So,
yeah. One thing you and I were talking about before the show is, you know, the acquisitions at the trade deadline when you were with us last time, that obviously hadn't happened. So they pick up Arozarena, they pick up Turner, they pick up Garcia. And maybe the one that's completely under the radar was a guy that was here before. I mean, relievers, all due respect, generally aren't huge names unless you're Mariano Rivera or somebody like that. JT Chargois, they acquire him, and it was just kind of a blip, like, oh, yeah, he used to pitch here. Okay. You know, and you just kind of move on. They didn't give up a ton for him. He's had 4 appearances so far, 4 innings, no hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, no runs, obviously, on top of that. I mean, that's big.
Yeah.
Man. That is big. And in developing that trust and that confidence, I know he dealt with injury this year. So, I mean, that's a big addition to this bullpen that desperately needed that.
Yeah, it's huge. You know, playing with him here in Seattle and also with the Dodgers, like, I've always known he's had really good stuff. But, again, another guy that comes into Seattle that's had an okay career prior to coming here and then just figures it out and becomes completely lights out. Like, his slider is probably one of the best that I've ever seen. Just is, you know, it's just borderline unhittable. And then you add 94, 96, 97 with Sink, and like he's a lot of fun to watch. Super cool dude, interesting character, loves to play the guitar. I'm sure Woody's happy because they used to jam on the road all the time, and so I'm really happy to see him being able to insert himself back into here and kind of pick up where he left off.
Yeah, that feels like one we didn't give enough credit to or attention to, that acquisition, because it was about the offense and this offense, and the offense is still been problematic leading into the game last night. So certainly there was reason to celebrate Arozarena coming here,
for sure,
and Turner coming here. But you're seeing that, with Santos hurt again, Brash out for the year, Spire's gone again. You don't have your full complement of guys out there. You can only work Munoz so much. That's big.
Yeah, it's
that's
huge.
Big to get Garcia and Chargois.
Yeah, huge confidence booster too, for the coaching staff, because they know, like, okay, this is a guy we can go to in any situation.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Are you? I'm curious. Going back to that play from the right fielder on the ball hit by Haniger, and they showed the angle of Vest looking out there and kind of bending down at the knees, and he's like, did he get it? Oh. Are you aware out there of your reactions? Like, all right, camera's on me. I can't act angry that somebody booted a ball or somebody didn't make a play I thought they should make. Are you conscious of that when you're on the mound? That, all right, if I make a face or I'm like angry, that's gonna show up.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, but at the same time, everything happens so fast, and it is an emotional game, over the course of things, and so I think for the most part, guys try to be cognizant of their reactions and stuff like that, because it affects the team. It affects, how you're viewed. It affects, the kids that are watching. They're watching you, and how do you handle adversity? How do you handle things like, obviously Vest was disappointed. I'm sure he was frustrated. I'm sure the guy in right field feels absolutely terrible, but at the same time, you have to kind of address it internally and then move past it. You got, because, he might be out there, again tonight, making a similar play, and maybe he does it a little better, or who knows. But you are mindful of your reactions to a certain extent.
Well, because it's a game based on failure. Especially as a position player, you fail 7 out of 10 times every time, you're going to go to the Hall of Fame. You're a 300 hitter.
Yeah.
So if you're on the mound and somebody boots a ball and you roll your eyes, next time you give up you throw a cookie over the middle of the plate and it leaves the yard, that guy's going to be looking at you going, you didn't do your. I mean, I guess the point being, you can be frustrated, but everybody fails in this game. So.
And you have to understand that guy is probably going to make a play for you at some point that saves your butt. So it is like this little delicate dance of how much emotion can I show, how much emotion do I need to keep internally, and how do I maintain that kind of relationship with the guys behind me that I'm going to rely on a lot.
Yeah.
And that's something that I try to be cognizant of, because I don't have the strikeouts that your normal reliever would have. And so the defense was so crucial to my success that I really focused on, like, okay, just wash it. I know you're going to get the next one. Here comes, so it just depends.
How, is it harder with that, or when you throw one and you know you hit the box, I clipped the corner there, and they don't give you the call, and then it falls apart after that. Guy hits the next one out of the park or laces one down the line for a double. Because we saw that happen in different instances. Like, Logan should have been out of that inning.
Yep.
Guy blew the call,
Yep.
and then the wheels kind of came off. Is it harder to shake that off, or the guy behind you maybe not making the play he should have?
I think it's easier to get frustrated at the umpire, for sure. Because you work so hard to execute your pitches, and then bam, it's, it doesn't get called. And then, but at the same time, like, you kind of do have an obligation to flush it and get right back in there. And I know it's easier said than done, but it's way easier for me to get mad at myself for for letting something like that get to me than I would get mad at a center fielder or a shortstop or whatever that didn't make a play.
Right.
Because there's always that accountability to yourself and so yeah. But I definitely, I personally got way more frustrated and would talk about, the umpire screwed me, like, for longer than, a mistake that was made by a teammate.
Yeah, I'm guessing you probably watch the game a little differently now. Yeah. Like being at home, watching, they put up the box on there. And do you feel like you evaluate the game differently in this position versus you're in the bullpen? I don't know what you're seeing. You guys have, there's notes.
We have iPads.
Okay,
so there's
the
notes and iPads, and you can't watch it live anymore. But after the half inning, everything gets uploaded, so you can go in and see, like, where's the umpire strike zone tonight? Like, all these things. So you do get that information down there. But yes, watching it live on TV, and you do analyze it a lot, and I didn't expect to do that, but it is like, God, how do you miss that? Like, the whole ball's in the strike zone, but it is hard, and
are you ever like, why would he throw a breaking ball there? This guy can't catch up to the heat or throw that. Are you going through that?
Maybe a little bit, but I'm also understanding of, like, okay, maybe he doesn't have confidence in the pitch that he knows he should throw here, and he's going with something that he's more convicted with on an executional level. So I try not to do that, but I kind of look at everything through what I do in that situation. So there is a level of analytics that go into watching a game.
Hey, reminder, with the Seahawks kicking off their preseason versus the Chargers tomorrow on Seattle Sports, you can catch the Mariners game in its entirety on 770 KTTH. The Mariners pregame show starts at 5:30. First pitch versus the Mets will be at 6:40. And don't forget, you can stream every Mariners game on your phone or tablet by downloading the Seattle Sports app. So just a little programming note for tomorrow's game. Let's take two.
So wait, Casey, why can't you watch video live on your iPads anymore? Was there a team that cheated using some kind of video system?
Ruined it for everybody.
Yeah. You tell me.
Yeah, I think the Astros might have been the reason for that.
You know what? The one team that I felt like it was more of a hindrance to was being a Cub, because all of the bullpens are underneath, and there's advertisements in front of the windows, so you can't see at all what's going on really on the field. And so you really kind of rely on the TVs and the feed to see that. And we had it in there. That's the one team that does have the ability to have a TV going, but it is so delayed that it doesn't, like, the hitter's out like four pitches ago, so that was the one where, yeah, it was nice. It was nice being able to watch the game live in the bullpen up on the screen and then look down and see kind of with your own eyes of how everything was going, and I do miss that for sure.
Well, speaking of the Astros, they begin a series in Boston later today, part of that 9-game road trip. Ronel Blanco is pitching for Houston. Rangers 5.5 games back now, but they were rained out today against the Yankees. They'll have a doubleheader tomorrow. And kind of funny, because in the Mariners game notes, they're mentioning all these accomplishments that Andres Munoz is set to accomplish. That first guy, age 25 or younger, to do all this stuff since Edwin Diaz, who returns for the first time since he was traded after the 2018 season.
I root for Edwin Diaz, not this weekend, not these 3 games, but that was a guy who was electric here, and he got shipped off, and things went really rough for him in New York initially. And I remember he's being booed and people wanted him out of town, and then he became electric and he's a superstar, and then he had surgery. I mean, so he's had his trials and tribulations out there. He always seemed like a good dude, and he was just electric out here. So that's a guy I root for, except for these 3 games. I'd like him to face plant if he goes out there.
You can't argue that he's one of the best. He's a lot of fun to watch, that's for sure.
Well, this is really interesting. So MLB has played everywhere, pretty much. You know, they've played in cornfields, they've played at Williamsport and the Little League World Series. They obviously play a lot of international games. But next August, MLB announced that the Braves and Reds are playing at Bristol Motor Speedway, which has hosted concerts. It's hosted a college football game before. They're going to play a baseball game there. It has a capacity of 146,000.
Where is that?
In Tennessee. Bristol Motor Speedway, a big NASCAR track.
It's in Tennessee.
It's set up like a stadium. So they put things in the infield.
Right.
And so every seat has a view of it.
Yeah.
It's just going to be far back.
Tennessee in August.
Yeah.
So it's going to be raging hot and humid.
Yeah. And you got the asphalt around you. It's going to be hot.
I assume a night game. Hopefully a night game. But
It's still
humidity.
hot.
Yeah. I wonder if capacity 146,000. What would it be like to pitch in front of that many people?
That'd be amazing. That'd be awesome. My question is are they going to give some of the guys a chance to go around the speedway? Like get some car. Like that's what I would be asking. Is like, hey,
I hope that's how they come in from the bullpen.
Oh, that would be great.
The bullpens are out somewhere. They bring them in with
the
pace
golf
car.
cart. Give me a NASCAR. Absolutely.
They drive you to the mound in like 4
Love
seconds.
that. Do a couple donuts on the way. Yeah. I'm all for that one.
That'll be an interesting one. All right. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, there's another potentially ominous prediction for the Mariners. We're going to get into that next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in today. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Passan, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
I don't think that it is unrealistic to believe that they have the talent and the ability to win a championship with this team.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
Their DNA remains intact. This is a rotation-dependent team.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. And don't wait, because when the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. So go to Xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris, only with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only, but make the call and don't wait. To 1-800-XFINITY.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Looking for fine jewelry this fall? Good news! Seattle's favorite jeweler for more than 40 years now has 2 locations in the area. Come visit us in our beautiful new store with the biggest selection at South Center Square in Tukwila. Create your own engagement ring with the widest range of diamonds and gemstones and discover unique, fine jewelry designed by our in-house team. No matter your budget, our friendly team is here to help guide you in finding that perfect piece that speaks to you. Visit ShaneCo.com to find your closest store and hours. We can't wait to see you. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Your home is your most valuable asset. If you are sick, you go to a doctor. And when something is wrong with your home, you call an expert. Did you know over time, sidewalks and driveways can sink and crack, causing trip hazards or worse? Matt Vey Foundation Repair is the industry leader in concrete repairs. Their foam injection process corrects concrete problems in a matter of minutes. And their Pentec concrete floor coatings will add durability and style to most concrete surfaces. Call now for a free estimate. Also ask about payment options and financing. Matt Vey Foundation Repair. Go mattvey.com. Rock built, rock solid.
If you're looking for fun, breathtaking views and outdoor dining, Snoqualmie Casino's the place for you. It's Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino. No matter if it's a meeting like I've done, a night out with friends, a big date night with my wife, I know Snoqualmie Casino has it all. Plus, they open their outdoor dining, so come enjoy dinner overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. 12 Moons and Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood offer outdoor dining, so grab a seat and dig in. You can browse the menus at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
We all recognize that we have to work as a team and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
Working together. Lee Johnson employees understand what it takes to fulfill the purpose of their day.
I'm no more important than a salesperson. Even Randy. Randy is no more important than a salesperson, and Randy makes you know that every single day. You are valuable, that he couldn't do it without you. And I'm not saying we don't get frustrated. You try to remember that we are together. We are a team. Everyone respects everyone else's abilities and talent. And without that thought process, you're sunk. And gosh, why wouldn't you want to work for a company that instills that in you? Right?
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Wyman here. So if you guys are headed out to the ballpark, make sure you swing by Edgar's, say hello. We'll have a player out here at some point. Not sure who that's going to be as of yet, but hopefully we'll get your former teammate and a new addition to this club, Justin Turner, out here is what we're trying to do. We'll see what works out. And before we get into what we were going to talk about, we were just sitting here during the commercial break watching Ichiro in the outfield. And I was trying to describe to people last week when I was here and watching him shag fly balls, where he would track a fly ball and then at the last second turn his back to it and catch it over his shoulder. And he just does it repeatedly like it's nothing. And just talking about his role here as a guy who's in his 50s, and he's still throwing the ball from like right or left
200 feet,
left center to the foul line over there. He still has a cannon arm. But just his presence here with the team. You said the players just love having him around.
I mean, who wouldn't? You know, that guy has so much knowledge. You know, he's played so much baseball, dedicated his entire life to the game, really. And, you know, just getting to pick his brain and, you know, if I was an outfielder, like, I'd be glued to that guy.
Yeah.
Because he does. You know, we were talking about, like, his spatial awareness and being able to read the ball and just know exactly where it's going to be. And it is really, really fun. I had a privilege of playing catch with him and really kind of getting to know him a little bit during my stint on the IL back in 21. And he really is a special human being.
Yeah, I love watching that. A guy who has that much passion for the game. He's out there. We always talk about Logan being the hardest worker at spring training. He's just first out there, last one to leave. Ichiro's right there.
Each is headed to the cage at 6:30 when we're all walking in.
He is in uniform out there stretching before everybody. I'm like, this is fun to watch.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not ignoring you, but I'm gonna be watching whoever's at the plate here because we don't have the net up right now. So
we get to catch a home run ball.
Call. No, I need to be.
You might take one off the melon.
I should have brought my glove. I've been a true fan. Get the glove
I need to be on
going.
security patrol here.
Yeah, we got right-handers in the cage, and we got no net right here.
No offense, but I think I'll trust myself to catch this.
Casey knows how to do mean text.
I love it.
Get it in early.
I love it. Well, yeah, usually we
well versed in mean text. There you go.
We saw somebody get doinked.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we see it all the time out of the bullpen. People just don't pay attention, you know, or they're standing behind someone that's taller than them and just get crushed.
Yeah.
Did you see on Turner's grand slam? Someone got hit.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it went right there, hit him right in the face.
That's
All right, well, just Lefko, make sure you give us a heads up if one's
hopefully Tim downhill rob a homer for us,
or at least yell and tell you to duck or something. Because anytime they're a righty up at the plate, this is the danger zone until they get that net up. But anyway, I saw this list last night. White Sox fired Pedro Grifol, their manager. Obviously, it's just been a disastrous season for them. And CBS Sports put out this list of the next managers on the hot seat or who could be fired. They put Service's name on that list, and what they wrote is Service has a close relationship with M's president of baseball operations, Jerry Dipoto, and he's right now in line to guide them to a fourth straight winning season. That said, the standard in place, given the excellence of the young rotation and the presence of budding superstar Julio Rodriguez, is higher than just topping 500. Seattle has seen its lead in the AL West whittled down by steadily improving Astros team, and the duo have been tangling in and out of first place in the second half of the season. The wild card race is a competitive one, too. So if they don't come out on top, then Service might find himself on unsteady footing. Now, you and I talked about Service and just the how much credit or blame a manager should or shouldn't get. I don't know. I'm not saying he's perfect. Not every move he makes is one that I go, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Some of them I'm like, what are you doing? But that's every manager.
Yeah.
That was I lived in Chicago, and it was Dusty Baker. I lived in L.A. It was Mike Scioscia with the Angels. It was Tony La Russa in St. Louis when I was there with the Cardinals, and every one of those guys would make moves that didn't work, and the fans and the media go, this guy's an idiot. He doesn't know how to deal with a bullpen. He doesn't know how to deal with young players. It's the same. Everybody thinks it's unique to their city.
It's like that inherent risk as coming in as a manager. You kind of know that you're gonna get roasted.
Yeah, when things don't go right, you're the problem. And I'm not saying he's without blame with some of what's happened this year, but ultimately he can't hit or pitch for anybody.
Exactly.
So I guess my long-winded question is he deserving of being on this list? Do we look at it and say, hey, this team's been to the playoffs one time in his tenure here. They've been to the playoffs one time in over 2 decades. Should we expect more? Should he have done more with what talent was here? Or how do you see his role in the blame game, I guess?
I think that's a tough question. I think if you asked him, he's always going to be the person that takes the responsibility on. Yes, the players have to perform, but he's that guy who's hey, there is a certain level of I need to get more out of my players, or I need to, we got to figure something out. But it's hard for me to say. I think in today's game, I think the teams that have vacancies are going to try to go get whoever they want, whatever they're going to try to do. I guess I don't necessarily see him going anywhere, just because, he has had success here the last few years. I think the expectation is higher, and I think he would say that too. The expectation is to get to a World Series. But that's hard to say, if he does end up going somewhere.
But is he somebody who should be looked at as, if you don't get to the playoffs, man, you might be looking for another job? Is it playoffs or bust?
That's hard. That's hard to say, and I know Scott personally. I have a relationship with him, and I think he's a good manager. I think, but from a front office's perspective, from a John Stanton perspective or a Jerry Dipoto's perspective, I don't know. That maybe they've had that conversation. That's hard for a former player to kind of go down that road, but yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just wondering I think Scott's a very good manager. I don't think he's the greatest to ever do it, but I think he gets, like I said, in any other city, when things don't go right or the team slumps, he's not good. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's not fine. He's not inspiring the team. Why did he pinch hit this guy? And that's true everywhere. But at the same time, I get it that, hey, man, you've been to the playoffs one time.
Yeah.
One time. The standard has to be higher than, hey, we're a winning team.
Yeah.
It's got to be, we are good enough to get, with this rotation especially,
Oh, yeah.
you've got to be a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I look at how they assembled the roster and go, he's not the one that went out and got A.J. Pollock and Tommy LaStella and Colton Wong,
Mm-hmm.
and he's not the reason that Polanco isn't hitting and Garver's hitting 100 points lower. I don't know if it's the organizational philosophy. I don't know if it's DeHart, the hitting coach. I have no idea why those things are happening, but the manager can only do so much.
Yeah.
But he is, I guess, technically the leader and the face of what's happening on the field. So at some point, maybe you have to make a change. I don't know. I'd be very torn if they fired him. I guess
I would be too. You know, I think, I don't know, anything can happen. You know, I think if something like that did happen, I think they have an idea of how they would move forward with someone else. But I don't know. Just with what I've experienced here, it would be very hard pressed for me to see him go anywhere.
How much, I mean, just before we hit the break, you've played for a couple different managers. What makes a great manager in your opinion as a player versus somebody you think, yeah, he's good, but this guy's great?
Yeah, I think the difference, but for me, the difference between a good and a great manager is the personal things. Like, does this manager genuinely care about me as a person?
Mm-hmm.
You know, yes, there's, the business aspect of everything. And then how do they interact with the players? Are they always around the players? Are they always like in your business telling you these things? Or is it like, hey, like my door's open. If you need anything, please come talk to me. And I'm an open book, so like there is different levels. But for me, it was just, does that person care about me as a human outside of baseball? And last time I was on, I brought up Dave Roberts, and when the fires and stuff were going on, he offered his house because he was on vacation to my family and I in California. And like things like that, I think, are what separates good managers versus great managers, is maybe more so some of the things that you don't see. Yeah.
So you feel like X's and O's, game strategy, game management, they're all kind of on the same level, or do you feel?
No, I don't think so either. But I'm just talking like you have the really good ones that are good at that stuff, and then you have the ones that guys go, man, I would go to battle with that guy any day. Those kind of things. I think it's the intangibles that you can't see aside from the game management or the decisions or things like that that make the difference between good and great.
All right. Good stuff there. Coming up, the King has returned. As he just spits water out of his mouth for what's bugging Bob.
That's right.
The King being Matt Nelson over there. We'll get into what's bugging him and Lefko and see if anything's on Casey's mind. All of that coming up as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Tariq Woolen is in the studio with us. How different is it for you?
Other than just playing the left side and just getting the muscle memory and stuff like that. But other than that, it's been smooth. I've been having a lot of fun. It's probably my funnest camp so far. We got a genius as the head coach, so I feel like that plays a good role as well. Just with his style of coaching and just having the whole team buy in. And we all football geniuses. That's what it feels like for real.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Look at the weather out there, motorcycle riders. It's just such a great time of year. Everybody's out on the bike, enjoying their time on the motorcycle. And hopefully, like me, you have not been involved in an accident. Knocking on wood, I've certainly had some close calls. And if that were ever to change, that answer of being in an accident, I hope your first call, my first call, would be to 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, and I'll give you a couple reasons why. First of all, the case evaluation is completely free. They do not get paid until you get paid, and they fight for you. They are there for you. They fight for the motorcycle rider and their families to get you the compensation you deserve, and they've been doing this for over 20 years, so they are going to treat you and your case with the respect and dignity you deserve. Now, the insurance company, for their part, Their goal is to get away with paying out the lowest settlement they can as quickly as they can, whereas the Law Tigers are fighting for you, and they're there so you are not handling your case alone. On top of that, they're going to help you get your motorcycle and your gear repaired or replaced because they know how important those things are to you. So if you are involved in a motorcycle accident, give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. They will get you the help that you need. Again, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or you can check them out online at lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers, Mateer Law Firm, LLC.
I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Mark, is now the best time to buy a new car?
Well, it absolutely is right now because we have our factory invoice sale going on right now, which means you're going to pay what we pay. And this is on all our 24 model vehicles, basically, everything except for Raptors. So we're talking F-150s, Rangers, Mavericks, F-250s, Explorers, Escapes, Expeditions, you name it. These are brand new 2024 models. They also come with our lifetime powertrain coverage and 5 days or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee, so you can shop with total confidence. There's no negotiating, nothing. You pay, but we pay. We're overstocked right now, and we need to make room. We have a lot more vehicles coming in. So, yeah, you're right. If you've been putting it off and you're looking to get a new Ford, for a limited time, we're having our factory invoice sale. You pay, but we pay.
Take the hassle out of car shopping. You know you're getting a great deal at Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Wayscarford.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's Extreme at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday, September 7th. With special guest, Living Color. From burning hard rock to introspective ballads. Don't miss Extreme with special guest Living Color, September 7th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Listen throughout the week to the Mariners Players Spotlight.
Ever since I got here, I want to win a World Series in Seattle, and this city's starving for another winning team.
Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep. Dave's feeling it, but it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Blitz, Kicks for Kids Good for Your Soul tour is back. Join Seahawks mascot Blitz and his team of superstars and content creators as they hit the road on electric scooters throughout the state, raising money for kids in need of new shoes. In just 3 years, they've provided over 10,000 pairs of shoes for kids in need. Support Kicks for Kids by shopping at Safeway stores August 9th through the 11th and donate at checkout. For all the info, visit Seahawks.com/kicksforkids.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics. Just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Ben's.plumbing. That's Ben's.plumbing.
What's bugging Bob? It could be traffic. Hey. It might be Angels fans.
I hate you. I don't even know you.
And it's definitely Stephen A. Smith.
I got a lot of problems with you people.
It's time to find out what's bugging Bob.
What's Bugging Bob, presented by Issaquah Pest Control. And as we said in the tease there, the king has returned. And by king, we mean our champion, world champion, gold medalist of complaining.
All right.
Matt Nelson.
Nice. I'm excited.
If I'm being completely honest, the thing that's bugging me right now is that introduction.
You don't like that?
No one does. I don't. No.
But you've been gone all week, so welcome back. I'm sure there's a ton of complaining that's built up.
See, that's
there's
the thing.
one.
Does he just keep a ledger? Does he just keep a ledger by his bed? Like, oh, this pissed me off.
Usually it's him. He bugs himself.
Yeah.
Pretty frequently.
All right.
Today, though, it was actually someone else. Last weekend, I went kayaking. It was beautiful. Like, such a gorgeous weekend. I'm on the kayak, 3 White Claws deep. It's a great day. Where I kayak, there's enough of a current that you can row against the current, and then it'll just push you back in. The best thing to do on a sunny day. You're just sitting in a kayak, just floating back in. And all of a sudden, I hear this buzzing coming at me, and I immediately think, oh, a hornet is about to sting me. It's a bunch of wasps. Something is about to kill me. And it just comes zooming in, and it's a drone.
Really?
Yeah, and I hadn't seen that. Like, this beach that I'm at normally is fairly secluded. There's not a ton of drones around. Because, like, who does that at a beach? It's a beautiful day. Why are you bothering people with
right?
it? And so the drone flies right over me, and then it stops and comes back. And immediately I'm like, no, I do not like this. This is not happening.
Somebody's scouting you out.
Oh, man.
And so I tell the drone what my IQ is, give him the 1-finger salute, and tell him to, you know,
which probably just makes the person want to sit there and bug you even more, to be honest with you.
That's what I was worried about. I was like, oh, am I playing into this guy's hand? Is he trying to annoy me with this drone? Luckily, he got the clue when I did, after the 1-finger salute, I did the, move along.
Then you take the paddle and just smack it.
If it would have come closer, I would have done it.
Nice. Do you wish it was a hornet rather than a drone?
I like the idea of a hornet more in a weird way because it's not this human-operated loud thing that I don't need. The whole point of kayaking is to get further from people. It's to get away from people. I'm not trying to be seen by drones when I'm doing this.
That's not a fan of people.
I'm really
I can tell.
The hornet's no picnic, man. I still have a mark from 2 weeks ago getting that hornet sting.
Yeah, but did that hornet take a picture of you? Did that hornet invade your privacy?
It just left a big swollen. My girlfriend goes, "It looks like you have 2 knees." I'm like, "What do you want me to do here?" I hurt like holy hell. But yeah, okay. So the drone scouting you.
Don't look at people through drones. It's creepy.
It's very creepy.
Why do you do that?
It's very creepy.
What if the drone liked what they were seeing? They liked your kayak form?
Well, let me tell you, that wasn't what was happening.
There's a wrench.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Gonna let you in on a little secret left go. This doesn't look good, shirtless.
They might have been a fan.
You can always wear a swim shirt. Apparently Salk wears a swim shirt now.
What's a swim shirt?
You
like one of those rash guards?
No, you just wear a shirt when you're swimming.
I thought it was like a special shirt.
Yeah, I was thinking like rash guard, like you would wear surfing and all
Actually,
that kind of
maybe.
stuff. Like,
I don't know. I don't have to wear a swim shirt, so
Why does he wear one?
I think he's not
proud
of
because he's doughy and fleshy.
His chest.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay,
doughy,
doughy and fleshy. So he's wearing a swim shirt. Okay.
Can we just talk, because you haven't told the story on our show, about your great moment out here on Tuesday night?
Well,
first of all, how annoyed are you that Gary Hill was not here for you to bother?
That is one thing.
Because maybe he's listening right now.
I work at the ballpark like a couple times a month, but I don't really go as a fan all that often. And one of the 2 games I've gone to all season, Gary Hill was here, so I couldn't bother him. He's not listening. He's got better things to do.
No, he's a huge fan of this show. Yeah. He's listening.
I find that impossible to believe.
So for our listeners, we discussed this briefly the next day, but Matt didn't get to. Matt had the most fun. We threw hot dogs. Hot dogs from heaven.
Sweet.
Can you describe your... When we made Matt a sports fan.
For that day, I really was.
He was a hot dog throwing fan.
I felt so stupid for how excited I was. Like, it sounds just like, I threw a hot dog, but there's something about it. The atmosphere, the unfurling of the parachute. It's just so cool.
Did you get any that opened up and just completely blasted somebody? Or did they all stay?
I only threw 2, and they looked perfect.
Oh, nice.
You can't get any distance on them.
Yeah,
like you try to throw them hard, and
that's what I'm saying. Like
immediately, and it just goes straight down. So there are people waving down. They're like, throw it here, throw it here. They're not far, and you're trying to throw it. As soon as the air catches the parachute, it just stops.
I wonder if you can wrap the parachute around it.
You have
a little
to,
bit,
yeah.
and then chunk it, and then it just kind of.
Comes
I don't know, but then you run the risk of really drilling somebody.
Well, you could throw one without a parachute because they did put some in there without parachutes. But they want the people in the 300 level. But it was kind of explicitly told to us, don't throw those.
Yeah, you're looking at litigation probably. They're like, these 3 are for the people in this section. You know, throw them to the people around. Do not throw them over the rail.
Gotcha.
They made that very
That makes
clear.
sense.
Otherwise, we'd been throwing them out on the pitcher's mound or something. But that was cool. And there's video.
So much fun.
Matt looked very excited about it. There was video of that.
I know there'd be some players that would be happy if you could,
Fire
take the parachute and just chuck it out to the field. Be like, oh, cool snack. Hey, we get hungry out there. Like, it's a long game.
You guys did get a good spread in the clubhouse.
Oh yeah, the food's unbelievable.
Do you guys ever take food from fans out here? It's easily accessible.
I have not done it personally, but it does happen.
Yeah. Especially right
some
here.
Some people would bring you baked goods like cupcakes and brownies and stuff like that, but there needs to be a little bit of some kind of a relationship there, like just because you never know. Like I can remember we were back in Pittsburgh when I first got called up, and this lady would bring these lemon bars. And it was this lady that had been like season ticket holder for her entire life.
She was trustworthy.
And those were on point.
Yeah.
But you get offers of hot dogs and beer and all these things, but you can't really take that
this
stuff.
This could be an opposing fan, and I don't know what they did to this thing.
Yeah,
right? Skepticism is good in that case.
Especially in the state of Washington. Who knows what's in there?
Lefko, anything quickly?
Just renting traffic. I'm glad we're done there. I'm glad we're done with Seahawks training camp. Seahawks training camp was fine. It's just literally the part after training camp was the drive back on the slowest road in America, 405, and then the second slowest road in America, I-90 West, at rush hour.
Crawling.
In
the heat.
Yesterday, so Bob was moving so slowly, and so was I, that finally you were smart because you have a motorcycle. You were zooming in and out. Bob was stuck in one lane. I am slowly crawling through the other. We were moving so slowly, I could have reached out. I did kind of reach out and say, hey, I could have reached out and given him a high five. We were stopped on a highway. On a highway, mind you. And you get on, you see it backed up, and there's nowhere to go. Because you have to go over, and then you get to Mercer Island, and there's one tunnel.
That's brutal.
And then you got another bridge, and then you got another tunnel.
It was bad.
And
yeah.
So
especially
that's it. That's my
when you're
complaint.
on the bike, wearing the gear, got a backpack on. It is hot. Ugh. By the time I got home, I took everything off. It looked like I had just jumped in a pool. It was like, it's disgusting.
You looked like the swim shirt. Apparently he forgot it, according to our texters, the Mac and Jack's text line.
He forgot his swim shirt?
He forgot his swim shirt.
So he punished everybody at the beach?
And I guess some are saying now, who knows if this is just a rumor or if this is what he said, but it's because he's super hairy. Is the swim shirt. That's what a couple of texters said. So maybe that's what Salk relayed to them.
So wait, he's super hairy and doughy and fleshy?
That's what you added. But
that's a rough combo. That's a rough combo. All right. Good stuff there. Coming up, we're going to get Casey's insight on why the Mariners have had so much success in developing relievers and the process of coming back after an injury. We'll get into all of that as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Get the national perspective on the Mariners.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
With Jeff Bassett, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
I don't think that it is unrealistic to believe that they have the talent and the ability to win a championship with this team.
And John Morosi, Thursdays at 5 p.m.
Their DNA remains intact. This is a rotation-dependent team.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Summer is here. If you're dealing with a pest problem, get the relief you need and the long-term protection you deserve with Issaquah Pest Control. Look, rodents and bugs can ruin your insulation or the structure of your home or business. Before it becomes a more costly issue, call Issaquah Pest Control, the fast, kind, and professional pest control service. And if you're in the pest control business or have an interest, they're hiring, so join the team. Issaquah Pest Control, serving the entire Puget Sound. IssaquahPest.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender.
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
The Cult, live at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, September 23rd. Gather your Cult crew for one of the best live music events in Washington this year. The Cult takes the stage at Muckleshoot Event Center, Monday, September 23rd. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450E has the performance and range to get you where you need to go. With the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology, Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings. Up to $18,500 lease cash on every RZ450E. Visit LexusofBellevue.com.
On approval of credit through LFS, lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by September 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. And less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now, and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
3 runs are in, and the Mariners walk it off. Mitch Haniger getting mobbed at second base by his teammates.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Taking a look at your baseball scoreboard, one game has been postponed due to weather. That would be the Rangers matchup with the Yankees in New York. That has been postponed. The Twins, meanwhile, double up the Guardians, beating them 4-2. Game still to come. Giants playing host to the Tigers. It'll be the Pirates in L.A. to take on the Dodgers. Phillies on the road in Arizona facing the Diamondbacks. Rockies playing host to the Braves. The Royals and Cardinals get together in Kansas City. And the Brewers-Reds matchup continues, whereas the battle in Chicago gets underway between the White Sox and the Cubs. That one, White Sox, the home team. Marlins playing host to the Padres. The Astros on the road in Boston. So we are big Boston Red Sox fans, at least for the next couple days, which feels dirty. The Blue Jays and A's get together. And, of course, the Mariners get back to it after a thrilling win last night. They are hosting the New York Mets. You can catch all of the action of that one starting at 6 o'clock right here. Seattle Sports on 710.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Dave Wyman today. A beautiful day as the sun's starting to burn through the, I don't know if that was clouds or what's going on, smoke. I think a combo of both happening out here, but the sun is starting to break through. Beautiful day for baseball, and on the heels of a thrilling win over the Detroit Tigers to salvage a game out of that series, which sounds weird, but it is what it is. I like at least they won the last game, so there's some good feelings coming into this series against the Mets. Is that a thing just for fans? Or
the mood would have been way different today if they, obviously, but today you come in and you're like, all right, got a little breath of fresh air. Let's go back to work and move past it.
Yeah, this is a big series against a team that is fighting for their playoff spot in the New York Mets, so there's a lot on the line here. Hopefully the Mariners can, we're rooting for the Red Sox. Mm-hmm. It's when it's the Red Sox and the Astros, for me, I'm just rooting for pain. The Red Sox were the team I hated the most until the Astros became the cheaters. And then now it's, I guess the Red Sox are the lesser of two evils, I guess, but we need them to come through. So I feel a little conflicted rooting for them in this series.
Like you said, pick the lesser of two evils, and or at least the one that's outside your division.
Yeah. Were there teams as a player you just didn't like for whatever reason? Maybe you didn't like some of the players, the manager, the fans. Were there any you're just like, ugh? When that team loses, I get a little bit of a thrill.
I think anybody that's in front of you in the standings,
just in your division,
just in general,
but not one that you'd see on the schedule going, ugh, I hate this team. Or
not for me. Not for me. I know some guys are that way. You get plunked a few times as a hitter and you're like, I hate this team because they always seem to pitch me inside or whatever. Like, it was more so like individual players where it was like, oh man, that guy, I hate facing that guy, or than it was the entire team.
Was there anybody you've hit multiple times but it was never on purpose? Like, man, I've drilled this guy 3 times or anything like that?
Not that I can remember. Pittsburgh, we used to pitch inside a lot, and you'd hit a lot of guys, but you hit so many at that point, you just kind of keep track. You lose track.
I can remember everybody.
I can remember stories of like guys in extended where teams like refused to play the Pirates because they just got hit so much. So, but yeah, it just happens.
Yeah, it's always interesting because as fans, obviously, we'll look at a team and be like, ugh, I can't stand that team, I can't stand that guy, and it's. I call it sports hate. I don't want anything bad to happen to them, but I just don't want anything good to happen to them either.
Yeah,
so,
I hear you.
And the Astros, I think, have become universally disliked.
I was going to say, that's like the number one, public enemy number one in all of baseball right now.
And I like hearing players say, like Marco came out and said, hey, man, those, what those guys are doing, I don't have the stuff to get away with. They know what's coming. And, he called them out, and other players
from that
too.
perspective, sure, because then it becomes as like a respect issue player to player and also towards the game, so I guess if there's a little animosity towards a specific team, that would probably be towards the top of my list. And just the fact that like everybody's chasing them, they've kind of been the team to chase, and so it's like you want to beat that team, you want to show them that you're better than they are. So if I had to pick one, I would say them.
What is it about this organization? You talk about it in Pittsburgh, we pitched inside. Was that obviously an organizational philosophy?
Yeah.
That was your pitching coach or whatever. That was just, this is how we do it here. What is it about the Mariners? They're polar opposite. The offense, they've had a hard time developing offense, bringing in offense from the outside. We've struggled with it for years, lamented about it. Pitching's been opposite, especially relievers where it'll be, and we talked about this a bit when you were here last time, but guys who you maybe, A, have never heard of, or B, you look at their numbers and go, who's this guy? You know, and Paul Sewald was the classic example of that. You looked at his numbers and went, God, he washed out in New York. He's 33 or 32 at the time. You're going, who's this guy? Turns into your closer, guy you got all the faith in. And they've done that with a number of guys. And when you were here in, 2021, it's a special group. I mean, what is it? Is it their approach, their philosophy? What do you think leads to the success they've had?
I think it starts there. I think because in organizations that I've played with in the past, and I'll use Pittsburgh as an example, it was more of like they tried to mold you into what they wanted. And there's also organizations like the Mariners, like the Dodgers, like the Rays that take a more like analytical approach of like, okay, what do you do really well, and how can we mold our philosophy around what you do, and instead of forcing you to pitch a certain way or whatever, they really kind of dive into like what makes you you and how can they help you through the philosophy. And I feel like the philosophy here is very simple. Get ahead, throw strikes, and dominate the strike zone. And it sounds so cliche to say that, I guess, but it really is the foundation of good pitching. And then if you can add good stuff on top of that, I know we bring up the 2021 group, but a guy that on this team specifically that I've really enjoyed watching over the last little bit is Colin Snyder. Had some mixed numbers with Kansas City, didn't really, and now he's here and he's just like, I think he's got a 1.2 something or something along those lines. Like really seeing him kind of be the next kind of person that comes in and says, okay, we figured something out, and now you're seeing what he can be. And that's just, like I said, a testament to the guys that are on the pitching side. But I think it's a combination of the philosophy and the core foundation of what they want to do as a staff, and how can I make a guy that does something or a couple of things really well better, at those things, and not really change anything.
What is it you think about bullpens that makes it so unpredictable in that? And I've seen it with bullpens here in Seattle that are 1 year really good, and they essentially bring back the same cast, and they scuffle the next year. I mean, it's really inconsistent. It seems like even if it's the same cast, and it's not, again, unique to here. Heads up. See if this is. Okay.
We're good.
But what do you think that is? What do you think makes it such a fickle thing as far as bullpens go?
I don't know. I don't know if it's just the turnover or if it's, maybe a little bit of a mindset shift where it's like, oh, we were really good last year. Like maybe we're just going to come in and kind of pick up where we left off. And there's a little bit of a lull and maybe concentration for a bit. I really don't know. I think it's just a really hard game. And I think you're seeing it sometimes with some of the hitters where you're like, oh, historically or statistically, they've been really good. And now it's like, why are they different this year? There's just something there that happens or doesn't happen that can kind of shift it one way or the other. And I also think that, if you have a good core of guys and they really get along and they know how to maybe push each other's buttons or push each other to like hold each other accountable in a respectful way, in a way that, can maybe bring them out of a little bit of a funk. That's kind of something we had in 21 where it was like, we were sitting in the bullpen really just kind of strategizing and trying to make each other better and trying to figure out, okay, like what happened in the last outing or what happened, a couple of outings ago that, didn't go really well, and what did you get away from or add or this or that. And so I think there is a little bit of a dynamic there, and it can be thrown off by one person.
Yeah.
So if you still have your core, but you maybe bring in a guy that doesn't really kind of mesh.
So the chemistry is a big deal.
Chemistry is a huge deal. You spend so much time together, not only in the clubhouse and on the planes and, in the hotels and stuff, but like in the context of the game, in the bullpen, it's like your own little world down here. And so the chemistry is huge. And we had pretty good chemistry in 21. And that's, I think that plays a huge part in that. And getting guys to buy in to what you're trying to tell them and have them to do.
Yeah, I would imagine roles are a big deal to some guys. Like, feel like I'm a high leverage guy. I should be in there, whether I'm a closer or I'm in the 8th inning, whatever, and you're putting me in the 5th or what? Is there some of that? I guess maybe the ego could be part of it. Feeling
could
like,
be. It could
why
be.
am I in this situation when I should be here?
Yeah, it could be. But I also think in today's game, high leverage is whenever is the highest leverage point of the game. A lot of times that is in the 5th or the 6th inning when the starter's kind of maybe getting hit around a little bit. You got runners on base with no outs, and you could see the momentum shift in that game where it's like that is the most high stress, high leverage situation of that entire game, and it's not really the 9th inning or the 8th inning or whatever. So like kind of getting the ego out of the way and really kind of looking at the situation of the game versus, oh, I'm an 8th inning guy. You know, those kind of things, I think that helps because I mean, we're all professional athletes. We all have some kind of ego. So I think that could play into it as well. But that was one thing that group was really good at is like, hey, we're going to pitch in whatever role or whatever situation we're in and really focus on that versus being upset that we're not pitching and getting saves or things like that.
I'm curious just from and this is for position players or pitchers even, but just dealing with injury, something you're obviously, unfortunately, very familiar with.
Too familiar.
Like most pitchers. I mean, it just seems not if, but when it's going to happen. You see some bounce back, and they bounce back well. Some struggle. I mean, Gregory Santos, we're waiting for this guy to give you something. He started the season hurt. He came in, he tweaked a knee, tweaked this. Now he's got a bicep thing. He's back on the IL. He's had really no impact this season. Is that, you know, how tough is it to come back from that? Is that it feels like the physical therapy for some guys, everybody looks at it as a grind. It's more about the mental and the, I guess, maybe the strength of their mind saying, you know what, I can trust this. I can go out there and do what I did before, where other people are like, can I do it? You know, how hard is it to sort of get back to that free and easy, I'm just firing this ball like nothing ever happened to my elbow or my shoulder?
Yeah, it's really hard because the PT is what the PT is. Like, you're going to get stronger, it's going to heal, you know, all these things, but it's the trust. It is that mind game that separates, I think, guys that come back and they're like pick up right where they left off, or guys that, you know, maybe scuffle for a little bit. It's huge, and not only that, it's that emotional turmoil, I guess you could say, of like, I'm not out there. I'm here doing, you know, things that I don't necessarily want to do.
Lifting a 3-pound weight. And
for me, it was the 1 pound because they're like pink, you know? And so it's like, not that pink's a bad thing, but it's like, there is that reality of like, man, I'm getting burnt out and I'm holding this 1 pound weight.
I was out there throwing 94, 95 2 months ago. And now I'm struggling with this.
Yeah. But I think the mental side of it is huge. And, you know, that's something that doesn't get talked a lot about inside of like the physical therapy world. It's like, hey, come in, do your stuff, and then get out of here. You know, some organizations are better than others. I had many conversations with Byrne, you know, just about the grind, about staying. Adam Bernero, he's one of the mental conditioning guys here. Super like chill, just like, hey man, like be where your feet are, like tackle everything one day at a time, and then also understand that you were really good at this, and if you can kind of get out of your own way, it's gonna be there. But yeah, I feel for Santos. I know how much he wants to be out there. I know how much he's wanted to, you know, help this team, and so not having the ability to do that, I hope he has some good people around him that are, you know, helping keeping him grounded.
How many times have you had surgery?
Twice. So I had Tommy John in 2015, and then I had shoulder surgery back at 22.
Is that rotator?
Both cuff and rotator.
Okay.
That one was tough. That one hurt. That one was hard on me, and to touch mentally. Like, I didn't handle the back end of that really well. I was all gung-ho at this and that, and then I felt like I was trusting everything, and then things didn't start to go well, and then it was like, well, maybe I can't do it, or maybe like I'm not the same, or this or that, and then it's just like this whole snowball, and then it's like, how do you dig yourself out of that hole? So I've definitely seen both sides of it, because it wasn't that way with the TJ. The TJ was like super easy. I didn't have
commonplace now. They're like, everybody's gone through it, and
and I think having a setback in the shoulder surgery versus not having any kind of setback whatsoever with the elbow kind of maybe played into that, because there is always this like is it going to hurt again? Whereas if you don't have any issues, like, oh, it's good, whatever, no big deal. So I think that played into it. So I've been on both sides of it. But yeah, I hope he's, like I said, and anybody that's on the shelf right now, I hope that they're surrounding themselves with people that are helping walk them through that.
Yeah. Are you constantly trying to tweak your mechanics to, I guess, avoid injury? I mean, obviously, when you're throwing a ball that hard, it's not natural.
Yeah.
You're putting a lot of stress on the shoulder, on the elbow. I don't know what you can do to mitigate that, but are you constantly working on mechanics to sort of take the pressure off the arm?
I think yes and no. And that sounds a little weird because sometimes if you make too many changes, you actually add more issues because your body's not used to moving in those, ways. But if there is something mechanically where, maybe you're dragging or maybe there's, something you're compensating for, trying to either take some of the discomfort or pain out that could lead to injury, yes, those things are absolutely talked about. Like, hey, like your elbow's lower than it is, or you're not staying back as long because you're trying to, you can go in depth as much. We could spend hours on this, but yes and no in that respect.
Hey, reminder, with the Seahawks kicking off their preseason versus the Chargers tomorrow on Seattle Sports, you can catch the Mariners game in its entirety on 770 KTTH. Mariners pregame show starts at 5:30. First pitch versus the Mets will be at 6:40. This is tomorrow. And don't forget, you can stream every Mariner game on your phone or tablet by downloading the Seattle Sports app. One of the things we always hear about playing here in Seattle is the travel. You travel more than any other team. You're flying, you go play Tampa Bay or you play Miami. It's the furthest point one way to the other in the U.S. How much of a grind is that? Because we look at it, I think we view it from the pedestrian standpoint. We're flying commercial. Maybe we're in a middle seat. This is awful. It's a little different the way you guys travel. But is it still, do you start feeling that? Does it wear on you as the season goes on?
I think the biggest thing is the time zones. So, like, if you're going from, let's say we go from here to Arizona, it's a long flight, but you're still in the same time zone. So it's like, at least with daylight savings time or whatever, but when you're going to the East Coast and you're skipping to three hours ahead, that's really where it kind of crushes you. It does weigh on you a lot, spending that much time in an airplane, even though it's not a normal airplane. But yeah, and especially late in the season, if you can get all of those trips out of the way early on, even though it might be cold up north in Boston, New York, like if you can get those done in April and May, and then you don't have to deal with that in August and September when you're already kind of dragging, that helps. Because it's a long season and a lot of travel.
The reason I'm bringing that up is because, listen, we're under 50 games to go, getting to the end of the season. Cal made a statement that we talked a little bit about this before the show, and talked about how they sort of viewed the Tigers series versus the Phillies series that preceded it, and sort of acknowledging, hey, we didn't come with the same energy. Here's what he said.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of good and seen a lot of bad, so a lot of ups and downs. To me, it's just bringing the energy every night. You can look at this game as a Monday, Tuesday, or midweek game. Not as many fans. Playing the Tigers, not the Phillies. No, not calling anybody out or anything with the Tigers. They're a really good club. They play well. They're a young team. They're scrappy. They've been playing well lately. So, but we haven't brought the same energy the past couple of days. I think that's kind of prevalent.
Is that a thing that, hey man, it's Tuesday, it's the Tigers or it's the A's or it's a team that's not considered, in the thick of it, like here's a weekend series against the Mets, a New York team, and they're in the thick of it. Is that just a natural human instinct? Is it hard to maintain that energy regardless of the day and the opposition?
I think we touched on this a little bit last time of you're naturally going to get up for these quote unquote bigger games, like when the Astros come into town or the Phillies or the Yankees or whatever. But I don't think it's something that happens intentionally. We don't come in as players going, we're just going to take a back seat and, we should roll over these guys or whatever. But, maybe there's instances where you're a little more fatigued because you've had such a high. And then now you kind of come back down to realize, okay, we can, we got the Tigers and then we got, Angels or whatever team you want to throw out there, and maybe kind of subconsciously, or your body just kind of does it without you even knowing. It's not something that you do intentionally as a player.
Yeah.
But it's happened to everybody. I'm thankful for the win last night to kind of snap that little back to reality, and we'll see how things go tonight. But I expect these guys to come out firing on all cylinders and really kind of try to right that ship.
I would think that this team above any wouldn't look past anybody because of the trouble they've had with teams they're supposed to beat.
Yep.
They lose a series to the Marlins. Angels dragged them. It's the only team that swept them this year is the Angels. And that was after they took 3 or 4 from you before the All-Star break. You come out and get swept by them after. So, frankly, if we're being honest, this team's not good enough or playing well enough to look past anybody.
Yeah, and they don't. Like I said, it just sometimes it looks that way or it feels that way as a player. Like, oh, maybe we weren't as up as we should have been, or maybe we weren't, as focused or whatever you want to use. But I can assure you, like, those guys know how important every game is, and even though it might not look like it, like, they're grinding, they're doing their thing, they're trying their best to win every baseball game. So, like I said, I'm excited to see what happens tonight.
There's Diaz out there playing a little catch. It's amazing to see a guy who's built like, he's wiry, he's a skinny dude, but just to see the velocity that guy comes up with. And we were talking about Ichiro, who's not a big guy at all, but he's throwing from left center all the way to the foul line in right field with one step. He's not getting a running start. It's just amazing to see some of these guys that have that kind of velocity.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of it's just given ability, and Lord blesses certain people with the ability to do certain things that you can't explain. Like, it's, I don't know. It's watching him throw and how easy it is to just throw the ball hard is impressive.
It's like Lou. There's some guys that have that easy heat. Mariano Rivera had the same thing.
Where is it coming from? You look like, not that you would like fall asleep watching somebody pitch, but it's like, man, there's just nothing about this delivery. There's nothing about this person that says the ball should come out at 98 miles an hour, and then just bam, it does.
Yeah.
So I wish I had that, but I don't.
You got guile. You got moxie. That's what you've got.
Movement and pitch selection is what I made my living.
You got those veteran smarts. That's what you got there. All right, coming up, the Mets surge might have fundamentally altered the trade deadline. We'll get some perspective on that and more from Mets beat writer Anthony DiComo is going to join us next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler, and this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
This team emotionally goes, I think, as DK goes.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
I think he is the most volatile, emotional. We talk about intimidating Salk and just living on the edge. He's the guy that's going to push that emotional nerve, and it will be cool for Mike McDonald. It will be really cool. I think Mike McDonald looks at this as an incredible opportunity. Like, I got this live wire, and can I make sure he doesn't electrocute people, but actually lights people up?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, you guys have heard me talking about the meeting I had with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, and in that meeting he was just talking about how metal roofs have become the new thing in residential homes and very popular. And he explained why that is, and it makes perfect sense. First of all, they've got almost twice the lifespan of a traditional roof, which makes perfect sense. And then on top of that, they're eco-friendly and can be made in any color to match your home. So it sounded like a great option, and it seems to be a huge option for people out there because it is blowing up, and Asset Roofing is leading the charge in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs with up to a 30% discount over their competitors, and I'll tell you why. Because Asset Roofing cuts each metal panel in-house at their headquarters. It's not being prefabricated out of state or out of the country and being shipped in. They are doing it right there, and they're doing it custom to each job. So in turn, that speeds up the production process and saves you, the customer, money. And if you're redoing your roof this year, I highly recommend reaching out to Asset Roofing. Just get a quote. Doesn't cost you anything. Get a quote on a metal roof. I've worked with this company. It's an honest company that really does amazing work, and they prioritize safety within their work culture. Their owner, Anthony, founded Asset Roofing to bring value to homeowners who are making big investments on their home. So you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. And don't wait, because when the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. So go to Xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris, only with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only, but make the call and don't wait to 1-800-XFINITY.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
How do you deal with the negative reviews? Sometimes they just eat me up.
We love our marketing director, and she excels as a leader and loves being part of our Lee Johnson team, except when she's reading a negative review.
I don't get a lot of time with Justin. Last year, I rode with him just a half an hour. I never get that time with him. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? I said, sometimes I feel so responsible. I have nothing to do with it. I wasn't there, but I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback. I won't ever forget that conversation, and I have to remind myself of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
It's a summer smackdown at Muckleshoot Event Center. August 31st, Live MMA is back with the best and most exciting live combat in the Northwest. Glory, respect, legacy. It's all on the line August 31st. Get your tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Muckleshoot. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in with us today on a beautiful day. The Mets are in town for a 3-game series beginning tonight. We get a closer look at this Mets team with a man who covers them for MLB.com. He's with us here on set. Anthony DiComo is with us. How are you, man? Oh, whoops. Let's get you. There we go.
There we
Sorry
go.
about that.
No, I like your
It happens to all of us. I did the same thing. So
I'm doing well, to answer your question. Yeah, it's not often we get to come out to Seattle, so always a treat when we do.
And you got out here when the weather's really good.
It is nice.
There's no rain.
Nice. I know.
All that's those rumors you heard of rain. That's nonsense. It's
Well,
it's like this all year.
Don't tell that to the people back in New York because they're going through a deluge right now.
That's right.
So.
Yankees were rained out today. You know, this Mets team has been interesting because I feel like, I don't know if you feel this as a guy that covers the team, but it feels like the rest of the baseball world was watching them because they were thought to be sellers. And is Pete Alonso going to go? And are they going to get rid of Diaz? Are they going to get rid of this guy, that guy? And then, boom, the switch got flipped, and they're in the thick of it now, and they were certainly not sellers. Did you get a sense that everybody was kind of watching the Mets because they wanted to cherry pick?
Totally, and I think as we were sitting there towards the end of May, and the Mets were one of the worst teams in baseball at that point, I think it was just an assumption around the game that the Mets would sell, especially after what they did last year, really getting rid of everyone, Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, and so many others. And the fact that the Mets were off to such a bad start, it seems like it wasn't even a question. They were sellers. They were clear sellers. And the only question was going to be, would they sell Pete Alonso, because that was their biggest piece. And by the time they got to mid-July, they had gone on such a crazy run and won so many games in such a short period that it, again, wasn't even a question, and they weren't sellers. So it really shifted very quickly for this team, and a lot of the people who said, you know, while there were a lot of trades around the league at the deadline, but there weren't a lot of huge names that changed hands, the Mets are the one team that I think, had they not gone on that run, really would have changed that dynamic. But they did. They wound up modestly buying at the deadline, and now they're in it with the Mariners and so many other teams around baseball that are kind of in that middle class, will they or won't they?
Yeah. I know we've talked a lot about clubhouse atmosphere, about like what it's like to be in a clubhouse around the trade deadline. How was it inside there? Because I've seen it when guys sell. I've been there when we've acquired guys, but to kind of see the switch flip of like, oh, you know, I might not be your teammate in, you know, a week to now we're acquiring new guys. Like, did you feel kind of a shift there that, you know, the guys were kind of buying into like, oh, maybe we are in kind of this mix?
Yeah, and I think the shift happened probably in the weeks leading up to that more than at the deadline itself. You know, I think nationally you saw a lot from the Mets. You saw Grimace and all of that. You saw Jose Iglesias coming out with his hit single OMG and then doing a post-game concert at Citi Fields. And the vibes really shifted with that and a bunch of other things. And it does seem like a team that enjoys being around each other. And I've been covering this team personally for 15 years now, and I would say the second half of 2015 was like this, where guys were really rallying around it, and it truly seemed like winning was the most important thing. They went on a similar run, didn't wind up making the playoffs at the end of 2019, but it was like that. And then I would say the first half of this year, really, with all of those OMG, Grimace, whatever you want to throw in that bucket vibes, it has been really cool. Type of thing that I've only seen a few times over that 15-year stretch I've had covering this team.
What is it like out there covering a team that's in the #1 media market in the country, yet you've got the Yankees, who are kind of like the big boys? I'm just curious what the expectations are from the fan base out there, that we should be in the thick of this every single year. And I mean, the team has certainly spent money. We're out here talking about what they don't spend, and they've been to the postseason one time in over 2 decades. Not even a World Series. We're just postseason. So different expectations. But I'm wondering, in you know, as it relates to the Yankees being sort of the big guys on the block out there, is there an expectation we should be there every year just like the Yankees are, or what's it like?
Well, it's funny because over the past few years, the Mets have acted more like the Yankees than the Yankees have. The Yankees have shown a measure of restraint in their spending and things that they've done, whereas the Mets are the ones who have gone out and had these record $300 million payrolls, who are paying huge sums in luxury tax every year. And obviously the shift occurred when Steve Cohen bought the team back in 2020. And you know, he said at the time that his goal, he wanted to win a World Series within 3 to 5 years. And he has since said many times that he regrets that, not because he doesn't want to win a World Series and not because he doesn't want to spend. This guy's more willing to spend than probably every owner in baseball. It's more, I don't think he realized when he bought the team that, and he does realize now, how difficult it is. You can't just throw money at this thing and be like, okay, we're going to win. It doesn't work that way. And the Mets have had their share, they've taken their share of lumps. A lot of these big free agent signings, whether it's Verlander, Scherzer, et cetera, haven't worked out quite the way they've wanted. They made that big sell-off at the trade deadline last year, and a lot of the prospects they got back, they were buzzy names at the time, but they really haven't worked out this year as the Mets thought they would. So it is difficult. There is pressure to win because the Mets are spending so much money, and it is, I would say, and maybe I'm biased because I'm around the Mets every day, but New York baseball is more fun when that team is good. The Yankees are the team that are up in the pedestal, and everyone just expects them to be good, but they have this corporate feel to them. The Mets are more of the everyman's team, so it is fun when guys are rallying, when the city is rallying around them, but the winning just hasn't been quite as consistent as they thought.
Do you think that's, having covered them and been around, guys that even cover the minor leagues, do you think that is a culture thing? Do you think that is a philosophy thing where it's like you get these touted prospects, they come in, and then for some reason they don't live up to what they were in other organizations? Like, what do you think is maybe the reason that they haven't gotten return on some of these players that they've brought in?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, and to put it pretty bluntly, the Mets were poorly run in a lot of ways for a lot of years before Steve Cohen took over. And when he took over as owner, he couldn't just snap his fingers and fix everything. The Mets were way behind other teams on player development, on analytics, on all of these things that the best teams have been building up for well over a decade now. And the Mets were only just starting. And it took them a long time just to catch up to where other clubs were. Now they're at that point where they've probably caught up to other clubs in those areas, but they're still trying to build up the farm system. They're still trying to, find edges on other teams, because just having a lot of money, again, in this sport is not necessarily the edge it's cracked up to be. It helps. It papers over a lot of mistakes, and it allows you to do things that you wouldn't otherwise do. But it is no guarantee to winning. It is no free ticket even to the postseason.
We look at this Mariner team and trying to get to the postseason once again and looking at it going, well, if they don't make it, it's going to be the offense. It's not a good offense. It hasn't been good. It's gotten a little bit better with the additions. But we can look at it and go, well, if they don't get to where we want them to go, we know why. With the Mets, if they don't get to the postseason, if they don't go as far as people expect them to, what will be the reason? What's their Achilles heel?
Yeah, to me, it's the opposite. It's starting pitching. This is a pretty well-rounded team, but they've lost almost all of their starting pitching depth, and they're really relying on 6 starters now. They added Paul Blackburn at the trade deadline, who has pitched well in 2 starts since coming here. But they're an injury away from being in pretty rough shape. They thought they were getting Kodai Senga back, their best pitcher from last year. He lasted all of 5 innings before he wound up straining his calf and is probably done for the regular season. They just don't have the starting pitching depth that they've had. Now, the guys that they have in here, Luis Severino, Sean Manaea, Jose Quintana, these guys have largely pitched well, but they are not ace caliber guys. They're not the type of guys that, will just put you on their backs and carry you through the pennant race into October. The Mets need them to continue pitching very well. They need the bullpen to kind of step up because they're relying on heavy innings from those guys. Most of their starting pitchers are 5-6 inning guys. The offense has been a strong point, especially since the end of May. They've been really good. They've been really well-rounded. But that starting pitching, if it goes wrong for the Mets, that's probably the reason why.
Anthony DiComo, Mets beat writer for MLB.com, has been our guest here at Edgar's Cantina with Wyman and Bob. Casey Sadler in for Wyman. Great to talk to you, man. Really appreciate you coming down to the set, and glad you got here with some good weather.
Yeah, absolutely. And my one disappointment is we don't get to see Westchester County's George Kirby this weekend, which I know even some Mets fans would have liked to have seen, but
the legend of George is all the way up.
A legend for sure.
Love it. Love it. Thanks so much, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
There you go. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, it will be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, it's a coach and manager heavy edition of Why Man. That is coming up next as we continue from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler, and today this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball.
He leaps and Victor Robles makes the catch.
Every strikeout.
Swing into this. Got him on a fastball that had a lot of movement.
Every home run.
It is red salami time. Welcome to Seattle. Justin Turner.
Every Mariners win.
3 runs are in, and the Mariners walk it off. Mitch Haniger getting bombed at second base.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Summer is here, and now's the time to break through those weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and we have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. No drugs, no side effects, no calorie counting, no exercise. Just teaching you the simple steps to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long-term. Remove the stress of trying to do this on your own and picture being down 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days with our help. At Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, we know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle changes. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts of this program was just how quickly it worked. I had lost 17 pounds just in the first 2 weeks. By the end of it, 35 pounds in just 8 weeks, and it was all healthy? Yes, please.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
You gotta love baseball season. But when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. NC24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
At Shane Company, we'll help you create a ring as unique as your love story. We have the biggest selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and center stones in an array of colors, including sapphires in blue, pink, green, lavender, and more. Just the other day, a couple picked out a blue sapphire that perfectly matched her eyes, and they left knowing her ring was truly one of a kind. That's what happens at Shane Company. Come check us out. You might just fall in love with something unexpected. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Metallica in the round. M72 World Tour, live from the 50-yard line of Lumen Field. 2 nights, 2 different sets. Friday, August 30th, 2024, with Pantera and Mammoth WVH. Sunday, September 1st, 2024, with Five Finger Death Punch and Ice 9 Kills. Get access to preferred tickets with your city card. Single-day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Metallica, presented by Blackened American Whiskey and Liquid Death.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about the importance of when you hire a lawyer. Some people delay, and that's a mistake. Here's why. When you go before the judge at your first appearance, bail is usually set.
Order in the court.
It may be the only chance you have to address that bail. You're going to want aggressive counsel, arguing for the lowest amount possible, or release with no bail at all. You want someone who knows you, a private lawyer who's going to fight. 1-800-DUI-AWAY. way. If your bail is set too high, you may be stuck in jail, or you may have to pay an expensive bail bondsman. When you're out, you need a trustworthy lawyer that can help put this whole ordeal behind you. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to schedule your free consultation for any criminal offense. You wouldn't go into surgery without a doctor.
Scalpel.
So don't go without 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY!
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Why, man? Why?
Lunch has been canceled today due to lack of hustle. Deal with it.
He's a habitual line stepper.
What were you thinking? What are you doing?
Why are you the way that you are?
It's the Why Man of the Week.
Why Man is presented by Mazda of Everett. We got Casey Sadler in today for Dave Wyman, coming to you live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. And we begin with Jim Harbaugh, who is an interesting character. He's a very interesting guy, a lot of the things he says. But they just had this whole detailed report come out on Michigan and all the transgressions out there while he was the head coach. And it wasn't like one thing happened and he wasn't aware. I don't think a head coach, especially for a football team with that many kids, can keep track of every last thing that's going on. It was just a lot of things happening within his coaching ranks that he claims to have no knowledge of whatsoever, which I personally think is nonsense. But here's his reaction to the NCAA ruling.
Never lie, never cheat, never steal. I was raised with that lesson. I have raised my family on that lesson. I have preached that lesson to the teams that I've coached. No one's perfect. If you stumble, you apologize, and you make it right. Today, I do not apologize. I did not participate, was not aware, nor complicit in those said allegations. So for me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
I don't know, Casey. I'm not buying it. When you have that many things, again, you'd have to go through and read everything that went on, and people from his coaching staff going to others, and standing on the sideline and looking at other teams, and there was a lot happening there for him to say, I didn't know any of it was going on. So he's either completely derelict in his duties, is oblivious with his head in the sand, or he's less than truthful there.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. I don't really follow football too much, but it is hard to kind of conceive that someone that has that kind of position wouldn't be privy to something.
Yeah.
Whether or not he knew everything was going on, but I do find it hard to believe that he didn't know that something had happened or is happening or was happening. So I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I'm choosing not to completely buy that excuse from Jim Harbaugh. All right, entry number 2. Now, this is I can't even imagine what it's like to be in that White Sox clubhouse. We were talking about the trade deadline and how, every clubhouse across the league, probably there's a different tension in there because people are going, am I going? Am I staying? Am I getting traded? Are you getting traded? And there's probably just an uneasiness. And then when it passes, the trade deadline passes, there's a sense of, okay, I can breathe. This is my team. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing it was opposite in Chicago, that everybody wanted to be traded, because that is
kind of seems that way, at least.
They're a disaster. They lost 21 in a row. They had a 14-game losing streak earlier in the season.
It's tough.
They haven't even won 30 games yet. And Eloy Jimenez was traded away, and the White Sox TV postgame show had this to say about him.
Jeff Passan reporting that the Baltimore Orioles are finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder.
He's been getting it in the air. He's been getting it in the air.
Sources tell ESPN. Are you kidding me?
All right. So what's all right? We don't know anything. What's the return?
Eloy, a flipping bag of balls. I wanted to say the other word.
I cannot believe it's come to that.
This is a joyous day. This is a joyous day. You guys know where I sit with Eloy. He's that guy is as catastrophic of a failure as any player that's come through the rebuild.
Yeah. I mean, he's been. I mean, considering.
I can't believe a team would take him on. Can we get a thank you Orioles graphic made? Thank you, instead of thank you Eloy. Thanks Orioles.
White Sox dump outfielder Eloy Jimenez's contract, sending him to the Orioles.
I like.
You like the dump?
Dump his contract.
So basically, he may not get anything in return. It might just be you guys pay the rest of his salary.
He dumped on us for 6 years.
That's the White Sox TV postgame show.
Wow.
Man. I mean,
tell me how you really feel, huh?
It's awfully personal.
That's like, there's something there that is like deeply rooted. That I mean, it kind of goes back to one of those things where it's like, whether you feel that way or not, it's like there's a place and a time to really kind of air out your true feelings, and I don't know if that was the case. I feel bad for him because, you know, I don't know him personally. I've not ever played with him, but I can only imagine, like, he wasn't trying to not be good. He wasn't trying to, you know, whatever was going on there. But that's tough. That was hard to listen to from a player's perspective. Like, I can't imagine someone talking about me like that and me not finding out, but then having it done on television, like, that's tough.
Well, yeah, from the team's postgame show too was like, really? Okay. And listen, I get the disappointment. I'm still a fan. I live and die when the Mariners win. Yes, and when they lose, I'm like, what are you doing? What's going on? But there's a way to do that without doing it that way, where you could have just said,
that was
listen,
extremely disrespectful.
This just, he never clicked here for whatever reason. It just was, this was a disaster. It didn't work. Hopefully he can find it in Baltimore, and, you know.
There's just a way to go about it, and that's not it.
Where they're like,
jeez.
he crapped on us for 6 years, and we're giving away a bag of balls for him, and, you know, man, that was, you could still be truthful and be tactful.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just,
yeah.
Imagine hearing the Mariners.
I mean, as players, we go through media training.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I don't know. That is definitely not up to par.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's a show that maybe had him on as a guest at times, so that makes it even worse if you're like, hey, Eloy, thanks for joining us, and be buddy, and then when they get rid of him, that's what you're hearing. Jeez. I mean, who knows how that went, but that's just a rough place to be.
Rough place.
Chicago with the White Sox. And speaking of that, Ozzie Guillen, former player, former manager for the White Sox, he apparently called into that same White Sox TV postgame show after they snapped that 21-game losing streak.
Ozzie, you know we're on TV, right?
Hello.
It's over.
It's over. Are you calling because the Sox finally won a game?
Yeah, I know. I just tried to call you guys.
Yeah. You want to add some thoughts to the show?
Add some thoughts.
Happiness. I see you guys early.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Is that all you want to say? Happiness?
Happiness. We can sleep nice and tight.
All right. You go to bed.
That's well done.
Sleep tight. We'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Say that. Sleep and tight and happiness.
This is the kind of analysis you want from Ozzie Guillen.
Yeah, that was deep analysis from Ozzie there.
I feel like they should have taken their own advice when they were bashing Eloy, like, hey, you know this is on TV, right?
Yeah.
I guess like
I think they were afraid he was going to curse. Ozzie's a bit of a loose cannon.
I can imagine.
I think they were like,
the
we're
simplicity of it, though, is kind of intriguing. It's like, all I can say is happiness. Like, and I'm sure that's what the players were feeling. It's like, finally, like, it's not like we tried to lose 21 games in a row, but it's just like this sense of like, okay, like, we won a game, woo.
And then they lost the next
game. But, I mean, it is that, what a tough place. It just sounds like a bad environment from
the broadcast on down.
From just everywhere.
There's nothing good happening with the White Sox right now. My goodness. All right. Coming up, the way the schedule plays out for the Mariners could be a huge factor in their chances of winning this division. We're going to get into that conversation next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Wyman. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Tariq Woolen is in the studio with us. How different is it for you?
Other than just playing the left side and just getting the muscle memory and stuff like that. But other than that, it's been smooth. I've been having a lot of fun. It's probably my funnest camp so far. We got a genius as the head coach, so that I feel like that plays a good role as well. Just with his style of coaching and just having the whole team buy in. And we all football geniuses. That's what it feels like for real.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Just want to brag, if you don't mind, about my guys for a sec at Riverside Roofing, because they just closed a multi-million-dollar roofing project on the east side, and I'm just incredibly proud. But to be honest, not at all surprised. It speaks to the trust and the reputation that Riverside Roofing's established throughout this market with exceptional work, honesty, and just positive word of mouth. Riverside Roofing can handle any roof, any job. I've seen it with my own two eyes when they worked on my project at my house. Riverside Roofing are also certified Tesla roof installers. So go to riversideroofingllc.com and get a free quick quote on your roofing project within just 60 seconds. Don't wait, because right now is the busy season for roofers, and you're going to want to get your project scheduled while there's still time. Consider Riverside Roofing for your roofing project this summer. They're family owned. They serve all of Western Washington. Ask for a veterans discount as well, and even a referral bonus. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Mark, is now the best time to buy a new car?
Well, it absolutely is right now, because we have our factory invoice sale going on right now, which means you're going to pay what we pay. And this is on all our 24 model vehicles, basically, everything except for Raptors. So we're talking F-150s, Rangers, Mavericks, F-250s, Explorers, Escapes, Expeditions. You name it, these are brand new 2024 models. They also come with our lifetime powertrain coverage and 5 days or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee, so you can shop with total confidence. There's no negotiating, nothing. You pay what we pay. We're overstocked right now, and we need to make room. We have a lot more vehicles coming in. So, yeah, you're right. If you've been putting it off and you're looking to get a new Ford, for a limited time, we're having our factory invoice sale. You pay what we pay.
Take the hassle out of car shopping. You know you're getting a great deal at Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Wayscarford.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Taking Nugenix Total T makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas, right? Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yes. Text radio to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. And don't wait. Because when the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. So go to Xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris, only with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only, but make the call and don't wait. To 1-800-XFINITY.
And it hits the third base bag. Holy smokes, an infield base hit on a check swing by Rayleigh.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the New England Patriots making a big roster move today as they released veteran wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster. He had signed a 3-year, $25 million contract with the team in the 2023 offseason as one of the primary free agent targets of Bill Belichick at the time, and the deal included $16 million in guaranteed money, so the team will have to account for the $9.6 million worth of salary space for Smith-Schuster this year, despite the fact that, again, that they have released him. Meanwhile, in the world of baseball games going on right now, Nationals jump out to a 1-0 lead over the Angels in Washington, that one in the bottom of the first. Top of the first in Tampa Bay, Orioles up 1-0 on the Rays. Games in the books today. You did have a rainout, or a postponement, I should say. Yankees and Rangers being postponed. That one will be made up later. The Twins win. They beat the Guardians 4-2. The final in that one game still to come. Tigers in San Francisco taking on the Giants. Dodgers playing host to the Pirates. Phillies on the road in Arizona. The Braves in Colorado taking on the Rockies. It's the Royals playing host to the Cardinals. And game 2, the Guardians and the Twins.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Dave Wyman out. Casey Sadler in today as the Mariners getting set to host the New York Mets out there in the outfield. Everybody's warming up and talking to each other out here. It's all joy right now. Everybody knows everybody.
It really is a good time because, this is really the only time you get to kind of maybe catch up with buddies that, like in Stanik's perspective, that have been traded recently, or whatever, or guys that you've played with over your career that you haven't seen in years because you're on different stuff. So this really is a cool time. You see a bunch of guys out about walking around talking, and it's cool. Yeah,
Ryan Stanek, obviously everybody familiar with him, was just out here throwing by us a few minutes ago, and Casey called him a bum. Said, "Hey, you bum."
I'd give him a little New York welcome in Seattle. I don't know how many times I've been called a bum in New York City.
And I don't know if he recognized
I don't think he recognized me, which made it even better. Because he's like, "Hey, man."
He kind of gave you the,
hey. I'm good. I'll have to catch him later. I mean, I played with him in Tampa, and so I'll just have to let him know, it was me.
He's thinking,
you're not a bum. I'm just,
He's thinking these radio media jerks up here calling me a bum.
Oh, man.
Who the heck are they? But yeah, interesting to see him out there. Obviously, Edwin Diaz, former Mariners out here, and everybody just seems to know everybody. You see them all kind of congregating in the middle of the outfield, just catching up with each other. So it's very, very cool to see, and hopefully the Mariners can throw a beating on this team for 3 days.
That would be nice.
That'd be
great.
How about Sunday night baseball? Is that we always talk about it in football, how the primetime games are a big deal. You're on Monday night football, you're on Sunday night football, maybe Thursday, where you're the only show in town and everybody's watching your game. Mariners don't do Sunday night baseball. They are this Sunday. Is that, as a player, is that something you think there's more intensity, there's more, I don't know about nerves, but maybe just more, hey, the baseball world is focused on this game?
No, I think for us it's more about you're typically playing at 1 o'clock on Sunday, and now you're playing at
4,
6, or whatever, 4 o'clock here. It gives you a little extra time, but at the same time, that 4 o'clock, in the grand scheme of things, a 4 o'clock start is a rough start because you're here early, but you're still here kind of late because it's that's the one time period. It's just pick one, either start early, start late. from a player's perspective, like being on national television versus regional, it doesn't really matter because the game's the same. So it just honestly gives other people a chance to watch good baseball, hopefully.
Where are the nerves for you when you're pitching? Do you have them? Is it right as you, all right, I'm going in, I'm running through the gate here, jogging out to the mound? Is it the first pitch? Or do you not even really get nervous?
So it's funny, my wife and I actually talked about this on our podcast recently, and in the bullpen, the nerves are like waiting and anticipating that first ring of the bullpen phone, because it's like, you don't know, you're just having a good time, you're talking, whatever, and you can kind of gauge by the game, but there is always that anxiety of like, okay, when that first one comes, who is it? You know, because you just never know at that point. And so that's really where the anxiety is, and the butterflies, I guess. But for me, it's like once I stepped on the mound to start warming up, like it was work time, you know? So you just kind of go into your normal routine, you know, how do I get ready? And then after that, you just kind of, I don't want to say autopilot, but it's just like what you do, you know? But that anticipation of hearing that phone ring, because a lot of times it catches you off guard.
Somebody's saying, all right, Sadler, get up.
Exactly. You know, it's like as soon as even if it's on the other side of the bullpen, like here, you can hear, your head always turns like, oh, is that us? Like,
is it me?
You know, it's like, why is the phone ringing? But yeah, so that's more so where the bullpen anxiety comes from, is that daggum telephone.
So it's not about the situation that you're coming in, runners in scoring position, you're trying to hold the lead and the building's packed with people, and it's...
Yeah, I think there's a little bit there, which is just natural, but like there's a level of focus that you kind of go into when you get into that situation that... I don't know, you don't notice it a whole lot. Don't really notice the fans and stuff. Like, yes, you can hear it, but it's more of like this white background noise. Mm-hmm. Now if things start to go south and you're on the road, then you start to pick out the individual guys that are just blasting, or gals
there's some guy going, you bum.
Exactly, you can hear that. But no, you're so ingrained and so focused in the intensity and the expectation of that moment that you don't really have time for it, I guess. There's not really any, when you're out here sitting and talking and thinking, it's like, oh, okay, like there is that time to like maybe overanalyze things or anticipate a phone ringing or, you know, all this kind of thing. So yeah, once the gate opens and you start to run in, it's like, it's focused work time and everything just kind of becomes background noise.
Well, we're looking at a Mets team that's been on quite a journey. You look at them, they played a series in Anaheim last Friday. Had to fly to St. Louis on Monday for a one-game makeup of a game that was rained out earlier in the season. Finished a 3-game series yesterday in Colorado, and now they're here with no days off in that stretch. And we were talking a little bit earlier about, you know, travel, and yes, it's not the same travel that the common unwashed go through, the rest of us. But it is still travel. It's still time zones, no days off. Is that something where you land in a city and maybe they're here kind of going, oh man, I'm drinking an extra cup of coffee or a Red Bull here because I'm feeling it.
Yeah, I think the thing there too that we need to hit on is the elevation change. Like you're at sea level in LA, it's hot and humid and muggy in St. Louis for one game, probably one of the hottest places on earth in my opinion.
I live there.
And then you go to Mile High Denver, and just that, all those different changes on your body, you know, down to like the pressure, the amount of oxygen that's there. Like when you're playing in Colorado, unless you're acclimated to that, it's tough. Like to breathe, it's tough to, you know, do any kind of physical activity. Like you don't even do much conditioning, like running and stuff there, just because you're not there long enough for your body to get acclimated to it. So I could see that playing a big factor into maybe how they come out of the gates here, of just being exhausted, or, you know, the elevation changes, the temperature. There's a whole lot of factors into it.
Is that something that would be brought up to you guys, maybe pregame? I don't know if you guys have meetings or whatever, but maybe Scott or somebody saying, hey guys, these guys have been traveling for X amount of days without a day off. They've gone from elevation to the Midwest and the humidity, and now they're here. Let's jump on them. Let's make sure we're dialed in on putting the gas down on these guys.
And even, you know, you just kind of clue in on those things, because baseball's on TV all the time in there, so you kind of get an idea of where everybody's been, where they're coming from, how they've been playing. And I would even say on the flip side, if you're that team, the training staff, the nutritionists, like all these people are like, hey, we have to try to mitigate this. Let's start drinking more water. Let's make sure we're getting enough sleep. Let's, all these different things to try to help mitigate that lag or that's, kind of physical feeling. So yeah, it definitely goes both ways. I think I'm hoping it plays a factor in tonight that maybe they come out a little sluggish and the Mariners are able to put up 4 or 5 in the first inning and then just kind of go from there. But yeah, it definitely weighs on you.
Have you felt that before where you're warming up going, man, I feel heavy, I feel flat, I can't find my...
Just feel exhausted, or you just feel like your body's not moving a certain way, or you feel like you're having to put more effort into something to get the same result? Absolutely. All the time.
So maybe it's not, hey, I want to lay down and take a nap, but it's just, I don't feel right.
Yep. Yeah, it's just, there's just something about it. I mean, I don't know how the weather works. I know you got like barometric pressure and things like that. It's just like, whatever, but you definitely feel it. And it does kind of weigh on you.
Yeah, well, hopefully it weighs on them.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna go ahead and claim that.
Yeah. So this might be a good way to get things started with a team that comes in fatigued, that's been traveling all over the place. Just looking at this, we're getting down to a precious few games, as we talked about, less than 50 games. I think, what do we have, 46 left in the season, I think. That goes quick. Those are going to be gone quickly. So you start looking at each one meaning that much more, especially when you're going back and forth with the Astros. You're in first, all right, you're tied for it. Now we're a half game out, you're half game up. It doesn't matter the team to me. I'm looking at everyone going, you got to get it.
Yeah.
You got to win the next 46. Not going to happen, obviously. But when you look at this next stretch, you've got 3 here, and then you got 3 more with the Tigers. You look at that and go, okay, you need to go 4-2. 4-2 is what you need to get done in that.
Yeah, I think.
Or do you put a number on it?
I don't think you put a number on it as a player, but I think there's an expectation of like, we need to take care of business regardless of who we're playing. And I think it goes back to kind of what we talked about earlier. It's just like making sure that you're just getting yourself mentally prepared the same way every game, that you're really kind of getting out there and just focusing on what you need to do as a team, and not really worrying about whoever else is in the dugout. But yeah, I mean, especially every game in a baseball season is important, but you get down to the stretch, less than 50 games. You start looking at strength of schedules. You start looking at Mariners versus the Astros. All these things, like, there is opportunity for this Mariners team to really kind of spread that gap, hopefully, just based off of how the Astros have played against teams over 500 versus, that. So they do need to start taking care of business against teams that they should beat, and hopefully that gives them enough separation, get that kind of padding that they lost back in there. So,
well, you bring up who they've got faced and the strength of schedule. According to tankathon.com, the Mariners have the 10th easiest schedule left. The Astros have the 17th easiest. Now, I look at that and go, okay, that's an advantage, but then we just got done talking about they got swept by the Angels, lost 3 of 4 in a 4-game series prior to that. They lost the series to the Marlins. They lost this series to the Tigers. Is there an easy schedule? I mean, do you still look at it that way, or how do you, when a team has struggled with teams they're supposed to beat, can you look at a schedule and go, well, it's easier?
I think from a fan's perspective, absolutely.
Yeah.
But like I said, you don't really look at that as a player. You just really take each series for who it is and for what it is. But I do think, like I said, I think there's an opportunity here. Whether or not they are able to take advantage of it or really kind of use it to their advantage, that's, we'll see. But I definitely think there is an opening, a little gap there for them to potentially separate themselves if they can figure out how to beat teams that they should beat.
Yeah, well, and they got to win the division. That's
you have
easy.
to.
I mean, you're
with
closer
the new
there.
Structure and
with the wild card. I mean, you're sitting 4.5 games back in the wild card with teams in front of you versus half game back or half game up in the division. You're dealing with one team.
For sure. I definitely feel that way, and I would guarantee you they do too. It's like either win the division or you don't make the playoffs. So
I don't want to talk about them not making the playoffs.
I know, me neither. I don't want to throw that out there. I'm sorry for the Mariners world. It's not going to happen. They're going to make the playoffs, but
they got to.
Yeah, it is. And not only that, but like just winning the division really sets you up for a better chance at success. So we'll see.
One of the pitchers. I mean, this is such a unique staff because you got 1 through 5 where you feel like any one of these guys is capable of dominating that particular night. And I don't know how many teams in baseball could say that. Usually you're looking at your 5 going, just keep us in the game. Give us 5 innings and keep us in the game, and we'll, but you've got guys who are so capable and so good. And we see Brian Wu, who's the only knock on him has been availability, as he's dealt with injuries to this point. But you talked about the ease of his velocity and his mechanics and everything. Is what we're looking at sort of this is his ceiling? Like, this is what, when he's healthy, that's that first 4 innings. That's Brian Wu.
See, I wouldn't even say that's his ceiling. I think that's him just touching what his ability can be. I think having been around him and watching him pitch, I think if he can stay healthy, like, the sky's the limit with this kid. His stuff is just so good. His ability to command all his pitches and be able to attack. And I don't want to say that you can kind of put hitters to sleep, but just with his, like, demeanor of, like, okay, I'm just going to be nice and suave and chill, and then I'm going to explode at you, like, I think you're just kind of scratching the surface of what the Mariners and him think he can be and know he can be if he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing, and that's going to be on him and on the staff and on, just trying to mitigate, because, you can't really – injuries happen. You can try to avoid them, but, like, it's going to happen. But it's like, how do you either prolong the time in between those or, try to – prevent that altogether? I think that's going to be crucial.
Yeah, I mean, he goes last night, 6 2/3, 5 hits, 3 runs. They were all in the 5th. First 4 innings, he's perfect. 5th inning, they got to him a bit, but he still goes 6 2/3. That to me was almost as impressive. I mean, the first 4 innings were very impressive.
And kudos to Service and Woody and those guys for letting him go back out there for the 6th, because I think that is a huge confidence boost and a huge hurdle that gets him over, and he ends that outing on a high note rather than, dang, I just gave up 3 runs and now I got to wait 5 more days to even have an opportunity to throw up a 0. Kudos to those guys for letting him go back out there and really kind of be able to kind of right the ship moving into his next start.
Yeah, you hit exactly what I was going to ask you. Was like, how big was that for him to go out and have success after a rough inning where, hey, this is opposite of what's been going on. They're touching me up here. I'm giving up 3 runs, to go back out and shut the door on him. He doesn't allow any more damage. Gives him 6 2/3, taking some heat off the bullpen, and allowing his offense an opportunity, which they took advantage of, to come back.
Yeah, I think that was big, especially being him, being a guy that has dealt with some injury. I think it would be really easy for them to kind of pull the hook on that and just say, okay, let's just cut our losses, whatever. But, like, just the mental push that gave him, I can only imagine. It's like, hey, I can go out and have a not so good inning, and my staff really still believes in me and knows that, hey, I'm going to go back out there and I'm going to keep plugging. I don't think you can put a value on that. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, and he goes into the 7th inning for only the 2nd time in his career. The last time was his previous start. So kind of a good trend there against the Phillies. He goes 7 innings, no runs, 6 strikeouts, just 5 hits. And Scott Service, after the game, talked about what he thought Wu was doing well.
I think it's elite stuff. And, when he's out there and he's healthy and he's throwing strikes like the way he is, with the development of his secondary pitches, we've got really good starting pitching. They all do it a little bit different, but he might be right near the top of the other guys. He hasn't done it as long. But on any given night, he can shut any team down in this league. He's shown it.
Is he, when you look at all 5 of these guys, and if you just could line them up and say they're all going to go out and throw their best, they're 100% healthy, no injury, and all of their stuff is going to work, who's got the most to work with in that group?
Pick your poison. I think, geez, I was going back the other night watching a little bit of Castillo's last start, and watching a little bit of Logan and Bryce, just to kind of just stay in it, and just watching these guys and what they can do with a baseball is just crazy. They're all different. They all throw different. They all bring different things to the table. But when you break it down and you look at 1 through 5, the stuff that is on this staff, I don't think there's another staff in baseball that has 5 guys that could potentially be a 1 or a 2 anywhere else they go. Once they kind of get that experience, they get that veteran. Hello.
Found its way in here.
Yeah. We got our first home run ball over the net. I wasn't ready. I should have brought my glove.
Well, Lefko's not here to pay attention.
I know,
to give us
right?
a heads up.
Jeez.
Matt, what are you doing? Where were you?
He about took the brunt of it. But yeah, all
right, I'm gonna stop looking at you. I'm gonna just stare out at the field. But you go ahead.
There we go. But yeah, it's just I think that's what makes Mariner baseball so much fun to watch. At least from a guy who is a pitcher. Like, I love watching those guys pitch. It's almost like video game-esque, where it's like, oh, I want to make the ball do this. Okay, cool. So yeah, I don't know if I could rank them.
Well, and we talked earlier about frustration when you're out on the hill, when something. Either one of your guys doesn't make a play behind you, they boot a ball, what happens, or you don't get the right call at the plate, something like that. But when you look at this team playing so many close games and so many, hey, you don't have any margin for error often, whether you're the starter. I feel like starters maybe subconsciously going there going, I got to be perfect. I can't have a 3-run inning because that's going to sink us with this offense. Bullpen, same thing. Do you feel that when you're on a team that struggles offensively? Do you kind of go in with a different mindset, going, maybe I'm not going to be as aggressive in the strike zone as I would normally be because my offense isn't going to be able to back up a mistake I may make? Does it change your approach, do you think, or subconsciously?
I think for me, I think it makes you be maybe a little more aggressive because momentum and getting hitters don't. I'm going to use this loosely because I can't speak for them, but I can't imagine a hitter that wants to stand out there too long and not do anything. I think they want to be in there, and I think they want to hit. So giving guys off their feet, getting guys back in the batter's box to kind of get into the rhythm, get into those routines. I think as a pitcher, you want to be more aggressive in those situations. You don't want to walk a few guys. You don't want to try to strike everybody out. You don't want to do this and that. So
you'll pitch the contact?
I think more aggressive. Yeah, absolutely. At least for me, it just makes the most sense. I've heard the hitters and position players all the time go, man, that was a really long inning. I felt sluggish when I came back in, so it's like if you're out there standing for 10, 15 minutes because a guy's walked 3 guys and there's a pitching change and this and that, like, your timing might be a little off at the plate, So I think, as a pitcher, you want to get your defense off the field as fast as you can so that they can go and kind of get in a rhythm and stay fresh.
Because I could see a situation in, we talk about high leverage innings for the bullpen, whereas maybe everything's going to feel high leverage when you don't have that luxury of run support. So everything's going to feel like, I got to get this done. You don't have that slack that maybe you would on another team that offensively is more adept.
And I could say it could go the other way. Sometimes you'll see teams that put up 6-7 runs maybe in an inning, and then before you know it, the staff has given up 5 because they're like, okay, like I don't have to be as crisp or this or that. And so like I think it is kind of a double-edged sword sometimes. But yeah, I don't know, it's this weird kind of weird game sometimes.
That's what makes it great,
right? It is. It's this constant chess match.
Hey, reminder, with the Seahawks kicking off their preseason versus the Chargers tomorrow on Seattle Sports, you can catch the Mariners game in its entirety on 770 KTTH. Mariners pregame show starts at 5:30. First pitch versus the Mets will be at 6:40. This is tomorrow we're talking about. So don't forget, you can stream every Mariner game on your phone or tablet by downloading the Seattle Sports app. Coming up, we're going to dive a little more into the importance of this Mets series as we get closer to the pregame show. Coming up, game 1 of the series happening tonight right here, Seattle Sports on 710. We are live at Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Wyman. Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball.
He leaps and Victor Robles makes the catch.
Every strikeout.
Swing into this. Got him on a fastball that had a lot of movement.
Every home run.
It is red salami time. Welcome to Seattle. Justin Turner.
Every Mariners win.
3 runs are in, and the Mariners walk it off. Mitch Haniger getting bombed at second base.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Motorcycle riders, take a look out the window if you're not outside right now. It's a beautiful day outside, beautiful summer weather, perfect riding weather. I've been out there as much as possible on the bike, and I've had some close calls as far as accidents go, and knocking on wood, luckily to this point, I've never been involved in an accident, and I hope that is true for you as well. But should that change and you find yourself involved in a motorcycle accident, call this number, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. And I'll tell you why. Your case evaluation is free. They do not get paid until you get paid. On top of that, they're going to fight for you. They fight for motorcycle riders and their families to get you the compensation that you deserve. And with over 20 years of experience, they're going to treat you and your case with the respect, with the dignity that you truly deserve. Whereas the insurance company, they've got a goal in mind, and that is to pay out the lowest settlement they can as quickly as they can. Law Tigers are there to fight for you and with you, so you are not handling that case alone. On top of that, they're going to help you get your motorcycle and your gear repaired or replaced because they know how important those things are to you. So if you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. They will get you the help that you need. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or you can check them out online at lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers, Mateer Law Firm, LLC.
Georgetown License reminds parents to talk with your teenage drivers about the dangers of distracted driving and texting behind the wheel. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, or ride with a driver who is. Always designate a sober driver, use a ride share, or call a parent for a safe ride home. Best wishes to the class of 2024 from the entire team at Georgetown License, taking care of all your vehicle and vessel licensing needs for over 30 years. Online at georgetownlicense.com.
No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Build your deck with PAR. Get everyday low prices on Trex and TimberTech composite decking. And get $100 off TimberTech, Trex, and AZEK railing and accessories with qualifying purchase. Visit par.com for details, but hurry, offer ends soon. What are you building?
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop. The all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
At Shane Company, our engagement rings are the perfect blend of design, function, and beauty. Each one a unique work of art. We meticulously craft our bridal jewelry in our jeweler's workshop to the highest standards, expertly setting each diamond by hand, ensuring the structure is perfectly balanced, and sizing everything for the perfect fit. Shane Company offers a free unmatched lifetime warranty because your engagement ring is an heirloom that was made to last. You'll cherish your ring today, tomorrow, and forever. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Metallica in the round. M72 World Tour. Live from the 50-yard line of Lumen Field. 2 nights, 2 different sets. Friday, August 30th, 2024 with Pantera and Mammoth WVH. Sunday, September 1st, 2024 with Five Finger Death Punch and Ice 9 Kills. Get access to preferred tickets with your city card. Single day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Metallica, presented by Blackened American Whiskey and Liquid Death.
Lexus is electrified, and the first ever RZ450E has the performance and range to get you where you need to go with the exclusive Lexus Direct 4 all-wheel drive technology. Lexus of Bellevue has over 50 RZs available for immediate delivery with electrifying savings. Up to $18,500 lease cash on every RZ450E. Visit LexusofBellevue.com.
On approval of credit through LFS. Lease cash from Lexus available on select 2024 RZ styles. Must take delivery by September 3rd, 2024. A documentary service fee up to $200 may be added to the purchase price or capitalized costs. See dealership for details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Dave Wyman. Mariners out there on the field taking some batting practice. Got some members of the Mets out here on the field who are in town. You got Sunday night baseball happening this Sunday, which should be a lot of fun. And we're out here. We should mention we do have mean text today. I haven't said anything about that. So I haven't checked Lefko. I've not been on the text stream. I don't know if they're...
Well, I imagine because, you know our texters.
What about them?
Well, and Dave's not here, so I guess... I'll take the mantle here. Our texter's not going to send you any good text, Bob, because our texters are dumb. Anyone who texts in the Mac and Jack's text line, they don't really know how to string together 2 coherent sentences. So I don't know. I don't think we're going to get any mean texts, but yeah, if we get any, we'll do them at 5:45. So.
Right. Yeah. Well, you got a new target there if you want.
He definitely put that big target on his back.
866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. We are expecting to catch up with a Mariner player at some point. I don't believe it'll be Justin Turner. It's a little miscommunication with the clubhouse time as far as when it was going to be open and when we'd have access. And, it helps when we're on the same page. Yeah, it helps when we're all on the same page so we can, help them. Help them, help us.
I also blame who's the pitcher that hit him the other night? I blame that guy, too, because
I can't remember who that was.
Turner talked to me afterwards. He goes, oh, yeah, I'd love to come on with Casey. I got to get treatment for my hand, though.
Yeah.
So had he not needed to get treatment for his hand, he's out here right now.
Yeah, well.
So I'm blaming that pitcher.
Yeah, let's do that.
Boy, they avoided a bit of disaster there, though, too, because that looked exactly like JP. Hit him in that lead hand right in the pinky, and you're like, oh, no. And most guys, they'll shake it off like, I'm
that
good.
has to hurt.
He's bent over at the waist. Service comes running out. Trainer comes out. You're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Not another one. When you would plunk somebody, did you ever feel bad? Like
all the time.
Yeah?
All the time, because, you're not trying to do it on purpose, obviously, unless,
Did anybody ever look at you?
We'll not go down that route, but
did anybody ever look at you from home plate like they thought you did it on purpose?
I don't ever remember getting that because I don't know. I didn't hit too many people.
Unless you were in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but even then it was like I had pretty good command, So if I hit someone, they knew it was a mistake.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I never really got. I also didn't throw hard enough for it to really hurt.
It
so
still hurts.
It wouldn't surprise me if somebody was just like, yeah, I'll catch that. No big deal. Here you go.
Hand.
Yeah, I'll take my base.
Come on.
No, but it still hurts. But yeah, anytime guys get hit in the hand or high, it sucks as a pitcher because really it could end guys' careers. Like if you hit a guy on the face, JT's been hit in the face.
Haniger hit in the face.
That could end somebody's career. And so there is always that in the back of your mind, like we don't want to hit guys.
Yeah.
It's not something we like to do.
You didn't want to.
I didn't want to.
Some other guys.
No. That's a free base.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and we bring up Mitch, last night was such a great moment for him. He now is the if you missed this, you guys are just tuning in. That's his 8th walk-off as a Mariner, which is the all-time franchise record.
That's great.
And he's had 2 of them in this homestand. One of them was a walk-off base on balls.
Which is always a weird thing, a great thing, but a weird thing. Because you're just like, okay, I'll just trot to first base and then we'll whatever.
I give him credit, though, man, because he had a check swing on one. I thought, oh, no. Yeah, you go. Bases loaded, and he didn't go around. I mean, you got to show that's almost as impressive as coming up with a hit because you got to show some discipline. You know the game is on the line and you're protecting the plate. You got 2 strikes on you. That was still impressive. But to see him do what he did, and especially as disappointing as the first 2 games were, and you talked about, again, for those that missed it, just the vibe in the clubhouse, how different it is today versus what it would be today had they not pulled that out last night.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, I know it's cliche, but it's like a 180. You know, you come in, you have this breath of life. You're like, okay, like we were able to sweep the previous 2 games out of our memory, finish the series on a high note. Now let's move into this next series and really go back to work.
Is it hyperbole to say, well, that I'm not going to say it saved the season, but in a sense, it's bigger than a win in the middle of May.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
I mean, to say the very obvious.
Absolutely. Does it save the season? I don't know either, but just not getting swept by a team that you should beat, and then catching a break, I guess you could say, you know, and like then just using that to snowball and keep going. Momentum's huge in this game. We talked about it last time I was on, of like post All-Star break versus pre-All-Star break momentum, like all these kinds of things, and something as small as that could turn into a 10-game win streak. You know, you just never know.
So I would guess most baseball, beyond any other sport in terms of the athletes I've talked to and covered, are way beyond anybody in terms of superstition.
I knew this is where you were going.
Yeah, in that because my question was going to be, do you believe in momentum? Because we've talked to players in other sports, and we got a guy, Big Ray Roberts, used to play O-line in the NFL for a long time, very good player, but he's just, no, momentum is not a thing. It's just he does not believe in momentum. Other people do. I'm sure it's unique to each athlete, but I would think baseball players above all, just based on their superstition, probably buy into that more than anybody, would you say?
Yeah, I would say so. I definitely believe in momentum. I've been in situations where you can literally like feel it shift, you know, whether it's an actual feeling, whether it's whatever, but like you can just sense that the tide is fixing to turn, and you're just either 1 strikeout away or 1 hit away from really blasting something open or shutting the door. Just from my own experience, I would definitely say momentum is alive and well inside the game of baseball.
Did you have any goofy, I don't know, I'm wearing the same socks every day, I'm eating the same meal at the same time, you have no rituals?
I've been asked that question so many times. I've never had any kind of superstition. I mean,
I'm sure you
get
had
into these
teammates that
routines.
did, right?
I would say there's a difference between like having the same routine and being like superstitious.
Right.
Because yes, there's a lot of things in my daily routine or in my pregame that I would do exactly the same every time. But it wasn't necessarily a superstition, because if it didn't go right or I had to cut some things, like it wasn't the end of the world. But there is certain things that you do to prep mentally, to prep physically, that I guess guys could view as a superstition, or people could. But I definitely know some guys out there that have some weird superstitions or some weird things that they've done.
Well, without naming any names, what was one of the weirder things you saw? I mean, I've talked to guys who would literally wear the same socks every game, or they might not wash the uniform. They might might be a little funky for a while, or I'm going to eat this. I had chicken at 4:30 today, and I went 3 for 4 with a home run. I'm eating chicken tomorrow at 4:30 until
The weird things that involve clothing, it weirds me out. Like I like to think of myself as a fairly clean and hygienic person.
I'm a germaphobe, so like, I can relate.
I do know some guys that are like completely like to the second of like, I have to be at this place at this time doing this, like all, and you're just like, dang, like I don't have the mental capacity to worry about that kind of stuff. It's
a lot of maintenance.
It's a lot of maintenance. But yeah, it's definitely there.
Yeah, but that's part of the charm of the game. I love it.
It is, and it's what makes guys unique. It's what gives certain clubhouses certain kind of dynamics. It's just, I don't know. It's an interesting atmosphere. It's a lot of fun. I miss it, but it's definitely
cool. You'll be back there next season, man. You'll be back there next season. All right, coming up, one national MLB voice is high on this Mariner team, and one already has some concerns about next season We're going to hear that when we sweep the dial. Coming up live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler, and this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Michael Dixon joining us right now. Does it feel any different with a new head coach?
Yeah, I mean, it feels completely different.
What's most different?
Just like meetings and I don't know how to explain it. It's just like one end to the other. Like it's just two completely different things, and they're both great. I'm learning a lot from Mike as well, just sitting in the meetings, hearing a different perspective. I was obviously sad when Pete left, but you need to embrace it, and Mike's been great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. And don't wait, because when the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. So go to Xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris only with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only, but make the call and don't wait. To 1-800-XFINITY.
I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Mark, is now the best time to buy a new car?
Well, it absolutely is right now, because we have our factory invoice sale going on right now, which means you're going to pay what we pay. And this is on all our 24 model vehicles, basically, everything except for Raptors. So we're talking F-150s, Rangers, Mavericks, F-250s, Explorers, Escapes, Expeditions, you name it. These are brand new 2024 models. They also come with our lifetime powertrain coverage and 5 days or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee, so you can shop with total confidence. There's no negotiating, nothing. You pay what we pay. We're overstocked right now, and we need to make room. We have a lot more vehicles coming in. So, yeah, you're right. If you've been putting it off and you're looking to get a new Ford, for a limited time, we're having our factory invoice sale. You pay what we pay.
Take the hassle out of car shopping. You know you're getting a great deal at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn. WayscarFord.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Lowe's, we know how to save pros time and money. Save 20% on 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense or Cabot Stain. Plus, save 15% on your choice of 6 or more Purdy items. And get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 8/21 while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See store or Lowe's.com for details. Must be single receipt purchase. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
The Puget Sound Boys and Girls Club means a safe place for our kids to grow, to have fun, to build relationships, and become themselves. Because of partners like Boeing, we're able to do a lot. It's super exciting for our kids to know that Boeing volunteers are here to help them, to have fun with them, to create good experiences. It provides a brighter lens for their future.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and look, summer is now officially upon us, so what do you have planned? Oh, it's got to be a lot, right? Vacations, road trips, seeing all that our beautiful area has to offer. You don't want to be limited by how you look or how you feel. You've heard how I went on the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, right? I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. The results were incredible, and I couldn't be happier with how my life and energy improved. Well, I just want the same thing for you. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is looking for 710 listeners to help this summer. Here's the ask. Schedule a 15-minute, no-obligation consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. It's safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no pills, injections, or surgery. You eat real food that you get at the grocery store. You'll lose weight, look, and feel your very best. That feeling can be yours this summer. So what's the secret? Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
We talked about this to start the show when discussing Mitch Haniger's game-winning. I don't really know what to call it because technically it goes down as a double. We discussed that the right fielder might have made a misplay on it, and Mitch as well
Still
last
a double.
night.
Don't
Still
cheat
a
it.
double.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say,
walk-off 3-run double officially goes down as it, but Mitch was also surprised that his hit turned into the game winner.
When I hit it, I thought it was just going to be a base hit, but it carried a little more than I thought, and luckily Dovin couldn't come up with it, but yeah, it's always good.
so mellow.
I love his just like, yeah, okay.
That was pretty cool. It's kind of like Cal. It's pretty cool. Luckily, the player tried to make the play that he tried to make.
Yeah.
And kudos to him, young guy trying to make an impression, thought I can make this game over. It got by him. Probably should have just knocked the ball down, let one run score, get the ball back to the infield. But yeah, Mitch, I love that it happened for him. If it wasn't him, I'd love for it to happen for Garver because that guy just needs some good.
Yeah.
But Mitch is a guy, like I told you before, I love the guy. He's such a good dude. He works his tail off. I just want to see him succeed in the worst way because he could be huge for this lineup.
Oh, yeah. We saw it in 21. I mean, how many times did he come up with a big hit late in the season? Late in the season.
39 home runs, 100 runs driven in.
It's just like, fun to watch.
Sweeping the dial.
A couple days ago on MLB Central, Mark DeRosa, who Dave Wyman swears by. I mean, anything that DeRosa says, Dave Wyman will repeat. D-Ro, sorry. That's what
tied like
friends do, guys in the know do. But Wyman's D-Ro was giving a stock report for every team. And in his August stock report, he's pretty optimistic about the Mariners.
This is a sneaky team, the Seattle Mariners. They might not get into the postseason. They might get in and run the table with their pitching staff if they can score on offense. J-Rod comes back and is healthy and feeling good. But Randy Arozarena has always been good in August. He's slashing .316 with a .419 on base and a .551 slug in August since 2021.
So he's optimistic.
Sounds good.
I like the optimism. I want to be there with him. I desperately want this team to find their way into the postseason because I think with this pitching, this is the team. You always hear that cliche, nobody wants to face this team. I got to believe any team out there is looking at this rotation, if they're set up the right way and healthy, going, oh boy.
It's going to be a tough series.
Yeah.
Especially when you're working with a limited number of games.
Yeah.
I do think when Julio gets inserted back into this lineup, him and Randy together and the energy that they bring and they can kind of feed off each other, and Robles too, like I can't wait for Julio to get back in the lineup to watch those guys play together. It's going to be a whole different lineup with his bat in there, and it's going to be an interesting run.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, when Jeff Passan was on with Brock and Salk earlier this week, they kind of were projecting out towards next season a little bit and talking about the bullpen And Passan said something that wasn't the most encouraging to hear. He said, the Mariners might need to go out and get some more bullpen help this offseason because Matt Brash might not be ready for the first part of next season.
I mean, supposed to be adding Matt Brash. I never rely on someone who's coming off of major arm surgery.
Yeah.
I think there are too many complications there. But yes, in the last half of the season, could you conceivably get Matt Brash going and slinging frisbees all over the place and pumping 100? Yeah, you could have that too. And so I think, especially with the health that the starting pitching has had, you almost look at it like, let's get insurance against the possibility that our rotation depth isn't going to be quite the same as it was. And that insurance doesn't necessarily have to come in the form of starter guys. It can come in the form of a dominant back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's certainly no guarantees how anybody bounces back from surgery. And again, unfortunately, you know that better than anybody. When you look at Brash, I mean, do you think it's realistic to think he can be that guy that he was, to have that kind of crazy movement on his slider, the velocity, all of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Medicine has gotten so good, and he's got enough spunk, he's got enough swagger and all that. He'll be fine. I do agree, though, you can't ever bank on a specific timeline because you just never know. But, yeah, I'm excited to see what he's going to do. Great kid. Wish the best for him, but what he said it makes a whole lot of sense to me. You can't ever have enough pitching. That's the one thing that it's you can't ever have enough depth. So it wouldn't surprise me if, the Mariners go out and get a couple of try to find these diamonds in the rough like they have in the past and try to bolster a bullpen that, if it's healthy, great. If then you have depth in the minor leagues. If not, then those guys can jump in, and then when Brash or whoever's ready, they can step back in. I don't think that's out of the ordinary at all.
I know a guy.
I know
Could
I know him pretty well.
Help with the depth.
Who still has an active scoreless streak, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Who's had some success in this ballpark, very familiar. The organization is familiar with him. Just saying. Just
throw it out there.
It might even still have a Sadler jersey in there somewhere. They could just throw on your back.
Sure they do. It's probably on eBay somewhere. Check it out. Spend $1.
Did you ever notice people wearing your jerseys? Because Ryan Roland-Smith has talked about whenever he sees his jersey, he's like, oh, that's weird. That's kind of random to see a jersey that had my name on it.
I don't think I've ever seen one in a home city. Now, if you were to go back to Oklahoma, where I'm from, and God bless my mother, I get pictures all the time of oh, so-and-so wore your jersey to school today. She's a teacher at my old high school. And so it's it's cool to see that, but I've never really seen one in a home city, and that's kind of been the story of my career, is just kind of flying under the radar, all these kind of things. But it is cool, it's, I don't know.
I think it's the nature of being a reliever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
there's so much turnover too.
Exactly. It's you're never really in one spot for too long, unfortunately. That's just the nature of being a relief pitcher, is they just bounce from team to team to team. So maybe fan base doesn't get a chance to get attached to you the way they do a player that's playing, a position every day.
Yep.
There's Julio every day. There's JP every day when not on the IL.
Sure.
So, I guess that makes sense. So, if you are somebody that has a Casey Sadler jersey, wear it to the game, send a picture, tweet it to us. Send us that picture to at Wyman and Bob or at Bob Stelton on Twitter, and we'll send that off to Casey just to show him they've sold some Sadler jerseys, and not just to family members.
That's good. That's good to know.
But next year, there's potentially an opportunity. I'm not saying just with the Mariners, but just back in the game.
I'm not shutting the door. I think this year was kind of a weird year, just a weird kind of overall thing. But going to get started training again, and we'll see where it goes. And
are you throwing it all right now, or are you just
I'm just enjoying time with my family. I got enough time, so we'll see where it leads, and who knows? Maybe I'll be back in a Mariner uniform and
how cool
enjoying
would that
this.
be?
I would love it. That would be amazing.
Best case scenario, would you like 2 more years, 3 more years, 1? Do you have
I don't have a number. I do feel like, there's some things that kind of some unfinished business, I guess, that through whatever reason I wasn't able to get that opportunity again. But I've enjoyed my career. Would I like it to be a little longer? Yeah, maybe. But we'll see. We'll see where it lays.
It'll continue next year.
Hope so.
I've got a feeling. I got a feeling about this. All right, coming up, we'll get some injury updates, also the latest on the mood in the clubhouse, and much more from our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayo. She'll join us next year as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in today. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Tariq Woolen is in the studio with us. How different is it for you?
Other than just playing the left side and just getting the muscle memory and stuff like that. But other than that, it's been smooth. I've been having a lot of fun. It's probably my funnest camp so far. We got a genius as the head coach, so that I feel like that plays a good role as well. Just with his style of coaching and just having the whole team buy in. And we all football geniuses. That's what it feels like for real.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You have to have a high level of trust. As much as I love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
Todd Johnson believes it can take a lifetime to earn someone's trust and just 5 minutes to lose it.
When someone walks in off the street, they don't necessarily are just going to hand you their trust. You've got to prove that you've earned it and deserve it, and then they'll open up to you. And so if a customer doesn't treat you great right away, that's okay. It's just because they've heard all these horror stories. Fixing the car might only be 10% of the story. They want to be heard. They want to feel valued. They want to feel understood. And if all you did was fix their car, then you probably didn't do your job.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Are you a skilled plumber looking for a top-rated team? Join Ben's Plumbing, rated 5 stars for exceptional service. Enjoy great pay and benefits, a supportive team, and a non-commissioned plumbing career. Apply now at bens.plumbing. That's bens.plumbing.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
10. Nice work. Thanks. Taking Nugenix Total T makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas, right?
Yes.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yes. Nugenix is a great way to feel stronger with more energy and endurance. And as Frank says, you'll like it too.
Text radio to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix. Text RADIO to 321-321. That's radio to 321-321.
Your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. That's promo code RADIO.
The front row KIRO Card Show is coming to Seattle, and Seattle Sports has your chance to win 2 free VIP tickets featuring 150 tables of cards, comics, and collectibles, as well as prizes, a scavenger hunt for the kids, and a free swag bag to the first 200 attendees each day. This is the ultimate show for collectors, and it's coming to Seattle, Saturday, August 17th through Sunday, August 18th. To enter, go to seattlesports.com/win. That's seattlesports.com/win.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
3 runs are in, and the Mariners walk it off. Mitch Haniger getting mobbed at second base by his teammates.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Taking a look at your baseball scoreboard, they're headed to the bottom of the 5th in Washington with the Nationals trailing the Angels 2-1. Top of the 5th in Tampa Bay, Orioles out to a 1-0 lead over the Rays. Out there in Toronto, the A's and Blue Jays tied at 1 apiece. That game in the top of the 4th. Bottom of the 3rd, a game that people out here are keeping an eye on in Boston. Red Sox out to a 2-1 lead over the cheating Astros. Bottom of the 4th, the Marlins up 2-0 on the Padres, and game still to come. The White Sox hosting the Cubs. It'll be the Brewers hosting the Reds, Twins and Guardians, Royals and Cardinals in Kansas City. And, of course, you got the Mariners. Game 1 of their 3-game series with the New York Mets, who are in town for 3. Game 1 tonight. You can catch all the action starting at 6 o'clock with the pregame show right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We are live at Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park on a beautiful day for baseball. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Dave Wyman. Coming up in a little while, Brian Wu will join us on set. So looking forward to that conversation. Also, we've got Mean Text coming up at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. But right now we talk a little more Mariner baseball with our Mariners insider. You know this girl. You know this lady.
Yeah,
right
she's
here.
a good one.
Yeah. Shannon Dreyer is here with us. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
How long's it been since you've seen Casey?
About a year and a half?
Probably. Spring training last year.
Yep.
Yeah. You might see him next year.
That would be absolutely fan. You still got the curve?
I got it all. It's actually a little better than what it used to be, so we'll see.
He's got more break. He's got more velocity. He's got to be on a team.
Are you a scientist on that? I mean, do you get into all the metrics on it? Or
a little bit. I don't dive in as much as some of these other people, but I do pay attention to it because you strive for consistency, you know, in those things. And so if there's an outlier there, like you can really kind of look at it and make changes so that you can get back to your, you know, what you normally do. I definitely, we kind of touched on this last time, is appreciate the analytics of it if it's used in the right way.
Yeah. Which I don't think people understand. It's like years ago, it might take, you know, if somebody's struggling at the big league level, they could sit down. They might be down there for 2 months before they figure out what's going on. Now, one session in the lab and, oh, it's this. Just adjust your grip a little bit this way.
You get an Edgertronics video and some TrackMan data, and you know exactly what you're doing, and you can fix it in maybe one or two outings and see you later.
We've had a couple balls land in here, so Casey's...
Oh, great. Okay, well, we've got a baseball player with us, so we're fine.
Well, he's been showing me
For
grip.
the first time, I feel actually okay out here.
We're working on the four-seam, the splitter. We're working on all that stuff. But, hey, we were talking about last night's game and how that ended. And that was huge. That was huge, I think, for a lot of reasons. But, you know, more importantly, it's a disappointing series against a team you feel like you should beat. And Casey was talking about just the difference in the vibe in that clubhouse today coming off a win versus what it would have been had they not pulled that out. Do you get that same vibe that was a big deal, not because it's the Tigers or of the win? You needed it. It was something you really needed.
Yeah, I think they want to reinforce what they did on the road trip, and for that, like, 8-game streak where they were scoring 7 runs a game, and you don't want all of a sudden, oh, okay, so that was just, a little peak right there. I think they wanted to see that. And what was really interesting about that is Scott Service actually said in his pregame interview with Rick Riz, this is a big game. We need to get this one tonight. You don't usually hear that from him up until, it's in September and you're really into it at that point. So that kind of jumped out at me. And then the conversations afterwards, I had Luke Raley down on the field, and he almost collapsed when he said we really needed that one. And it was as much as coming through and getting the win as seeing, baseball's fall rather than fine gloves and, a 6'8" person jumping up in the outfield and catching one. And also just, seeing eye singles here, one off the bag. Luck is a real thing. And when you're not getting those breaks, hitters in particular, and not getting rewarded, they feel that, and that kind of wears on you, and I think they had felt that for a little bit. So it wasn't just that they won, it's how they won. And you might look at it, well, it kind of looked kind of sloppy, not sloppy, but not your best at bats, and you weren't getting anything through the first 8 games. But when you see the baseball start to fall and when you see the breaks start to go your way, they feel that.
Yeah, as far as what we saw, I was telling Casey, I root for Mitch Haniger hard. I love that guy, and seeing him have some success in a season that's been pretty rough for him. Stunned to find out he's the all-time franchise leader in walk-offs, and he's had 2 of them in this homestand, a walk-off based on balls, and then this. It's a cool thing. I mean, it's not something I don't know how many fans are aware of it. I wasn't aware of it before last night, but to see that guy come up with that moment, that was big.
But he wasn't on the 95 team.
Yeah.
He wasn't on the 2000 he wouldn't. Everybody did something in that year. 2001. It is, and on the postgame show I said, I think there's a little extra when it is Mitch. He has that little something extra. He carries himself a little bit differently, and I think that when he is going good, and it might not mean he's hitting in every game, but it might mean that he is coming through in the bigger situations, and it could be a walk like it was a couple of days ago, or it could be down to your last strike, a hit the other way, the way that he did last night. I do think that gives a lift. I think that he is a guy that when he is going, they can look to, and so they see if that starts to kind of show itself a little bit more. I think they start to feel it, but it's awesome for him, and I think that will be a roundtable topic today: is have we appreciated him enough? Because that is remarkable that it's not like he's been here for 10 years. He's been here a long while, but it's he's been the clutch guy. I think it's just interesting that he's come up that many times in that situation, and come through that many times in that situation. And I do think it is a testament to his mentality, his desire to come through for the guys that are, in the clubhouse with him. And that just goes to show what kind of a leader he is and what kind of a person he is, that, he has that level of expectation that's like, I'm the guy that wants to be in this position because I know I can come through for the guys. And so I was watching it and you just root for the guy, and then to see him put an at-bat like that together and then finally catch a break, it was really, really, really cool. I'll never forget it because I think it was 2019, and they had just torn everything down, and he was one of the remaining players, and he was one of the remaining players because they wanted him to be the example, the work ethic, the mentality, everything that he does. And I interviewed him in spring training, and we talked about goals. So my goal is to win the World Series. I'm like, no, this year. My goal is to win the World Series. And it was an audacious goal then because you've just torn everything down. It is seriously his goal every year. It's not make the playoffs. It's not, my personal numbers, and it never changes. And when he came back, after the stint with the Giants, what's your goal, Mitch? Win the World Series. I mean, he is, and he believes that, if they do everything right, regardless of what team he's got around him, they've got a shot at it. Yeah. And that's why he plays the game. That's why everybody plays the game. But he was very out and forward with it, even in times when, that just sounds silly when you know where the club is at.
What did you make of Cal's comments the other night? We talked about that. He basically saying, hey, the energy level that we had for Philly hasn't been here for this Tiger series. And that's one of the team leaders, and he's a guy that does tend to speak for the team at different points. Did you view those comments any differently than things he said in the past? Give it more credence, less credence? What'd you think?
I give, his observations are usually pretty good, and he's not afraid to say them. That is a guy that you go to in situations because he's not afraid to say anything. And there were some that thought, maybe maybe it was more situational. It wasn't so much, it does look bad when you're facing, let's face it, they had Wheeler, they had Skubal. The offense is not going to look very energetic. So I'm not sure that was consensus in that clubhouse, but when I talked to Rayleigh on the field last night, that was one of the last things he said. Now I asked, what do you want to take from this game tonight? He said, I want the energy that we had in the 9th inning. That's what we need at all times. And I think that sometimes a ball club kind of has to find itself a little bit, and this ball club is very different than it was 2 weeks ago. And so I think that all of a sudden the personality is shifting a little bit, and I think that you do have a lot of adjustments that happen when you lose 2 players like JP and Julio. And they're still there, and that's always kind of a weird dynamic, but they're not helping on the field. And you bring in new players, and those players are helping without question. But there's a little bit, where am I going to hit in the order? How is this going to work? Is this, and if you're the new guy, am I going to be able to come through in this situation? And all eyes are me right now, from not necessarily the fans, but your teammates and things like that, and the expectations and whatnot. I think that there is a little bit of flux right now, and I do think that the personality changes a little bit. And I think that, they're kind of finding that balance in what they are. There are some teams that you see just run out from the get-go, and they're go, and they're up here the entire time. There are others that are steady, and I think that they're kind of finding that right now.
I want to ask both of you this question, and that is, if there is a perceived lack of energy for this opponent, who's responsible for turning that page? You put it on the players? Is that service? How do you view that, if in fact that's the case? And I'll take Cal at his word that, hey, we just didn't have the fire we had against the Phillies for the Tigers. I tend to go to the players first, but I think in this case, that's also where a manager steps in, and if he's seeing that, he's got to adjust accordingly. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think from a player's perspective, I would take that burden, because I'm the one out there that's throwing the baseball. I'm the one out there that is having either a good at-bat, a bad at-bat, a good mentality, a good attitude, all these things. Yes, the staff is going to catch their heat just because of their position, but inside the clubhouse, I feel like the players ultimately feel responsible for the direction of where the team kind of navigates. And I think anybody in there would say that. The buck stops with me. It's like, I didn't execute when I needed to execute, and it cost us. Or it led to someone else having to pick me up on a day that they should have had a day off, or, this and that. And so I think from a player's perspective, they would say it would be on them to make the changes.
I agree with that, and I'm not sure, because that is one of the things that there's so few things that a manager, so few kind of a very obvious and apparent. Are we throwing hot dogs?
No, I just saw you looking up, and I thought maybe
I heard the music. Are we throwing hot dogs again? This is going to happen everywhere you go. You're going to be thinking you hear the song, you're out at the beach, whatever, you hear it.
They are.
They are throwing hot dogs.
I thought we were only allowed to do that.
Okay, pregame hot dogs from heaven.
Everybody's hungry.
All right.
Yeah, my initial kind of reaction was, well, that is a controllable, then it does kind of come on the manager. The manager's job is to have the team ready to go. But then when you're talking to the players over the last couple of days, you got the feeling that they were feeling exactly what Casey just said. That's us. So that was kind of an eye-opener for me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because the staff isn't between the lines. They can give you all the tools, they can give you the analytics, they can give you all these things, but as a player, it's your career. It's your responsibility to go out and do everything you can to win a baseball game. And when you fall short as an individual, that is one of the worst feelings that you can feel as a player. And when it's a collective feeling inside the clubhouse, that's when things start to and so then it's really okay, who are the leaders inside the clubhouse? How do we kind of dig ourselves out of this hole and become the team that we know we can become? And I think that's where Shannon was trying to say, they're figuring that out right now with the new additions, and hopefully when they get Julio back, they get JP back, they get those kind of high energy, high presence people back in the lineup and on the field. I'm excited to see what they're going to do over the next 40-some games.
I got to ask you about Victor Robles. I love this guy's energy. He's a guy that I think if he were on another team, if he were on the Astros, I'd go, ugh, can't stand that guy. He's animated. Everything he does, pitcher throws a strike, he'll look at the pitcher, nod his head yeah, good job. Or if it's a ball, you see him shake his head I'm not swinging at that. I mean, everything he does is animated. I think he brings a different edge and energy to this team. Is he a guy, you look at his career, he just hasn't lived up to that top 5 prospect in baseball billing? Is he a change of scenery guy where you feel like, hey, maybe he's found something here, or you think it's too early to tell if this is the solution to whatever ailed him in Washington?
I definitely want to see him more, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of, was he this energetic in D.C.? And I don't think he was, but I don't have absolute confirmation on that. I want to find out more about that, because he has been kind of the up guy and kind of the, it's a little bit like Gino Suarez in that you hear him before you see him, but it is a different vibe than Gino Suarez. And, it just very out, happy, and, hello, media, when he walks out on his very first day to talk to us. And we're thinking that you're going to see failed prospect, and it's like he was just DFA'd, and now he's all the way across the country, and, that's a tough spot to be in. It wasn't. He was as sunny and as happy, and, he leads with happy, and I asked him about that, and he said, I've got a job, my family is happy. If I were to sit here and sulk, that would be the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, and I can attest to that a little bit of, like, getting this fresh start. Maybe things didn't go as well as he wanted, obviously, and got DFA'd, all these things, and, like, that was that way for me coming to Seattle from Chicago during the pandemic. It was like things were not going good there. And then you get into a new atmosphere and you're like, you get this little breath of fresh air, and it's like this clean slate where you can really kind of create your own path and your own trajectory and really try to mesh with the guys that are there. And then it's like everything else that happened up until that point doesn't matter because you're in a new position right now. So I'd be interested to see, if that's kind of where he's at. What's neat with him is that when he came here, he also committed to, all right, what can I do? He knew that he wasn't getting it done. Take a look at what I'm doing. And so he was very open to what Jared DeHart wanted to do with him when they broke down what they saw, was kind of in his way. And actually, they didn't even really agree with the profile that he had been coming up. And he's like, actually, you're this guy. You do have pop in there, and you don't have to just be contact, put it in play, and run. There's more here. And they went to work on the swing. And I think it helped that he wasn't playing very much when he first came here. And, you were thinking, is he going to be on the team in 3 weeks? And he's only facing some lefties. But, he did not let that bother him. He went to work. He made the most of his opportunities. He was not, a little gray rain cloud as Winnie the Pooh would say, in the clubhouse when he wasn't playing. He was just, I'm going to work here. And one of the neatest things I saw, and I interviewed him early on, and that's where that quote came. It was before he was playing every day, and it's like, you seem fine. He's like, I am. They were putting him into games, and he was stealing bases. I walked by the locker one day, and hey, I love the stolen bases. Keep it up. He's like, I have to do whatever I can to help this team win. And then the best part, if you were watching Root Sports and what Jen Mueller discovered, he owns 2 monkeys. What? That's awesome.
That I did not see.
I guess that outs me as to not watching Root Sports, but
I watch Root Sports and I missed it. So
that's amazing. How can you not be happy if you have 2 monkeys?
I thought Munoz and the cat was pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. Well, the monkeys don't travel. Cat travels. Monkey does not.
Matilda the cat.
No team monkeys.
Not yet.
the rally monkey. That's awesome. That is very cool. Well, and by the way, I cannot wait to see an outfield with Julio, Robles, and a Rosarena, and just see a lineup.
That's going to be there because, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the energy that those two additions bring. I mean, obviously Victor's been there when Julio's been healthy, but Rosarena hasn't been there with Julio. And just having that lineup and having a different threat in the lineup around Julio, maybe taking some pressure off of him. Yep. What does that lead to? I mean, any updates on what we can expect? I know a rehab assignment maybe.
Not today. Yeah, I think, there was some question. Could they bring him back as a DH if he's not quite ready to play the field? I think that's a possibility. I don't like that. I want to get him because if you're going to hit, you're still going to have to run. And if you can run, then you should be in the outfield. And if you can't run, you shouldn't be at the plate. Yeah. So that's
I agree.
Me.
I think 100% Julio 3 days later is better, way better of an option than a guy that's always going to be wondering, how's it going to feel as I'm running around the bases? Do I trust it? We talked about this earlier. Like, there is that mental side of it where it's like, when he tells you he's 100% healthy, then it's go time, and he's going to go. There's not going to be any reservations. But yeah, I think there's too much risk there to push him back too fast. Even, they're in good position, but a healthy Julio is way more important than a Julio DHing and hobbling around the bases because he can't let it go.
Absolutely.
I know it's only 2 games in a row, but it's baby steps. Mitch Garver gets brought in as a pinch hitter, comes up with a hit. Had a hit in the game before. Again, baby steps, but I'm just aching for some positivity for this guy. Do you see anything different in just those 2 brief moments? Do you feel like that takes some pressure off of him? And
I think he falls into that category. We're looking for the ball to fall. It has not always gone his way, and I think that is something that has worn on him a little bit. So I think that's important for him to see 2 games where that happened.
Yeah, especially being brought up in a pinch hitting role and coming through with a base hit. That's big.
Right. And if you think of what his profile was when he came in, that's something that absolutely, he's built for and should do and whatnot. So, he's done his best to contribute and has helped with George Kirby, which has been absolutely fantastic. And it'd be great if you saw more. And they're putting him in a better position to succeed now if they are kind of limiting him more to the lefties.
One thing we talked about before, and maybe the move that got the least amount of attention and conversation that's been really effective so far, a very small sample set, but Chargois coming back. 4 appearances, no hits, 1 walk, no runs, 5 strikeouts. He's been a much needed assist to this bullpen that was without Santos, without Spire, without Brash. That one kind of flew under the radar a bit, and I think that could end up being very big for this team.
Yeah, and I mean, he has not pitched too much this year, so that's a very fresh arm on top of everything else coming from injury, and they're still trying to kind of figure out where he is and what he is, but so far it is fantastic, and he's still got that slider that is just lights out, and I suspect we'll see a little bit more of it than he was throwing before he came back over here, but that's critical. The bullpen is a critical piece moving forward. I mean, I've said this so many times. Any run they score is precious. They've got to protect that lead. And some of the times when they have stumbled, the bats haven't provided enough runs, but it's also been not the ability to get to your kind of tied or win type part of the bullpen. And you've got some guys that are struggling right now that have done such good things. You hope they get the opportunity to get back on track, because I do think all the pieces are there. You just got to get them in a good place.
Yeah, and there's also a balance that Skip has to kind of maintain of usage. You want to give guys rest. You want to save those guys for the situations where they are pitching with leads or they're pitching in situations, but at the same time, too much rest can be detrimental. And so balancing that act of getting guys work but keeping guys fresh, and also getting guys meaningful innings, for guys like Saucedo and that are going to be huge coming down the line, being a lefty, and just getting him rolling again back to what he was and what he can be is a fine line.
And you hope, Gabe Spire was sent down about 10 days ago, you hope that he is getting it and can get back to where he was, because he has been absolutely, and that's kind of an opportunity for him to get back there. And if he is right, that's a big add for this team.
I can tell just by his personality how he's fit in. I'm talking about Randy Rosarena in that clubhouse, but just I don't know how much you've had a chance to interact with him and just observe how he's interacting with everybody else, but just give me your sense of him as a person and how the team's received him.
Very interesting in that you see the flash out on the field. He's quiet behind the scenes, but he brings that inner confidence. And I think it's not that this team didn't have confidence, but he gives extra confidence with that. And I think you saw, there's some clips of when he got the single last night in the 9th inning and what you saw from the dugout. And Dylan Moore is doing the X, the cross, and everything else, and the arms crossed. And I mean, people were just going absolutely berserk. But I do think that he is... he seems to, it hasn't been the flashiest. You might be looking for more home runs or whatnot. He's impacted almost every game offensively that he has played. It's not always the loudest thing, but it might be an absolutely critical hit to set up something else.
Number of doubles out there. He's finding his way on base, and he's got that infectious vibe to him.
I think he's scored 10 runs and drove in 6, got 6 RBI, something like that since he's been here.
That's a very short amount of time for that.
That's a huge number for that amount of time, and for that a short amount of time. So I'm excited he's here.
Yeah, love that addition. Shannon, as always, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
You got it. Pregame show coming up in 40 minutes?
40 minutes for the pregame show. Make sure you tune into that. Our Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer will be taking you through up till game time. A reminder, with the Seahawks kicking off their preseason versus the Chargers tomorrow on Seattle Sports. You can catch the Mariners game in its entirety on 770 KTTH. Mariners pregame show starts at 5:30. First pitch versus the Mets will be at 6:40. And don't forget, you can stream every game on your phone or tablet by downloading the Seattle Sports app. Well, he's coming off 2 great starts. We're going to get a chance to chat him up out here at Edgar's Cantina. Brian Wu will be joining us next, so stay tuned for that as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler, and this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Michael Dixon joining us right now. Does it feel any different with a new head coach?
Yeah, I mean, it feels completely different.
What's most different?
Just like meetings, and I don't know how to explain it. It's just like one end to the other. Like, it's just 2 completely different things, and they're both great. I'm learning a lot from Mike as well, just sitting in the meetings, hearing a different perspective. I was obviously sad when Pete left, but you need to embrace it, and Mike's been great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey golf fans, Dan Wilson here, inviting you to join me at the 2024 Boeing Classic. See Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers live at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge from August 9th through 11th. It's your chance to experience the only PGA Tour champion stop in the Pacific Northwest and see golf's biggest stars. Grab the whole family and come on down to join the action. It's a golf experience you won't want to miss. The Boeing Classic at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge from August 9th through the 11th. For $20 tickets, visit BoeingClassic.com.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. And don't wait, because when the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. So go to Xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris, only with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only, but make the call and don't wait to 1-800-XFINITY.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Homeowners, Bob Stelton here. Now, I'm sure you've seen metal roofs on commercial properties, but did you know they're an option for your home? Ever since speaking with Anthony at Asset Roofing about their metal roofs, I've been seeing them everywhere, and maybe because Asset Roofing is installing a ton of metal roofs this season. A metal roof lasts longer, is more eco-friendly, and is a great option for adding solar panels. Asset Roofing is leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to 30% less than their competitors. Asset Roofing cuts each metal panel in-house, which speeds up the production process and saves customers money. If you're redoing your roof this year, get a quote from Asset Roofing on a metal roof. I recommend Asset Roofing because they're honest, do amazing work, and prioritize safety within their work culture. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. Casey Sadler in for Dave Wyman. Always good to have a former Mariner. Look, you brought your fan club here.
Fan base. Love that.
Are they cheering because Wyman isn't here?
Oh, no. Okay,
probably.
Good. Yeah. Look at that.
We'll go with that.
Lefko taking shots at Wyman, who can't defend himself here. And you guys can do that too, by the way, in the mean text. You can take shots at Wyman and whoever you'd like at 866-979-3776. Powered by Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. Brian Wu will be joining us out here on set momentarily. I think he's en route.
We'll see.
On a golf cart from the clubhouse around here. You said he might be caught in traffic.
Yes, it is Seattle.
Traffic inside the stadium as well. But he's a guy you and I were talking about during the break, and I was trying to get you to give me an answer on who's got the most upside. And you pointed out something great about each one of these guys. And for him, is it the mechanics that allow him to look so free and easy? There's just easy heat. He doesn't look like he's huffing it up there. It's just, boom, it pops out, 96, 97.
Yeah,
I think very smooth.
For sure. I think mechanics play a huge part in that. I think also just this level of no wasted movements, no wasted energy. He's just different. When you watch him pitch, that's the biggest thing that I can, when you watch him live and you're watching him throw bullpens and just how easy it is and how, suave he is until the point of release.
Suave.
And it's just, some guys just have it. And he's one of those guys that just has easy gas. That's kind of what we call it. It's just like someone that doesn't really have to try to throw that hard and it just kind of comes out.
Yeah. It's I'm sure that you guys all look at each other like, I wish I had that pitch from this guy and I could do this that this guy does.
Yeah.
Everybody's got that.
Is
that a conversation in the bullpen?
I think it might be more of an internal conversation than anything, but yeah.
Well, we'll get him set up here on the headsets, and I think he's familiar with this guy to my left here. Bringing him in.
What's up, buddy? Good to see you.
How are you? There you go. Here's Brian Wu of your Seattle Mariners, coming off a nice game last night. And, Casey and I were talking about this earlier in the show, Brian, that I thought one of the more impressive things about last night wasn't the first 4 innings were impressive. You were dominant. You were perfect through 4. Got into some trouble in the 5th, some hits, gave up some runs, but you came back out and you shut them back down again. And just the ability to sort of sustain that inning, come back out, and close the door on them. How big was that for you?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously,
whenever you give up some hits, some runs, you get frustrated about it. But I think as a starter, especially, like, I know I still got a job to do, go back out there, so I got to put up zeros. You know, you're frustrated no matter what happens, though. Like, especially being a pretty low pitch count for the night and being pretty efficient. Like, I know my job's still to go back out, still put up zeros, keep our team in the game, and then, you know, once I'm done, then, you know, the bullpen comes in and does their job as well. So, especially on a night like that where it's like you got to keep battling, stay in the game, and then you give us an opportunity late in the game to come back and find a way to win. So, yeah, always important to just, no matter what happens, whether it's in the first or the fifth or, you know, throughout the game, but you give up runs, still got to come back and continue to do my job.
Yeah, what was, you know, just for the fans out there, what was that, was there a conversation in the dugout that after you came out, after giving up those runs of like, hey, like, how do you feel, like all these things, or was it just like crickets, like you're going back out, no ifs, ands, buts about it, or, you know, was this kind of a mutual agreement, or was this, you know, and what does that do for you, for those listening going forward, coming out, going back out and dominating versus getting pulled after giving up 3? Like, just kind of touch on the mentality portion of that.
Yeah. So Skip came down and came to, you know, checked in and saw how I was doing, and I was like, no, I'm good. And that was pretty much the extent of that conversation. But I think it definitely does mean a lot for him to, you know, come down and be like, good, all right, keep going. You know, he trusts and believes that you can go back out and continue to do your job, and, you know, have conversations with Cal throughout the evening too, of kind of like, you know, knowing obviously where I made my mistakes and whatnot, but just keep moving forward, keep making pitches, keep doing what you've been doing. You know, one swing or a couple of, you know, unlucky here and there, it doesn't, you know, determine how the rest of your night's going to go. So continue to make pitches, continue to keep going. And I think for me, it definitely, you know, means a lot. There's like last week where everything goes pretty well and pretty smoothly, and like you go, you know, 7 and everything's pretty clean, and then you got nights like last night where maybe it's not as clean, but you still got to find a way to go back out, whether, you know, especially throwing well, you give up some runs, and then it's like, all right, well, you know, it's happened, but keep going. So, yeah, it definitely means a lot to get that confidence from him and also from teammates.
Is it easy for you to identify, I guess maybe after the game you go back and look at the video or something to see, first 4, I'm dealing. They're not touching me. 5th inning, here's what happened. Is it more of a, hey, man, give them credit, they hit some good pitches, or I was catching the fat part of the plate, or is it easy to diagnose what happened in that inning versus the previous 4?
It was a little bit of both, yeah. I mean, obviously feeling pretty good the first couple innings, making my pitches that I needed to make, getting ahead and doing a good job of that, but the 5th inning was a little bit more, it was a mix of both. I mean, I think some unlucky pitches, I think I made good pitches and they found a way to get some grass, and then more just the slider to McKinstry. I think that, especially in that situation, getting 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, got a righty coming up, so obviously me being you know, pretty heavily reliant on the sinker this year to get double plays, that was what Cal came up to me and said, you know, in the meeting before, so yeah, that's just on me. That's my mistake, that making that pitch that either needs to be a strikeout pitch or, you know, not in the zone at all. And so that's just kind of a learning moment for me, to making sure that I, you know, learn from those moments taking forward of understanding the situation, understanding the lineup and where they're at, and, you know, who's coming up. So it's a little bit of both, but it's all you just kind of learn from and move on.
Yeah, I remember those times where you just like, you know, as soon as you let go of it, you're just like, dang, that's not like, you know the intent, you know what you're trying to do, the conviction is there, and then it's just like, for whatever reason, right at the last second, you're like, that's too much of a strike. That caught too much plate, and then it's like, oh man. But yeah, it was really cool to see you bounce back, to see, you know, with the things that you've had to deal with, unfortunately, you know, the injuries and things like that over the season. It's been really cool to watch you the last couple of starts of really kind of get into what we as players saw in spring training, you know, me getting to watch you throw and stuff like that, and really kind of stepping into what you can be and what you're going to be moving forward. And I'm excited to see where your career goes, where the trajectory goes, but you've been a lot of fun to watch.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
What's the vibe like now? I mean, you're on, 46 games left, I think, 46, 47. Let's go quick. And you guys are nip and tuck with the Astros. One day they're in first, the next day you're in first, then you're tied. Is there a different intensity to your starts? Like, all right, we got to get this because it's not the middle of May. These games mean more now, especially in the race for the AL West. Do you feel that, I don't know, extra intensity when you're out there?
Yes and no. I think it's, collectively as a unit, we know what's going on and kind of where we're at, and also, what we need to do. I think you're doing a better job if you're more focused on kind of what you can control. We don't. We can't control what other teams are doing and how they're playing. We kind of just control how we come to the ballpark every day and how we're preparing and how we're getting ready for each game. So I think as for myself and for the pitching staff especially, like we know the job that we need to do. I know that the offense is going to continue to come through and do what they need to do, and I think it's just collectively understanding kind of each other, the situation where we're at in the season, and but the vibe is good. I mean, I think it's exciting getting after the trade deadline, and you get some new faces in, you get some new some good vibes, and but I think we all understand how good this group is and how good we can be, and I think everyone's kind of just trying to take it day by day, but there's definitely an understanding of what the ultimate goal is.
One thing he brought up, I was asking him, about everybody's ceiling in this rotation, and what is it about this pitcher? What is it about that pitcher? And for you, he was just talking about easy gas. It just pops out of your hand. Doesn't look like you're putting all this effort into it. Is that something that's always been true for you, or did you develop this? This is just the mechanics you've developed along the way?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I mean, to be honest, didn't do a whole lot of pitching growing up. I was mostly an infielder. Towards the end of high school, they had me pitch a little bit here and there, kind of just like, we need a guy to throw some innings, and I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And then, I went on to pitch in college. So it's been, I think, a gradual development, and then kind of getting into the Mariners system and understanding a little bit of both, like the physical development, but also kind of like the specifics and our process and kind of what we focus on in terms of like dominating the zone and that sort of thing. So I think it's been a little bit of both, but I think it's always been a focus of mine to make sure like I'm using my whole body, as best as I can, and try to put as least amount of stress on, your arm or whatever it is that you can to make sure that you're moving the right way and do your best to stay healthy. So always learning, you're always trying to get better, but just little things.
Yeah, I know. I can remember it was probably 23. Yeah, it was the last spring training that I was actually throwing bullpens, and I'm literally in between him and Munoz. Munoz is over here just flipping balls at 100, and then this guy's over here just acting just like all chill, and then here comes 97, and I'm over here
catch.
trying to throw as hard as I can. It's coming out like 86, 85, and I'm just like, what am I doing? I can remember talking to the guys, be like, hey, I can't throw my bullpens with these guys anymore.
Don't put me in between them.
But yeah, he's a special player. It is a lot of fun to watch.
Well, it's been fun watching you, man, and really appreciate you always generous with your time coming out and talking to us. We appreciate it, and of course, wish you nothing but the best the rest of the season and hopefully into the postseason.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Brian Wu of your Seattle Mariners, everybody, just having a tremendous year. Mariners Player Spotlight is presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort and Pacific Lamp and Supply. Coming up, last chance to get them in. Mean Text coming up next as we continue live from Edgar's Cantina. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Wyman. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Our top 25 countdown, and the only guy left is the one who's going to lead them all, Mike McDonald.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
He is the most intriguing Seahawk this year, and quite frankly, it's not even close. He is the complete opposite in so many ways of what we've seen.
There's very clearly stories of young guys that just totally re-energized a place, and to your point, brought attention to detail and the scheme and all of it together and found success right away in the NFL.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you're looking for fun, breathtaking views and outdoor dining, Snoqualmie Casino's the place for you. It's Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino. No matter if it's a meeting like I've done, a night out with friends, a big date night with my wife, I know Snoqualmie Casino has it all. Plus, they open their outdoor dining, so come enjoy dinner overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. 12 Moons and Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood offer outdoor dining, so grab a seat and dig in. You can browse the menus at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Motorcycle riders, are you taking advantage of this weather? It's beautiful outside. It's great riding weather. I've been out there as much as possible, and I've had a couple of close calls on the bike with the cars that just don't see me when they want to change lanes. I'm sure you guys have experienced that as well, and hopefully you've never been in an accident, as I have not, knocking on wood. But if that answer changes, you find yourself involved in a motorcycle accident, here's the number to call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. First of all, your case evaluation is completely free. They do not get paid until you get paid. On top of that, this is somebody that's going to fight for you. They are going to fight for the motorcycle rider and their family to get the compensation you deserve. With over 20 years of experience, they will treat you and your case with the respect and dignity you deserve. And unlike the insurance companies who are out there trying to get away with paying out the lowest settlement they can as quickly as they can, the Law Tigers are there with you so you don't have to handle your case alone. And on top of that, they're going to help you get your motorcycle and your gear repaired or replaced, because they know how important those things are to you. So if you find yourself involved in a motorcycle accident, give them a call at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. They will get you the help that you need. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or check them out online at lawtigers.com. The Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers, Mateer Law Firm, LLC.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers who chonk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The greatest stories aren't found in books or films or folk songs. The stories that truly bring us together are found in ESPN Fantasy Football. Stories of late-round love and first-round heartbreak. Tales of Hail Marys and Monday Night Miracles. Chronicles of punishments. Oh, the punishments. Friends growing closer than ever through the power of humiliation. It's all here. And while the football might be fantasy, the stories, very real. Download the ESPN Fantasy app, sign up, and write the story of your season.
The Puget Sound Boys and Girls Club means a safe place for our kids to grow, to have fun, to build relationships, and become themselves. Because of partners like Boeing, we're able to do a lot. It's super exciting for our kids to know that Boeing volunteers are here to help them, to have fun with them, to create good experiences. It provides a brighter lens for their future.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed!
5 years of advanced security.
Security win!
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited!
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at Edgar's Cantina here at T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob with Casey Sadler in for Wyman. And I can't remember which days you did before. Were you here on
Thursday,
Friday? Oh, so you did a Friday with a mean text.
Yeah, we did.
Did anybody say anything?
I can promise I'm not stoned, and I have more hair today, so I don't look like Vin Diesel.
Oh, okay. So they did take shots at you last time.
They did, a few, yeah.
All right. Well, this is where we unveil all those mean things that everybody said.
I'm interested to see what they're gonna throw at this guy.
Yeah. Well, he did jump on there and just call them all stupid.
I know. Shots fired.
So, Lefko, unveil it.
Yeah,
what did they give us?
There are none about you, Casey, but a lot that feel bad for you, including the 253 who says, no mean text today. I think it's mean enough to make Casey sit with Bob and Mike for 4 hours.
They have sympathy for you, which in turn is a shot at us. Okay.
Hey, if this is the only way I can get back into a major league ballpark, then hey, I'll take it.
Casey said some good ones. You had the one about me earlier when I was going to protect you guys in the foul ball, and you said, I'll trust myself over you. And then you just had a cell phone there. That's good. 253 says, hey, did you know the average lifespan of a dragonfly is 2 weeks? Yeah, that's right. A dragonfly lives 4 more days than Wyman can count. Is that Matt? No, it's not Matt.
Was that from Matt? He is over there.
Matt's over there typing. No, he has been known to send a few in. So.
Yeah. All we see are the phone numbers, so he's very easily sending in mean text that we're reading.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so this is a good one. So 253 says, Lefko, now that Justin is leaving the morning show, you're a shoo-in to win Worst Producer on Seattle Sports. I mean, even with Justin there, you were still the hands-down favorite.
Wow. That's kind of a shot at you and Justin.
Yeah, well, then they said, okay, I would be the favorite regardless.
Justin catching strays out here.
I say he's not even here to defend himself.
I know.
Jen in Beaverton, actually, she has one about Salk, too.
Oh, okay.
So we can do that.
Is this about his swim shirts?
It is. Jen in Beaverton says, that's not a swim shirt on Salk. That's just his hair.
Oh, boy. Yeah. That's why he wears a swim shirt.
I guess we'll have to get confirmation. Yeah, we'll have to ask for sure. And then the other one from Jen in Beaverton. Mike seems like the kind of guy who would say, watch out for foul ball after you've been hit.
Heads up.
Watch out.
Heads up.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, a little late on that one. As we got guys in the cage now, so we're keeping an eye on things.
425 says, Casey was great when he was a goalie for the Sounders. Did they have a bald goalie? They must have.
What was Casey's last name? Somebody knows his last name. The former
the
goalie.
US Casey Keller?
No. Is that what it was for the Sounders?
Clue. We don't talk soccer on this show. So
no,
I can't believe I allowed that one.
Now you're going to get a bunch of angry soccer fans texting you.
509, just straight to the point. Shut the hell up, Thummy.
Thummy.
A new take on an old nickname.
We haven't heard that name in a while.
No, I know.
Our guy Adam Ray. Well, he knows Adam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, everyone knows Adam.
Adam will send in mean texts often, and he'll say, Bob has the face of a guy who blah, blah, blah. And he said, Lefko has the face of a guy whose nickname in high school was Thumb. And then it became his nickname for a while. And it was just brought back, resurrected.
There you go.
Okay, here's one about old Matt Nelson. The first one we got this week. It came in on Wednesday after Tuesday when Matt got to throw hot dogs. We all threw hot dogs from heaven out here on Tuesday night. 206 says, Matt claims he threw hot dogs. There's video of him packing them into his backpack and taking them home.
They gave us a few without parachutes. I thought that was
these are take-home dogs. Okay.
These are mine.
Oh, shoot. It was really a public service.
Business, right? It was a public service.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I know. I saved it. I was ready to go all week. And that's the only one that's come in about you, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, there needs to be more shots at Matt, according to Lefko there.
425 says, oh, this seems familiar.
What? What is it?
I believe this is a familiar number. 425 says, if a ball was heading at Lefko's head, Casey definitely could catch it. The question is, should he?
Ooh. Now, I went wrong there by sending it in right after we
as we were watching you text. Yeah.
He got caught.
Yeah.
Was that the one you were working on there?
Oh, shoot. That's the one he was working on there.
Oh, good.
Jeff in San Diego checks in. Yes, Seattle sports, where washed-up pitchers, linebackers, and kung fu wannabes are put out to pasture.
Oh, man. They love that. They love the kung fu. Dave calls it karate all the time. Thinks it's hilarious.
Okay, I got another 253 here. Did I say this? Uh-oh. Now I'm scared about saying one I've already said.
Which one is it?
Just go ahead. Dave is gone, so the collective show IQ has gone up 50 points.
No, you haven't used that
there
one
we go.
yet. So there we go.
There's a good one then.
Another shot at Dave.
Yeah.
Always good when they're not here.
Usually he gets most of those, but I had to take up the mantle for him today. Yeah. So, they've all come in.
Yeah, in order to inspire them.
About me.
Generally, Lefko and Dave will say they're drunk, high, unemployed, or in Lefko's case, they're stupid.
Now, someone called me out for that, 801, but they, for some reason, think that's Matt. They said, Matt, are you high or stupid? It's the same call every Friday for meme text. If you're asking us to be original, the least you can do is be original yourself. Well, I'm Mike. That's Matt over there, so.
I don't have to answer that question. I'm at work.
I know.
And it wasn't him.
We got one more real quick. This is a good one here. Carter from DiComo. When the Mariners win, I say, woo. When we lose, I say, why, man? When Mike talks to a girl at the bar, she turns to her friends and says, let's go.
There you go. Perfect one to end on. All right. That does it for us. I want to thank our guests today, Anthony DiComo, Shannon Dreyer, and Brian Wu for joining us on the program. If you missed any of it, it's on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday with Wyman and Bob.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball.
He leaps and Victor Robles makes the catch.
Every strikeout.
Swing into this. Got him on a fastball that had a lot of movement.
Every home run.
It is red salami time. Welcome to Seattle. Justin Turner.
Every Mariners win.
3 runs are in, and the Mariners walk it off. Mitch Haniger getting bombed at second base.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
It's Extreme at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday, September 7th. With special guest, Living Color. From burning hard rock to introspective ballads. Don't miss Extreme with special guest Living Color, September 7th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help, call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do 2 things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home. All done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. And don't wait. Because when the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. So go to Xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris, only with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only, but make the call and don't wait to 1-800-XFINITY.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
At Shane Company, we'll help you design an engagement ring as unique as your love story. We have the widest selection of diamonds and gemstones for you to choose from, and you can compare them side by side right here in our store. Only at Shane Company can you sift through exquisite diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in a variety of shapes and sizes. We'll help you create your dream engagement ring no matter your price range. Choose the ring setting that speaks to your style, from classic to modern to vintage. We offer so many ways to personalize your ring. Pick your favorite center stone, add a decorative crown and a custom engraving, or select a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, our jewelers know how much your ring means to you. They hand-set each center stone with precision and pride in our jeweler's workshop, so you can feel confident knowing your ring is crafted with the greatest care and comes with an unmatched free lifetime warranty that lets you know we'll always be here for you. Your love story deserves to shine bright. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
3 runs are in, and the Mariners walk it off. Mitch Haniger getting mobbed at second base by his teammates.
You're listening to 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. The Seattle Mariners pregame show is on.
Julio Rodriguez with a line shot, 2-run home run with 2 outs.
Mariners pregame is brought to you by
The new 2024 Chevy Colorado
Beacon Plumbing
and McClendon Hardware.
Seattle Mariners pregame. The countdown to first pitch is underway.
The 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive into right field. Coming in, diving, and missing the ball, delayed. Here comes Rayleigh. Here comes Rosarena. Here comes Bliss. The throw, no relay to the plate. The Mariners win it.
I just want the energy that we had right there in the 9th. Roll it into the next series and for the rest of the season. You know, it shows, you know, this team doesn't quit. We can win a game at any point and just keep going.
Absolutely electric finish here last night at the Ball Yard, and today, well, they're rolling it into the next series. Mariners dipping back into the National League for 3 with the Mets. The pregame show starts now. Good evening, happy Friday, and welcome to T-Mobile Park. Shannon Dreyer coming to you live from the Western Washington Toyota broadcast booth, counting you down to the 7:10 first pitch. Bryce Miller and Jose Quintana, your pitching matchup. Was last night the spark the Mariners were looking for to propel this thing the rest of the way? We're going to find out. I can tell you that was the feeling on the field after that walk-off last night. They definitely felt that. They felt the breaks kind of going their way. A big break went their way, but also Mitch Haniger coming through in a huge situation right there. And so many bad things could have happened if that didn't happen. You would have been a game and a half behind the Astros. You would have lost 4 straight. You would have been swept by the Tigers, but no. Different feel altogether instead. Certainly a happy clubhouse this afternoon, and why not? The Mariners are tied atop the AL West with game 117 in front of them, and they still have everything they want, still very much within reach. We're going to get into the matchups with the Mets as the show goes on, but the Mariners enter the day at 60-56, leading the West. Mets, similar record at 61-54, 8 games behind the division-leading Phillies, but hanging on to a wild card spot. Mets 6-4 in their last 10 on a rather circuitous road trip, which started in Anaheim. Then they had to travel back to St. Louis for a makeup game, then back to Denver for a series against the Rockies, and now here they are. Could be a little road weary. We'll take a look at what happens in just over an hour. As for the Mariners lineup, let's get to it. Lefty Jose Quintana on the mound. This is what he will be facing. At the top is Victor Robles in center field, followed by Randy Arozarena and left Cal Raleigh. We'll be catching Bryce Miller today and batting third. Your cleanup hitter and first baseman will be Justin Turner, Mitch Garver, the designated hitter, Dylan Moore at third base, Mitch Haniger in right field, Ryan Bliss at second base, and Leo Ribas rounding out the 9 at short. So Scott Service looking to get those righties into the lineup. As for the injury report, really nothing new to report today. We, of course, are keeping an eye on Julio Rodriguez. No word, no moves, no nothing as far as we know right now today. And it does look like, he is coming along, but it looks like he does have a little ways to go with that ankle as well. The injury report is brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Learn more at fredhutch.org/proton therapy. That's fredhutch.org/proton therapy. What a night for a ball game. It is absolutely beautiful right now. A lot of folks in the ball yard enjoying some Mets batting practice. And if you are out in right field, you are definitely getting your fair share of baseballs. Always fun to see the opponents out there taking BP, and they are just finishing up their last round. Pen pretty full already and bathed in the sun, as it should be this time of the year. As for what we've got going in the booth, coming up on the show on the Mariners Clubhouse Insider about a half an hour, we're going to hear from Jerry Dipoto, who sat down with Gary and Aaron not too long ago. Going to get into Victor Robles and what he has done for this club and what they perhaps envisioned him doing for this club. That will come up in about a half hour. We'll have all of the usuals as well. We will have the round table. We're going to be talking a little perspective and perhaps a little Edwin Diaz. Good to see him, and a number of familiar faces on the other side today. We will also have picks versus Rick. Rick is out today, but I'm sure we will get some brilliant picks from the fans, and perhaps Aaron Goldsmith as well, our expert picker here. Gary Hill is back with us, which is fantastic. I'm really interested to get his perspective on what we have seen in his absence. All of that coming up, but coming up next, it'll be Dave Sims sitting down with the skipper. We're just getting started here. Stick around. You are listening to us on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
With the incredibly spacious 3-row Chevy Traverse, you can change
"Let's just meet at the concert"
into
"Why don't I pick all you guys up on the way?"
The advanced safety engineered Chevy Blazer EV lets you turn "You think we should turn back?" into
full steam ahead.
And with the affordable Equinox EV,
keep an eye out for the next Charger, kids.
Becomes
"Get comfortable, kids. We'll be home in 4 hours."
For summer adventures, Chevy's got you.
See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
When you buy tires at Les Schwab, you're getting more than just tires. You're getting America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Other places make you pay extra for that, but at Les Schwab, it's included with every set of tires, because more warranty means less worry, and nobody stands by their tires like Les Schwab. Get more from Les. Book your appointment at leschwab.com. Terms and conditions apply. See leschwab.com for details.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Fred Meyer, where you'll find over 30,000 mouth-watering choices that excite your inner foodie. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices, plus extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week. You can also save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with fuel points. More savings and more inspiring flavors make shopping Fred Meyer worth it every time. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
It's not too late to become a 2024 Mariners season ticket member. Check out a Mariners Flex membership, a great option for fans who want the flexibility to choose their games and seats all summer long, while still enjoying the perks of being a member. With a Flex membership, you'll receive benefits like savings of 10% or more on tickets with no fees, access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts at the team store and the box yard, and so much more. Go to mariners.com/flex Mariners.com/flex to learn more about becoming a part of the Mariners family.
The countdown to first pitch continues with the Scott Service Show.
Presented by McClendon Hardware.
Visiting with Scott Service and still feeling the good vibes from last night in a game that you talked about yesterday at this time. Hey, we got to have this game.
Yeah, it was a crazy game. It didn't look great for a long time, but I give our guys a ton of credit. We hung in there. We caught a break with Luke Raley leading off the inning with the check swing single. Rosarena, great at bat. And then a couple punch outs, and we're kind of on the edge of our seat. And Polanco really battled. I give Jorge a ton of credit to get the, pass the baton over to Mitch. And Mitch is the right guy at the right time. He's come through in a number of moments like that throughout his career here with the Mariners, and none bigger than last night. So you got to keep grinding. You got to be very resilient, and this club is. This club does not quit, does not give up, no matter how bleak it may look and how many people are yelling at the TV screen. Hopefully they keep it on for a while.
Well said. Hopefully this is a catalyst to get you going here. This is because the Mets have surged and surprised the heck out of everybody. They've gone from fourth to second, playing a lot of good ball.
The Mets have played well, yeah. Since June 2nd, I think they got one of the best records in Major League Baseball. It's really been driven by their offense, Dave. They've swung the bat really well. Lindor's picked it up. Alonso hits his homers. J.D. Martinez is solid in the middle of their lineup, and they've had other guys contributing as well. And their bullpen's good. So the keys of this series for me, we got to get on their starting pitching. We haven't done that here in the last 4 or 5 games. We need to get back to doing that, get on their starters, and we got to control the top of their lineup best we can.
Having said that, with Bryce Miller, got an idea? Give me an idea of his plan of attack.
Well, Bryce got to get all of his pitches working. Of course, his bread and butter is the fastball, but the development of his secondary pitches the last few times out has been really nice to see. The curveball's gotten to be a real weapon for him, and he's going to have to lean on it tonight for sure.
Yeah, he's 2-0, 2-7-6 his last 5 starts, and you guys are 4-1 in those starts too. So that he's really giving you a chance to win.
He has. He's been very consistent at home, getting deep in the ball game. He's pitched great in this ballpark. We're going to play good defense behind him as well. I think, key to these series, you got to play clean. 27 outs, no more. Don't give him extra chances in particular innings. And then, our bullpen has thrown the ball well here of late, too. We haven't seen Mooney in a few days, so we need to get him in there tonight.
That's a good point. Chagua and Garcia have been sensational for him.
They really have, and Colin Snyder's picked it up. Voth continues to have a good year for us. So we got a nice pocket there, middle relievers, guys that are helping us get the ball to Mooney. But the key is got to get a lead and get the lead on the starter, and then we'll go from there.
Their starter, Jose Quintana, 6-7, 3.95. He's been around seven teams, 13 years. He's pitched a lot. You've seen him a lot. What's the key getting on him today?
He works the edges of the strike zone. He's a really intelligent guy. To last in this league, left-handed, you're going to be on the edges. You're not going to throw many pitches in the middle of the plate. So we got to be disciplined tonight, but we also need to be on the attack. When you get your pitch to hit, let's put a good swing on it. Let's get it in play. Thought last night we fouled off way too many pitches. Balls we should have got in play, try to barrel balls up. So that happens when you're aggressive. When we get our pitch tonight, let's get after it.
One last thing about Mitch Haniger. He's come through so many times to this ball club. You've been around baseball for a long time. What are the qualities that makes him so exceptional in these showcase opportunities here for him?
I think the more opportunities you get with the game on the line like that, you learn over time how to control your emotions and not try to do too much. I think it's very interesting. A number of Mitch's late inning hits have gone to the opposite field. He's not trying to pull the ball out of the ballpark. He's just trying to hang in there and get the bat on the ball, and good things have happened there. So need to stay with it. We need other guys to chip in as well. I think Luke Raley's really picked it up here in this homestand. We've seen a couple home runs from him, which has been awesome. He'll probably be in there at some point tonight. They're starting a lefty, but we'll make some substitutions as they go to their bullpen.
All right, Scott, thanks. Good luck today.
Thanks, Dave.
Scott Service Show is brought to you by McClendon Hardware, locally yours since 1926. Visit one of their 7 Puget Sound locations for all your urban homestead needs. Shannon Dreyer with a pregame show here. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Gary Hill and Dave Sims. Time now for the roundtable. We got a lot of topics to handle, and I'm really interested to get some perspective from somebody who was able to step away for a couple of days. That comes up next as you are listening to the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit. And member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Baseball fans, Muckleshoot Casino Resort is always a home run. With the best games, the best restaurants, and the best rooms and luxury suites. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Bigger, better, and still the best in the Northwest.
Muckleshoot. I'm Rick Griffin. I was the head athletic trainer for the Seattle Mariners for 35 years. I found out I had prostate cancer on opening day 2017.
Rick took charge of his treatment.
I had a friend who had prostate cancer, and I saw the side effects, and I thought there had to be a better way.
He chose Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center proton therapy.
It was much easier than I thought possible. If I had to recommend proton therapy, I absolutely would.
Rick chose proton therapy. Find out why at seattleproton.com.
The Mariners stretch before every game to be at their best. Shouldn't the fans arrive at their next away game stretched and refreshed too? On Alaska Airlines, you can upgrade to a premium class seat and enjoy an extra 4 inches of legroom in a spacious leather chair. You'll also get priority boarding and a complimentary beer, wine, or cocktail. And premium class upgrades start as low as $15 a flight. Live your best life and get more legroom in premium class. Go ahead, cross your legs on Alaska. Ever daydream of catching a game-winning pop fly for the Mariners? Visit Funco headquarters in Everett to enter for your chance to participate in Pop Fly with a Catch, presented by Funco at T-Mobile Park on select dates. If chosen, you'll win 4 tickets to a home Mariners game and a chance to catch fly balls in the outfield. For each pop fly you catch, you could win unique Mariners and Funco Pop prizes. To register, scan the QR code at the Funco store located at 2802 Wetmore Avenue in Everett. Good luck and go Mariners!
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
We're live after the Mariners game. Coach, once a base runner's aboard, how do you bring them home?
Well, we're really focused on stealing bases. Fresh steals mean free AM/PM fresh baked cookies and a 12-ounce slim Coca-Cola, plus the chance to win a Mariners VIP experience. That's it. If you need me, I'll be at AM/PM.
AM/PM, too much good stuff. Proud partner of the Mariners. Only 1,000 deals available per game on the AM/PM app for 24 hours through September 19th. Only at participating AM/PM store while supplies last. VIP experience sweeps, no purchase necessary. See rules at ampm.com/official rules.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Mariners pregame continues with a roundtable.
Welcome back to T-Mobile Park and the Mariners pregame show. Shannon Dreher here with Dave Sims and Gary Hill. Time now for the roundtable. And Gary, you had a little vacation. You finally got your little bit of time.
I know. I was thinking about that on the beach.
I'd seen beach.
Every pitch of every inning of Mariners baseball from the very first spring training game until the Detroit series. So it was nice to get a little time away.
All right. So you weren't peeking? You weren't watching every pitch? Were you watching the Houston Astros would be my other question. I mean, I can picture you on the beach with your little laptops all set up with all of the games going on.
I did not watch the Astros. I did check the scores. Although I did, when I think it was the first game of their series, it all runs together. Got close against Texas, and it went to extra innings. I did turn that on. So,
okay. All right.
No, you did. I don't blame you.
Yeah,
I had to. I mean, it was close. So.
Compelled.
Well, I think it's so you've kind of got fresh eyes and whatnot coming in, and I think this is a good kind of person to ask here. But perspective, with where this team is right now. I know that there are a lot of folks out there as they're not winning it the right way. They're not winning enough. They're not doing this move, that move, this lineup, that lineup.
Yeah.
And, my fear is they might be missing something.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is great, right? You're in first place, and you're duking it out with the Houston Astros to try and win a division, and something the Mariners haven't done in a long time. I understand the frustration on nights when you don't win, because I think it comes from a great place, is people care, people are passionate, people want to see the very best for the Mariners. So I understand where that's coming from. I do think that, especially now, like, this is not sprint time yet. This is not win at all costs time yet, where you can't treat every game like that if you're managing the game. And you are going to lose games the rest of the way. Like, that's the thing that's going to happen. And you just know there's a tomorrow until there's not. And for now, there's some more tomorrow. So I think perspective is a good word, because this is an interesting time on the calendar, because it's the beginning of August. There's still all of August. Well, I guess more towards the middle of August we're getting near. But you still have all September as well. You can't think about or manage this thing like it's a must-win yet. That comes in September if it's still neck and neck.
Absolutely, and it's a tough one. You want every game as the most important game, but you can't do that in baseball. And that said, Dave, last night's win's so important to this team. I mean, this is Gary. Scott actually said it before the game.
Sure
you don't
did.
hear it very often, but he actually said this is a big game. We need to win this game.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that in August very often.
Yeah, you didn't want to get you don't want to get swept. B, you don't want to get swept by those guys. And thank goodness for the luck and the karma that you get in baseball. And boy, did that work out to the Mariners' benefit last night. For my money, I'm thinking, and given the deficiencies of this team, I think all these games really are super important for my money, because your margin of error, because you don't have, it's not the Blake Street Bombers. It's not one of the prolific hitting teams over the years. So again, I think the phrase margin of error is such that you got to be on point all the time. And I don't think it's like, you're not tensing up and everything, but every game is important, and screwy things happen in the last 45 games in baseball. So the fewer you screw up, the better.
I still think, too, we talked about this before the trade deadline, because when the Mariners got hurt, when they lost Julio and lost JP, I felt like it was a situation.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was absolutely ridiculous.
There was a reality to the situation where the Mariners were going to struggle to score runs. Now, things have changed since then, because they've added 2 bats and other guys have come along. But I think part of that reality still exists without Julio and JP, where there still will be ups and downs offensively. It has certainly been better since the deadline. There's no question. But I don't think they're all the way there yet. But I do also think, with what we've seen, adding Julio and adding JP to the mix, I think you've really got something.
Well, I totally agree with you. As I watched Julio earlier swing the bat, I mean, he was hitting rockets all over the place. I would love to see his bat in the lineup at some point. I mean, I know the reality of a high ankle sprain. You're not going to be able to go laterally. And even if he does DH, he's got to make a turn if he hits the ball into the gap. So that's scary. So you want to make sure he's 100%. And getting JP back, that would be great. They're a better team with him in the lineup. And I was talking to a couple of guys on the Mets side. They were saying that. Better team with him in the lineup. Severino was saying this. And they're buddies. They train together. And they said, it's one more guy you got to look at. You don't want to put people on base with him coming up. So I look forward to him coming back. But, again, we need an uptick in production from a lot of guys who are not having great years. And now's a good time to make it happen.
Once again, it's the first day of the season as far as I'm concerned.
Because, you're tied again.
It's all in front of you.
You're tied again. And I guess I was thinking about it when Julio and JP, like, just stay with Houston until then, right? Don't fall down by 2 or 3 games. I guess is how I'm looking at it.
2 or 3 would be a lot,
hey, would it be great if the Mariners ripped off 12 wins in a row and overtook? Yes, absolutely. But I'm just trying to look this realistically. Just stay with the Astros right now. Just stay with them.
I'm good with that.
Don't let them build a lead. I mean, the Red Sox aren't helping right now, but we can talk about that later.
I saw Altuve hit a bomb.
Yeah, he did.
Stop that. Stop it. Dave, what was it like to see Edwin Diaz in that opposing clubhouse?
What a good guy. A lovely kid. Terrific competitor. Talented young man. Hated to see him go. I'm happy for his success. Boy, I felt badly, my guys in New York, when he said, you sent this guy to us? What are you doing to us, huh? He's a hell of a pitcher. He's really good. And I'm glad to see him back in form.
He was one of my favorites. He was so fun to watch. Great dude off the field, and just Man, when he came in the game, the electricity, this building, it was the best.
And again, I want to salute him and a whole bunch of other Hispanic players. His English, it wasn't terrible, but boy, it's been a marked jump coming into, seeing him tonight. I haven't seen him since, last year we were there. But he's got a big heart, man. It really does.
He got a big heart, and when I was looking at him and when I talked to him a little bit about it afterwards, it is remarkable how quickly he made the transition in the minor leagues and was of impact at the big leagues.
Tremendous.
I mean, he did it. He said, I was like, do you remember how quick that he was? He said, about 2.5 weeks. And he told a funny story because he was told before a game. So I guess his manager got the word that he was going to, they were going to be doing something with him. And the manager said, hey, after the ball game today, I've got to talk to you about something. And Edwin thought they were calling him up as a starter.
Oh.
And that game went to extra innings. So the whole game, he's just waiting to go and talk to the manager. And he gets into the manager's office, and he said, what do you think about maybe being a reliever? It's your quickest path to the big leagues. Okay. And what's remarkable is he had other pitches, and it was like, is he going to have a fourth pitch? Is the third pitch good enough? Got rid of them, and it's still just 2 pitches.
Yeah.
Just absolutely remarkable. He is that good, and we don't want to see him in this series.
Yeah. Great guy. Let's just
Great
not see a
guy,
pitch.
and that's enough. Thank you very much. Great to talk with you.
Yes, indeed. Great to shake hands, hug. How's the family? Feeling good? Great. I'll watch you on TV Monday, Tuesday next week.
Enjoy your 3 days. All right. Hey, it's Fly, Fly, Fly Away Friday, and that means fans can score 5 times more miles on eligible concession purchases with your Alaska Airlines Visa Signature Card every Friday at T-Mobile Park. Terms and conditions apply. Learn more at alaskaair.com/5xmariners. Coming up next in the Mariners Clubhouse Insider, we're going to hear a little bit from Jerry Dipoto on kind of this new-look Mariners team. That, as the pregame show continues, on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
At Toyota's National Sales Event, you can choose from more hybrid and all-wheel drive vehicles than anyone else, including the best-selling RAV4. Now through September 3rd, choose 4.99 APR financing on a new 2024 RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid with approved credit through TFS. Excludes RAV4 Prime. Or you can get a great lease deal on RAV4. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Get details at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Looking for a great night out? Snoqualmie Casino's just the place to go to unwind and have some fun. It's Mike Salk here. Only 30 minutes from Seattle, Snoqualmie Casino's got it all. Lots of exciting table games, tons of slots, sports, restaurants, entertainment, plus the views, too. Come check out the breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. So no matter if it's checking out sports with your buddies or a date night, make sure you're checking out Snoqualmie Casino. Go to snocasino.com for all the details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes.
Hear Brock and Salk on FM.
This is well within your grasp. You're certainly talented enough. You certainly have the horses.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem: the experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Hi, Rick Riz here. Do you need a new roof but aren't sure who you can trust? Call 3 Tree Roofing. A proud family-owned business, 3 Tree Roofing brings meticulous attention to detail to every roofing project. From your initial phone call to your free on-site estimate to the installation itself, you'll appreciate our outstanding value and unmatched craftsmanship. So call 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF for a free roof replacement quote. That's 206-312-ROOF. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey golf fans, Dan Wilson here, inviting you to join me at the 2024 Boeing Classic. See Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers live at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge from August 9th through 11th. It's your chance to experience the only PGA Tour champion stop in the Pacific Northwest and see golf's biggest stars. Grab the whole family and come on down to join the action. It's a golf experience you won't want to miss. The Boeing Classic at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge from August 9th through the 11th. For $20 tickets, visit BoeingClassic.com.
At Valley GMC in Auburn, they have exactly what you need to work, live, and play like a pro. Like $12,000 off 2024 GMC Sierra Elevation with 5.3 V8 with the trade-in of a 2010 or newer vehicle, any brand. Or lease for $660 a month for 36 months with 0 down, plus tax license doc, ultra-low mile lease. So check out the selection today at valleygmc.com. That's valleygmc.com. Valley GMC, we are professional grade. See you in the Valley.
Breaking ball struck him out. That's a dozen for George Kirby.
A Mariners game is the perfect place to spend a Seattle summer day. You can kick back with some Moto Pizza, take in the views of Elliott Bay, enjoy a local brew, and soak up the sun. It's like going to the beach, only better, because you don't have to pack a big cooler, you can't get stung by a jellyfish, and there's no sand to get in your shoes or anywhere else. Plus, the beach usually doesn't have JP, Cal, or Julio.
Fair ball, base hit. Julio hits their base. He's racing home. He's saved. Cal Raleigh delivers.
Pass me that sunscreen. Let's go. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Summer is in full swing at T-Mobile Park. Don't miss out on this weekend series as Cal Raleigh and the Mariners take on the Mets. The action continues with tomorrow's Tridents Up t-shirt giveaway at 6:40, with the first 15,000 fans scoring a sweet new tee thanks to Zato. Then be here for Sunday's homestand finale at 4:10. Get tickets for your whole crew at mariners.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is Mariners pregame and the inside perspective. Here's Shannon Dreyer with a Mariners Clubhouse Insider.
Recently, Gary and Aaron sat down with Jerry Dipoto to tackle a number of topics, starting with how he views some of the struggles we have seen with the offense.
Baseball's such a mental game. It really is. And you know, that far predates this year's version of the Mariners. Most struggles, most slumps aren't due to something different in your swing. It's not where you start your hands. It's almost all mental. You know, you start to, the modern phraseology is you dome yourself up. You start thinking too much. And, and I've been there where I've thought way too much. And, it's very hard to play when you're thinking about what you're trying to get done instead of just doing. Do more, think less, when you're out on the field. And, we want to think through preparing for an opponent. We want to think and preparing ourselves for a season. When you get out on the field, you do what you do, and the game comes naturally. And, we'll see that's where baseball IQ takes over. You don't have to think about your IQ. You just IQ, right? The same thing happens on a baseball field. You don't think about what you do. You're just going out there and letting it happen. And so much of our struggle over the course of the last month or so has roughly been that, putting so much pressure on yourself to make up for the fact that you think you need to carry more because the guy next to you is carrying less, and it just starts to compound. And as soon as somebody is able to take a breath, all of a sudden you score 10 runs. You go out and you have a 7-run inning, and we've done it now multiple times in the last week, and I think it's because guys they have a little bit of freedom in their game.
Robles kind of emerged before the deadline, and you've alluded to Victor already a couple times. And what an amazing story he has been for your club this past month. He's been one of the best hitters in the game the past month, which is incredible. How do you think about this Robles story and everything he's done for your team so far?
I think it's just a magical job of scouting and identifying players that fit. And we got really lucky.
He knew this was coming.
Yes. Yeah, that's Victor has always been an incredibly talented player. I think he spent 4 years, ranked among the top 50 prospects in baseball, climbing as high as top 5, I think, maybe the year before he debuted in the big leagues. He's been the starting center fielder on a World Series team. He's had nearly a 4-win season, I think, at age 22. And then it just went stale for him, like it does for some players. And instead of progressing, he took some steps backward and going into his mid-20s. And those are the types of guys that it's not going to work every time as well as it has worked here and now for Victor. Sometimes they just need a change of scenery. They need somewhere else to go and breathe a little bit. And when Victor was in Washington, there's an expectation. He is the premium prospect who was, certainly wasn't Soto, but he was pretty close, in the way they were thought of.
It was Soto, Victor, and Vlad,
right?
As like the top 3 prospects at one point in baseball. To put that into context further.
And you're carrying a lot of weight when that's the expectation. And I think after his first full season, the expectations probably only grew. I think he hit 17 homers. He stole 20-plus bases. Like I said, they won the World Series. And then all of a sudden it went flat for him, coming out of COVID like it did for a lot of guys. And, this was a fresh start for him where he's not the 5th best prospect in the game. He's not expected to shoulder the load for a championship team that's loaded with stars. He can just come be Victor and let it hang out and let his tools play. And to be fair, he made an adjustment. He made an adjustment in the batter's box. He spread out a little bit. I think you can see a difference in his setup, and his swing is more direct than it ever was before. And I think what you're seeing now is just he's come full circle from the point that he came to the big leagues, went through his desert, and now we're seeing what he's capable of. And it'd be hard to expect for him to continue to put up, he's putting up insane numbers right now over the course of his time with the Mariners. And we just think he's a good player who's having a great run, and hopefully this is just the start of what is, the next part of a great career for Victor Robles.
Yeah, to your point, he's WRC plus the last 30 days is 198.
Just as we thought.
Just outside of the top 5, and it's like Judge and Soto above him. I mean, it's wild what he's doing right now. It's amazing.
Gary, it's sustainable. Wild is not the right word.
Well, here's the part that I find interesting is the slash. It just can't continue at this level. But the hard hit stuff is fascinating. Like the barrels, he already has the second most barrels he's ever had in any season in his career. His hard hit rate is really high. So it's funny as the rest of this season moves on. I'm curious what this is going to look like, what kind of player he's going to be the next 2 months down the stretch.
It's amazing what happens, and this takes us full circle in this part of the conversation. When you have the kind of talent that Victor has, and the confidence that he's currently playing with, his energy is off the charts high. And we're sitting here watching the game get started last night, with the Phillies, and the big first inning, Victor hits the home run in the upper tank, and immediately there's this electricity just rolls through the ballpark, and he's yelling at the dugout, the bat's in the air, the trident's everywhere, and I think that's when it's going good. And we share it up here. Can you imagine what this looks like with Randy Arozarena doing Randy things and Victor Robles playing like this, Julio being Julio, and getting the energetic version of him back in this lineup? That's a really exciting, vision for what our outfield starts to look like.
It is exciting, too, because it goes back to something we've talked about Julio specifically that I think ties into what you were talking about earlier, the struggles as a lineup as a whole, and how Julio tries to take a lot of that on himself and what that would look like in opposition to what we're seeing right now. And this is pretty exciting to think about.
It really is, and we've talked about it, I think, on these airwaves with Julio trying to bear more of the load than anybody could be expected to bear. And you put a lot of pressure on yourself, and you start doing things or trying to do things that you're not really capable of doing. That gets you in slumps. That's when you start chasing. You're swinging at pitches you otherwise wouldn't swing at. You're a little bit late on the heater. You're a little bit early on the breaking ball. I think it all starts to compound. And the same thing is true of pitchers when it happens to them. It's just not as obvious because you're not watching it 4 or 5 at-bats a night. But, right now with so many guys playing an energetic, good style of baseball, and they're in a good place, I think the face of our offense has really changed a lot in the last 7 or 10 days, and not just because Justin Turner and Randy walked through the door. It's the energy that the group in total is playing with, and the confidence has really taken a step forward.
And kind of a good reminder, that conversation was recorded at the very beginning of the homestand. We did see that energy. They were scoring 7 runs a game. You're not too far separated from that. They could break out again. And worth noting, they faced some pretty tough pitching in those 3 games that Gary Hill missed. And also, Gary Hill was gone, so I'm going to blame him for the Mariners. A little bit of a mini slide against the Detroit Tigers. But coming off the win tonight, they are feeling pretty good. If you want to hear more of that conversation with Jerry Dipoto, you can go ahead and find the Wheelhouse podcast that Gary and Aaron do, and we're along with Jerry Dipoto, and good stuff right there. And that's available wherever you get your podcast. Coming up next, we will have the Picks to Click. Want to let you know the Mariners pregame show is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Bigger, better, the best in the Northwest.
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been solving problems for business owners. However, the needs of our customers and potential customers have changed dramatically over the years, so we've changed too. If you run a business and want to find out how Pacific Office Automation can help improve your business processes and costs, call us today to request a free workflow audit. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, we're here to help. PacificOffice.com. Problem solved.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, I'm Rick Riz. It's time to honor another Teacher of the Week with a $500 classroom grant plus $500 for their school, courtesy of your local credit union, WSECU.
This week's Teacher of the Week is Jennifer Grubb of Sela Intermediate School. Congratulations, and thank you to WSECU for honoring this year's Teacher of the Week recipients.
Great teachers truly inspire. To see this year's Teachers of the Week, visit mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Are you ready to hit a home run with your shopping? Look no further than the Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards Program. It's your ticket to win big while you shop. Here's how it works. For every $1 you spend on participating products like Hempler's Bacon and Dairy Gold Fit Milk, you earn Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points. Redeem your points all season long for game tickets, merchandise, autographed memorabilia, and more. Program runs April 26, 2024 through October 31st, 2024. Participating products are identified with Mariners-themed signs and tags throughout the store. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Rick Griffin. I was the head athletic trainer for the Seattle Mariners for 35 years. I found out I had prostate cancer on opening day 2017.
Rick researched treatments.
I had a friend who had prostate cancer, and I saw the side effects, and I thought there had to be a better way.
He chose Fred Hutch Cancer Center proton therapy.
It was much easier than I thought possible. If I had to recommend proton therapy, I absolutely would.
Rick chose proton therapy. Learn more at fredhutch.org/proton therapy.
The Mariners stretch before every game to be at their best. Shouldn't the fans arrive at their next away game stretched and refreshed too? On Alaska Airlines, you can upgrade to a premium class seat and enjoy an extra 4 inches of legroom in a spacious leather chair. You'll also get priority boarding and a complimentary beer, wine, or cocktail. And premium class upgrades start as low as $15 a flight. Live your best life and get more legroom in premium class. Go ahead, cross your legs on Alaska.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Jayco builds America's best-selling models with superior engineering, Amish craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty. Valley RV Supercenter is America's top volume Jayco store because they make them affordable. For comfort and reliability, there's no better choice than Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent and check out their full Jayco lineup. Or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
When you buy tires at Les Schwab, you're getting more than just tires. You're getting America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Other places make you pay extra for that, but at Les Schwab, it's included with every set of tires because more warranty means less worry, and nobody stands by their tires like Les Schwab. Get more from less. Book your appointment at leschwab.com. Terms and conditions apply. See leschwab.com for details.
Legends Casino Hotel Resort is bringing the heat this August with live entertainment like Runaway June and country legend Clint Black. Experience an oasis in Central Washington, complete with casino games, delicious dining, a luxurious hotel, stay and play golf packages, and a spa coming soon. Stretch out with unmatched comfort at your new favorite resort. Everyone's heading east to Yakima Legends Casino Hotel. Book your stay today. Listen to the game and make the drive to Legends Casino Hotel within winning distance.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Bryce Miller out on the outfield grass getting ready for this one right now. He is always happy to be at home. His home numbers are among the best in baseball for players at home. We will look for that to continue tonight Gonna need some offense, too. I'm hoping that at least one of the guys will pick some offense with the picks to click, presented by Sandberg Volvo Cars. Dave, I think I'll let you go first.
Your wish is granted.
Thank you.
I'm going with Mitch Garver. It's got to stop at some point. He's got to. The bad luck has just got to stop at some point. He got a base hit last night. He's working his tail off. He's got his teammates. He's got the staff behind him. The worst year he's probably ever had in his career. Last 45 games, sprint to the finish. See some big production out of the guards.
Absolutely. We've got a Mitch Garver believer here in Dave Sims, and why not? Gary Hill, what say the fans?
I think the Mariners are set up pretty well against a lefty in this game. I like Randy Arozarena, a 3-run home run.
Will he cross his arms?
I hope so. Just on home plate.
You know what I'm learning about him? He likes to photobomb. I'm seeing him pop up in pictures. Yes.
The group photo behind home plate the other day was fabulous.
That was great. I was
jumped
watching.
into a group photo in Boston.
I mean, your photos don't. That's what you want to see, right? You look at the pictures. Oh, it's Randy in the background. Like, that's perfect.
Maybe that's our
Makes
goal.
everything better.
We got to get a picture with Randy in the background.
We just keep taking photos till he shows up.
He's going to be wondering, why do they keep taking pictures like that? But, hey, I think it's worth it. I think it is absolutely worth it. All right. Good picks there, presented by Sandberg Volvo Cars. See Sandberg's new state-of-the-art showroom in Linwood, SandbergVolvoCars.com. When we come back, we're going to run down both teams' lineups. Yes, you know a lot of the names in the Mets lineup. Who they're going to want to be careful with. There's definitely a name or two in there, and a couple of news and nuggets from the day. That as the pregame, we're not there yet. Great win, Mariners. Pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
The Subaru A Lot to Love event is going on now at Michael Subaru of Bellevue. There's so much to love about a new Subaru, and you must check out the new 2025 Outback. Right now, take advantage of financing as low as 2.9% APR on new 2025 Outback models on approved credit. Michael Subaru, off I-90 at Eastgate. Online at michaelsubaru.com. Michael Subaru of Bellevue. For the life you live. Offer expires 9/3/24.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
According to New Yorkers, their bagels are the best in the world. Because of the water? It's not the water. Get over it. At Blazing Bagels, we believe local is the best in the world. We manufacture our products right here in Washington using Northwest ingredients. With over 30 bagels, a dozen schmears, sweet treats, and plenty of sandwiches, we've got your cravings covered. Keep it local and we'll take you on an adventure in self-control. Thank you for your support and for having great taste. Go Seattle and go eat a bagel.
For reaction to today's game and the latest news and opinion on the Mariners, tune into Wyman and Bob.
That is unbelievable. Pretty amazing to really be able to believe in what the pitching staff is doing, and it's ridiculous numbers.
Weekdays from 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports.
Good day, it's Ryan Rowland Smith. Now, you know I love to talk about all things Australian, but I need to tell you about my favorite Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew. Tullamore Dew is the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. The 7 award-winning flavors, all crafted from the town of Tullamore, make the best cocktails all season long. So whether it's a Tully Irish coffee, a Tully citrus highball, or you're just drinking one of their award-winning flavors with your mates, join me and raise a glass or two of my favorite Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew.
Looking for a great night out? Snoqualmie Casino's just the place to go to unwind and have some fun. It's Mike Salk here, only 30 minutes from Seattle. Snoqualmie Casino's got it all. Lots of exciting table games, tons of slots, sports, restaurants, entertainment, plus the views too. Come check out the breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. So no matter if it's checking out sports with your buddies or a date night, make sure you're checking out Snoqualmie Casino. Go to snocasino.com for all the details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Are you suffering from acute or chronic pain? I'm Dr. Lucy Hostetter from Seattle Regenerative Medicine Center. We customize a treatment plan for each patient based on your pain level, recovery plan, and budget. What sets us apart is that we offer a wide range of treatment options, including stem cell, PRP, and now shockwave therapy. As an anesthesiologist, I have extensive experience doing procedures to reduce pain. Set up a call with our patient care coordinator at seattleregen.com. seattleregen.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
Jim Zorn here for All City Fence. In all my years of football, my reputation as a player and coach were important, but you still had to prove it every week on the field. Same can be said about All City Fence. Their reputation for building and designing fences is remarkable, but it doesn't build the fence. Their experienced craftspeople do, earning that reputation with every fence they build. So surround yourself with the very best. All City Fence, allcityfence.com.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to T-Mobile Park. Boys are decked out in their City Connect uniforms, as they are every home Friday. Got a good crowd already in the ballpark. Room for more. It's not too late to stop by the ball yard. If you can get here, should be an absolutely delightful evening of baseball coming your way. Bryce Miller on the hill. Looking forward to that. It's just been so good at home. Lefty on the hill and Jose Quintana for the Mets. We'll get into the lineups in just 1 second, but we do need to check out the Chevy Silverado scoreboard, whether tackling the trails or this weekend's chores. Silverado 1500, with its choice of 9 trims and 4 engines, has got you covered. Run down some quick scores for you. Twins lead the Guardians right now 5-3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. The one that we are monitoring closely is not going the Mariners' way. Astros with a 5-3 lead over the Red Sox in the bottom of the 8th inning. Jose Altuve with a game-tying home run in that one. That's his 15th home run of the season. Royals up 5-3 on the Cardinals in the top of the 6th. Cubs over the White Sox 7-5, bottom 5. Brewers blanking the Reds 8-0 in the top of the 6th. Brewers have scored a lot of runs in the last 2 days. I want to say they scored 16 last night. It is the Rockies 4, the Braves 1 in the 4th inning. Braves kind of on that precipice that they could fall out of a postseason spot. They are at 60-54 on the season. Kind of a shock there for Atlanta. Earlier today, it was the Twins over the Guardians 4-2. Nationals beat the Angels 3-2, and the Orioles beat the Rays 4-1 in Tampa. As for what we are going to see here, Mets, lots of familiar faces and names starting in that leadoff spot. Francisco Lindor hitting .256 with 22 home runs this year, 24 stolen bases. Leading off at shortstop, Brandon Nimmo. In left, Jesse Winker. Yes, former Mariner Jesse Winker in right field, enjoying a .260, 11 home run, 46 RBI season. He's also been running a bit with 14 stolen bases. Pete Alonso playing his 800th career game tonight is at first base. J.D. Martinez, who has been done a lot of damage to the Mariners over his 14-year career. He is, I believe, 5th on the list in average and OPS against the Mariners. So he has played very well, both in Seattle and against the Mariners on the teams that he has been at home. Jeff McNeil at second base, Mark Vientos at third, Francisco Alvarez behind the plate, and Harrison Bader rounding out the 9 in center. As for your Mariners, Victor Robles in center, followed by Randy Rosarena in left. Cal Raleigh will be catching and batting third. Justin Turner, your cleanup hitter, at first base. Mitch Garver, the DH. It'll be Dylan Moore at third base, Mitch Haniger in right field. Ryan Bliss gets the start at second base. Rounding out the 9 at shortstop is Leo Ribas. What's on Tap is powered by Miller Lite. Fans, it's almost game time, and game time is Miller time. Shed the day, grab your friends, and crack open an ice-cold Miller Lite. Coming up next, Aaron and Gary get into just an absolutely just bizarre road trip for this Mets team. We talked about the extra stop they had to make. It doesn't stop there. There's a pretty big oddity about it that they will get into that hopefully plays into the Mariners' favor. That as the pregame show continues on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
There are trucks, and then there's the truck. GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck. Well-qualified buyers get 1.9% APR for 36 months on GMC Sierra light-duty models. See your Northwest GMC dealer. Monthly payment is $28.16 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment 15%. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 9/3/24.
You gotta love baseball season. But when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
If you bump into Bigfoot in the wild, offer it a great tasting 96-calorie Miller Lite or your jacket, like the Miller Lite varsity style jacket you could win by entering at MillerLite.com/Bigfoot. No purchase necessary. Starts 4/9/2024, ends 8/30/2024. Residents of Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, 21 plus. Official rules at MillerLite.com/Bigfoot for free entry method, odds, and restrictions. Sponsor Molson Coors Beverage Company USA, LLC, 250 South Wacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA, 60606.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand. How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought? Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Scott Service is with us. The expectations are very high. I love all of that.
It is clear it was the right decision to keep your pitching staff as whole as possible.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
My eyes have been opened. What can I tell you?
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Hi, it's Trevor Noah speaking to you from inside a giant birthday cake. Why, you ask? Because Smirnoff Ice taught me the power of an epic surprise. Whether it's a brunch or happy hour, plan your friends a surprise they will never see coming and never, ever forget. And make sure that surprise includes some delicious Smirnoff Ice original. Long story short, that's why I'm recording a Smirnoff Ice ad from inside a giant cake. That surprise looks exactly like me. My friend's gonna be like, oh, Trevor came to my birthday brunch. Surprise! Trevor is a cake. Surprise again. Cake is Trevor. You gotta keep your friends on their toes, people. Please enjoy responsibly. Smirnoff Ice, premium flavored malt beverage. The Smirnoff Company, New York, New York.
Hey Mariners fans, anytime a sore throat, stomachache, or back pain takes you out of the game, Optum Care Washington is here. Optum is the official primary care partner of the Seattle Mariners, with top doctors recognized by Seattle Magazine, Seattle Met, and Seattle Times. Plus, they're proud to participate in the American Heart Association's 2024 Puget Sound Heart and Stroke Walk. Count on Optum for exceptional primary, specialty, and surgical care and back-to-school physicals. Visit Optum2024.com today. Do you know about McClendon Hardware's installation services? For nearly 20 years, Puget Sound homeowners have counted on McClendon Home Services. Their licensed, bonded, and insured professionals do it all, from installing decks and garage doors to water heaters and more. This month, get 5 energy-efficient Milgard Style Line V250 windows with installation for just $25.99. Now's the time to upgrade your home and save. For projects large and small, trust McClendon Home Services at 1-888-404-4647.
It's Toyota's national sales event with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, including Toyota's lineup of go-anywhere, do-anything trucks, like the new Tundra. Now through September 3rd, you can get a new Tundra with low-rate financing, special leases, or customer cash up to $2,000, depending on model. And the 2024 Tacoma is now arriving at your Toyota dealer with dominating power and captivating style. A dealer dock fee of up to $200 may be added. Get details at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Back to the Mariners pregame show. Gary Hill alongside Aaron Goldsmith. Aaron, the Mariners are playing the Mets tonight. I find this very funny. The Mets are on this horrid road trip, right? This is their fourth city. I find it funny that they will go from Colorado, given the combo of the team they're facing and their hitting environment, probably the most friendly place to go hit right now in baseball, to T-Mobile Park, between the combo of pitching staff and ballpark, maybe the least place you want to go to and hit if you're the opposition. I mean, that can't be a great transition for them, right?
It might be a little jarring. I think that's the word that comes to mind. It's a remarkable road trip. They had a makeup game in St. Louis. They're flying 8,000 miles round trip. That almost gets you status on some airlines. They had a stretch just the other day where they played a game in 3 straight days in 3 different time zones. So stay hot, Mets. I mean, for a team in the Mariners that, I mean, the annual, if not monthly, griping of the Mariners' travel schedule, yes, which it's the nature of geography. Right. But for the Mets, they're like, hey, we're supposed to be an East Coast team. you're supposed to favor us, and now this is a road trip that I wouldn't wish on anybody.
And to end with Sunday Night Baseball.
Yes, exactly.
For their long flight back.
Yeah, and even if they didn't end on Sunday Night Baseball, just with the time zone change, that's tough enough. And then add to the fact that you're going to start 3 hours later than usual.
Well, and with all this aside, every game is critical
Yes.
for them right now. They just passed Atlanta in the wild card chase, which is shocking if you would have said that, I think, before the season started. Really, maybe even more so a month into the season. The fact that the Mets find themselves here is pretty remarkable given the situation. But every game for them is critical, just like every game for the Mariners is critical.
It's amazing when you just find a bunch of former Mariners on the scrap pile and acquire them and make them roughly 20% of your 26-man roster. Apparently, great things can happen. I don't know. I didn't see this one coming.
There is no shortage of ex-Mariners that will be playing in this series. What I like about it is Edwin Diaz is the most high-profile, obviously. The rest are just
the utter, well.
Like you'll see Torrens come in the game, and oh yeah, Luis Torrens, there he is.
Torrens will be there. Of course, Jesse Winker was an actual acquisition.
Remember Danny Young, left-handed pitcher?
Young. Had a very brief stay. He's in the game of name that Mariners reliever.
Yes.
Obviously, Ryan Stanek.
Your favorite Ben Gamel?
It's Gamel. Please say it properly. Show that family some respect, Gary.
My fault.
Yeah, it's all over the place, and here they are. The Mets are a poster child of you never know when you're going to get hot because. 45 days before the deadline, it was, okay, Pete Alonso's getting traded.
Well, they were 11 games below 500. It was all lost. And that was the whole conversation, Alonso being dealt. And not only was he not dealt, they made moves to supplement, including Jesse Winker.
Yes, they did. And now Jose Quintana, who is still pitching in the major leagues, is going tonight for the Mets. And he's one of the more long-tenured Mets starters that we will see in the series.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting series. So we'll see what happens starting tonight. Mariners and Mets. First pitch and play-by-play coming up right around the corner.
Mariners pregame has been brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort,
WSECU,
Three Tree Roofing,
and Les Schwab Tire Centers.
Don't go anywhere. First pitch is next.
Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season.